The ERL Showdown presents the best game of the week played in regional leagues. Experience the best plays that our ERLs have to offer and watch the upcoming stars from the LFL, Prime League or Superliga. The action starts now.
No va a jugar, está de pie porque el AD Carry va a ser Gadget, el jugador bielorruso. Así que vamos a ver qué tal, cómo se le da. Es un partido bastante importante para ambas organizaciones, sobre todo para Rebels, como decimos, porque si quiere mantener esa primera posición, y si no me equivoco, creo que tenía el duelo directo perdido, aunque sea Champi, lograr la victoria es clave para lo que pueda venir con la siguiente jornada.
Muy importante, efectivamente, y más teniendo en cuenta que los Heretics es uno de los equipos más en forma de la liga y que Rebels está sorprendiendo a todo el mundo. Vamos a ver cuál es el first pick del lado azul para el conjunto de los Rebeldes en un día en el que hemos destacado este enfrentamiento en el carril superior. Tenemos Sejuani, que es un buen pick para que Nanasik pueda intentar jugar hacia ese carril superior, Mellado.
Sí, vamos a ver cuál va a ser la contestación por parte del equipo de los Heretics. B podría aparecer y va a ser la elección finalmente para Bluthor. Y vamos a ver, porque va a ser también Azir. Contestación rápida. La dupla medio jungla del equipo madrileño, que la sacan directamente. Y va a ser lo que vamos a tener a favor del equipo de los Heretics, del equipo Academia de la LEC. Turno para los Rebeldes.
Azir y B, de momento muy estándar, el draft por parte de los dos equipos. Y viendo este casante, tiene pinta de que más de lo mismo. Raven, que va a sacar el pick a relufir. Veremos si Ivo decide contestar con el Jax, uno de los campeones más piqueados, ¿no? Para contestar este casante. Lo que saca, chicos, la talilla. No es la primera vez que lo hace en el match contra Firmellado.
No, es algo que, de hecho, te diría que estamos bastante habituados, ¿no? Precisamente ver a Siko con esta campeona. Y se le da bastante bien, ¿eh? La verdad, todo hay que decirlo. Me gusta de momento, ¿eh? La composición que está sacando el equipo de Rebels. ¿Cuál podrá ser la contestación a ese casante? Pues va a ser Nar para Ivo, otro de los especialistas precisamente de la Champion Pool del polaco.
Segunda rotación de Vans ahora, con ese Nar, efectivamente, el Jax que lo han dejado pasar. Y los Heretics tienen que quitarse de en medio campeones de la Bolding. Ya han baneado Karma, han baneado a Ashe, Kaylin, que la quitaba el propio equipo de Rebels, pero es que ellos tampoco han piqueado. Flacked lo hemos visto muy cómodo en Teri. Veremos si es de esos campeones, ¿no? Que pueden llegar a desaparecer. Gadget solo ha jugado una partida. Es verdad que sabemos que puede jugar absolutamente de todo Gadget, así que va a ser complicado banear al tirador de los Rebeldes, pero la partida que jugó fue con es real, por ejemplo.
Sí, Obstinatus es quien está recibiendo de momento los baneos, ¿no? Ese Nautilus, a ver sobre qué se quiere centrar el equipo de Rebels, que podría ser, como tú dices, la Champion Pool de los AD Carries, o podría ser la Champion Pool de los Supports. De momento, Nautilus fuera, como hemos dicho, por parte del equipo madrileño. Contesta también Rebels. Bueno, digo equipo madrileño, esto es al fin y al cabo un derbi, ¿no?
Sí, los dos son
porque los dos son madrileños, ¿no? No por otra cosa, no está Trimby. Los dos son madrileños. Saya va a ser finalmente el ban hacia Flacket. ¿Estará Varus abierto?
Veremos si está Varus abierto. La verdad es que se haya encajado muy bien dentro de lo que proponía la composición de los Heretics. Así que buen ban aquí por parte de Rebels, que aparte de la talilla, de momento lo único que tienen en su compo son 2 campeones melees. Banea Lucian. Los Heretics. Efrael abierto, Feria abierta, Varus abierto. Hay muchas opciones todavía en la posición de tirador.
Champi 14. Te lo digo desde ya.
Dime.
Vengo del futuro. Voy a decir una cosa que no te imaginas, ¿vale?
¿Dónde Feri?
Aphelios Lulu.
Aphelios Lulu, cuidado, encaja en la compo de Heretics. Es verdad que sería una de las compos clásicas, aburridas, de escalado,
O Aphelios 3.
de front to
O
back.
Aphelios 3.
Pero me gusta el planteamiento que
Esto es algo que se ha visto muy poco. Se vio algo en la LEC. Creo que el martes pasado tuvimos también un Aphelios 3.
Puede ser, puede ser.
Pero esto ya te digo, esto es algo que es muy complicado que salga.
Pues me encaja bastante.
Ya, pero no está en el meta, ¿no?
Ahí está,
No me lo puedo creer. No creo, ¿no? No creo, ¿no? No creo que esta partida esté grabada, Champi 14.
¿Está grabado, Mellado?
No creo que eso esté grabado. Aphelios.
Tampoco está tan fuera del meta, últimamente se está viendo.
Ya, bueno.
Y encajaba bien en la compo.
Bueno, ¿tú crees que ahora Marlon el 3?
Puede ser. Varus aquí para
Está grabado, chat.
Rebels.
Lo siento mucho. ¿Queréis que diga quién gana?
Cuidado, para los puntos, la gente estará ahí.
Ostras, los puntos, Bot en Heretics.
Dime el support de Rebels. ¿Qué va a picar Ostinato?
El Super Rebels, no me acuerdo.
Ah, no te lo sabes.
No me acuerdo de la grabación. No me acuerdo de la grabación.
¿Qué arma está
He
baneada?
dicho bot en Heretics porque es mi predicción. No por otra
contra
cosa.
lo que está jugando Heretics.
Leona.
Heimer.
Heimer.
Por meter presión, no está mal del todo. Pero veremos, ¿no? Si quieren quedar con la Lulu con el Fresh, sinceramente, contra Heimer Fresh. Lo veo complicado.
No.
Es verdad que encaja muy bien contra Sejuani y Casante, pero prefiero la Lulu.
Bueno, yo te he dicho antes eso.
O Lulu o
los
Fresh.
campeones.
Prefiero la Lulu.
Rakan.
Mira, ¿de qué futuro has venido, tío?
Rakan.
Ah, debe ser Lulu.
Rakan me estás troleando, ¿no, Marlon?
Debe ser Lulu.
Rakan me estás troleando, ¿no, Marlon?
Pues de momento Rakan, ¿eh? Vas a Rakan.
Bueno.
¿De qué futuro has venido, Mellado? Sobre todo solo la Feliz.
Bueno, a ver, de un futuro, pero no tan lejano, ¿no? Porque acerta la Felius.
De un futuro.
Me he quedado a mitad de camino.
He visto solo un pick de 4. He dicho, este sí. Pues no está grabado, ¿eh?
No.
Podemos confirmarlo,
Bueno,
Mellado.
cuidado, a lo mejor sí. Cuando ocurra algo en el level 1, luego me cuentas. ¿Te imaginas?
Ya tengo miedo, tío. No sé ni por qué has dicho lo de la Felios.
Ya, yo tampoco, es que no sé, me he dicho, tiene pinta de que van a sacar una Felios. Y yo qué sé, pues no sé.
A ver, pensando en la pool de Flaque tenía sentido, pero Mellado, no disfraces el análisis acertado por tu parte de poderes místicos.
No soy analista, bro. No soy analista.
No, tampoco viajas en el tiempo.
Ya.
No engañes a nadie, Mellado.
También es verdad.
Entre aprender League of Legends y viajar en el tiempo, creo que es más fácil la primera.
Puede ser, puede ser.
A donde hemos viajado es atrás, ¿eh? Mira el draft ahí, en las espaldas de los Heretics. Está todavía un poquito por detrás de nosotros. Viaja al pasado.
Spoiler.
Donde voy a viajar es también mellado a las predicciones de Mao,
Sí.
donde todos hemos puesto los Heretics.
Sí, y así vamos a cerrar, ¿no? Así la clasificación. Bueno, los puntos hay que sumarlos, si no me equivoco.
O no. O no hace falta que
¿Tú no
lo
quieres
sumen.
que.? A ver, yo por mí casi que tampoco, ¿eh?
Si quieres saltarse la jornada de hoy.
Yo firmo la paz contigo, ¿eh? Hoy, mira, nos quedamos todos igual. Yo hoy, por mí, así.
Realización, la jornada de hoy se puede esquivar.
Walk sigue yendo último.
Ah, mira,
Yo, bueno, en realidad, se sumen o no, soy igual con Bebé, pero por lo menos a Noah y a Cardenete les tengo todavía por detrás.
Yo hoy he fallado las dos en las que discrepábamos.
Los dos triples, ya.
Las dos, no eran triples, eran partidos 50-50.
Bueno, ya, a ver, triples en plan que quizás hemos ido por el menos favorito.
Menos mal, porque está muy cerca de poner Fingerwork hoy. Y casi he dicho no porque voy a ser el único. Me he dejado llevarlo a los dientes.
¿Hubiese puesto
que
Rebels?
Sí que tenía bastante claro.
Va a ganar Rebels.
¡No! ¡Que vienes del futuro, Mellado! ¡No me hagas esto, por favor! Arranca la partida. Los Heretics y los Rebeldes que se enfrentan en este último partido de la jornada. Jaime, partido por la primera posición. Todo en juego en nivel 1, Mellado.
Ay. Qué pena, ¿no? Que no hemos tenido mucho más. Claro, yo te he dicho, vamos a tener nivel 1, pero no te he dicho cómo iba a ser. Si
Claro.
van a sacar un destello, si van a sacar una kill. De
No
momento,
han sacado nada, ¿no?
no han sacado nada, ¿no? No han sacado nada.
Información. Hemos visto ahí el cerebro de Ostinatus gordísimo y verde. También
Sí.
el support de Rebels que ha sacado un poco del baúl de los recuerdos. Este Heimerdinger que ya teníamos casi olvidado.
Sí, la verdad. Es cierto que pasó un poco de moda, ¿no? Le hicieron algunos cambios y ha pasado totalmente desapercibido, pero parece ser que Rebels ha decidido de nuevo traerlo un poco, no al meta, pero sí lo que viene a ser el League of Legends para este partido con el que decimos que se juega mucho. Ambas organizaciones, nada más y nada menos que el poder estar liderando la clasificación de la Superliga, que como ya veis ahí abajo, la final se era en Zaragoza. Nosotros también que mañana
Vamos a Zaragoza.
nos vamos a Zaragoza.
Nos vamos a Zaragoza, Mellado.
Vamos a Zaragoza
Mañana.
a grabar contenido.
Me voy a
que ya
pegar un
veréis.
madrugón histórico, ¿eh? Es una barbaridad.
Vas a hacer historia, ¿no?
Vaya madrugón me voy a pegar mañana, tío. Tengo unas ganas de que acabe la jornada hoy, irme a la cama a dormir. Y aún así, no llego a 8 horas, ¿eh?
A ver,
No llego.
no llegas.
No llego ya.
No.
Ya, de hecho, si me voy a dormir ya, no llego a 8 horas.
No llegas a 8 horas.
Sí,
Ya, es que, claro, ¿cuánto vas a dormir? Bueno, puedes dormir 1 hora y media, que es lo que dura más o menos el transcurso.
O quedarme
el
toda la noche jugando solo Q y que me esperen. También puede pasar.
Y luego a grabar, ¿qué vas a grabar? ¿The Walking Dead? ¿The Last of Us?
Bueno, la gente lo verá, ¿eh? Cuando salga el vídeo de Zaragoza, hay que hacer un poco de spoiler, que apuesten si he dormido o si no. También te digo, hay días que duermo y la gente se cree que no, ¿eh? Que yo solo con verme ya…
No, pero…
es difícil valorar, ¿eh?
Y he de decirte que a veces que no duermes, pero tienes…
Y estás fresco.
Estás
Es
fresco.
verdad, ¿eh? Que hay veces… ¿Sabes qué pasa? Hay un punto medio, Mellado. Si duermes
Mira,
1 hora, 2 horas, estás bien.
Mira.
Si duermes más de 8, bien. Ahí hay un lapso
Champi.
entre 2 y 8 que estás en la mierda.
tú has hecho una vez algo de contenido en Empalme
Sí, alguna vez.
y no se te ha notado.
No,
Que para mí eso tiene mérito, ¿eh?
Sí.
Que, joder, tío, para mí sí tiene mérito, de verdad, ¿eh?
Ojo aquí, ¿eh? La pelea por el campamento azul. Blurzor que entra con la piña explosiva. Buscaba el knock a Marlon. Es bastante bueno, aunque aún así se quería
¡Ahí va!
defender, pero está perdiendo mucha vida el ruso. Destello de Marlon. Más optimista que seguro de sacar esa kill. Flasheaba y quemaba al Igniter que está rotando a Chico. Seco de maná, pero buscando a los integrantes de Heretics que emprenden la retirada. Gadget también. Activado el fantasmal, pero es nivel 2. No va a llegar a nada aquí. Los dos equipos muy prematuros. Me da la sensación a mí, Mellado, de cara a quemar recursos, hechizos de invocador que han gastado, pero sin sacar la primera sangre a nadie.
Sí, la verdad es que de momento parece ser que mantenemos la igualdad en el marcador 0-0, a pesar de que ha estado muy apretado esa kill sobre el ruso. Parece ser que Ananasic sigue y se mantiene con vida, vaqueado y ya tenía ese primer back. Mientras tanto en la calle central Chico que quiere seguir aguantando a base también de galletas poco a poco, al igual que Suiro, porque el maná es escaso en la calle central.
Por cierto, no escuchamos el juego, a ver si lo pueden arreglar, porque por ejemplo veo pings en la zona del río inferior y
No escuchamos
preferiría
nada.
poder escucharlos, ya que es Obstinatus el que está echando del río a Blurzor para que Ananasic pueda asegurar el cangrejo. Se quiere quedar Blurzor, pero hay visión, ¿eh? Lo están viendo, así que tiene que andar con mucho ojo. La policía que está siendo vigilada en este caso por Ananasic, que sería mediado de asuntos internos.
Sí, ¿no? Bueno, el de secretas, ¿no? Bueno, no es el de secreta porque va con la gorra, o sea, directamente… va uniformado, ¿no? Pero sí, desde luego. Vamos a ver, porque espérate, se está colando, ¿eh? Se está colando Ananasic, ha colocado ahí un pingwar. Tiene bastante visión el equipo de Rebels por esa zona y podríamos tener acción en la jungla, ¿eh? Vamos a ver qué ocurre porque no sabemos qué está pasando entre ambos junglas, el ruso y el húngaro. Se lo queda finalmente a Ananasic gracias al smite, si no me equivoco. Vamos a ver porque parece ser que la acción no cesa aquí abajo. Podría buscar algo más de interacción Obstinatus. Mucho cuidado con Flacket porque podría ser el foco de atención. Recibe un poquito el castigo por parte de Heimerdinger, que ahora sí que tiene el stun. Cuidado con la granada porque puede ser bastante buena. Está Bluzo también por la zona. Consigue garantizar a Flacket, que se flashea para adelante. El Gravitun que va a ser bastante bueno. Pivota Marlon. Primera sangre precisamente para el super polaco del equipo de Heretics. Primera sangre de dominos a favor del equipo Academia de LEC.
Lo malo para los Heretics es que la kill se le ha quedado Raka. No han invertido muchos recursos, incluso el destello de Blurzor, también el de Flacket. Había perdido ese Gromp y Ananasic con el premio de haberse llevado el campamento. Abandonaba la zona del carril inferior, donde sí se quedaba Blurzor para encontrar esta primera sangre. Después Mellado, ¿no? De que los de asuntos internos le tendieran una trampa. Blurzor se metía en el arbusto y continuaba la iniciación aquí de Flacket con su propio destello. Marlon aseguraba la kill primera de la partida para los Heretics. Veremos qué ha hecho Ananasic, ¿no? Con esta ventana de tempo, justo volvemos al directo y vemos esto, ¿no? Se va a quedar con el campamento de Picuchillo. Son 2 campamentos robados a cambio de la primera sangre. Si nos fijamos en el marcador de oro global, más o menos, esta está.
Es mucha diferencia, lo que hay en cuanto a farmeo en los junglas. Mientras tanto nos enfocan en el carril central, Ivo frente a Raven. De Raven no se está hablando mucho, pero también desde luego ha sido una de las sorpresas quizás que hemos tenido en esta Superliga. Mucho cuidado porque aparece el húngaro que se abalanza sobre el ruso. En problemas Ananasic, que se tiene que estar para atrás el cochinillo. Ivo que le quiere pegar, se quiere transformar en lo que va a ser bastante bueno por parte de Raven porque empataba sobre los 2 integrantes del equipo de los Heretics. No muere nadie. Ananasic de nuevo bastante tocado, pero sale airoso de la jugada. Sigue en el marcador el 1-0 Champi, pero espérate porque está llegando Suiro. Intentan buscar a ese Juani que se tiene que echar para atrás.
Veo mucha acción, Mellado, para ser minuto 6 de partida. Entre el invade, lo que estaban buscando en bot, va a ser una partida de pararse poco a pensar. Y es que Blurzor quiere responder con el invade que le han hecho a él, tanto en el ground como en los picuchillos, así que va a intentar quedarse con este campamento azul de un Ananasi que está muy tocado, pero cuenta con el apoyo de Raven en todo momento. No solo le ha salvado la vida, sino que se permitía quedarse en Ananasi aquí mientras Raven le daba algo más de información. Asegura Blurthor el campamento azul, se recupera en cuanto a farmeo, solo está 3 súbditos por detrás de Ananasi y vemos que se ve reflejado esto también en el marcador de oro, donde la diferencia, que estaba prácticamente igualada, se vuelve a adelantar en favor de Heretics.
Sí, tampoco es mucho, ¿no? Pero como tú dices, Champi, parece ser que de momento parece ser el equipo de los Heretics que quiere mantener ese control en lo que viene a ser el marcador global de oro, ¿eh? Vamos también a intentar…
¿Sobre doble 2 Tinatus? No le ha dado a Marlon de milagro.
Ya sí, ha estado a punto de cortárselo, finalmente se lo consigue cortar. Que es lo que te decía, ¿no? Yo tengo la curiosidad, sobre todo, de ver también cuál va a ser un poco el plan de partida por parte de ambos equipos, ¿no? De cara a los monstruos neutrales, porque esa dragona está disponible y en un minuto aparecerá el heraldo de la grieta. Así que vamos a tenerlo, sobre todo en consideración, porque puede ser bastante importante.
Sí.
Porque ya hemos visto partidas, precisamente en el día de hoy. Me acuerdo la de Giants, que empezó con 3 dragones.
Sí.
La partida, precisamente, ¿no? Del Barça Finudurco, y sí que es cierto que se alarga bastante, pero también ha habido mucho protagonismo en la zona inferior del mapa. Así que vamos a ver cómo se lo plantean ambos equipos.
También te digo una cosa más, Mellado. Los Heretics tienen un draft que escala tremendamente bien y es bastante funcional en teamfights, así que de los dragones va a depender en este caso muchas veces ese poder ir a por las teamfights. Mellado, estás reventando el micro, yo te lo digo. O sea, estás intentando ser disimulado, acaba lo que estás haciendo porque se escucha. Se escucha. No pasa nada. Ahora ya está, ya te los puedes volver a poner. No hay otro momento para hacer esto.
Bueno, no, es que tengo aquí un lío de cables que me estaba tirando por detrás y el cable me tiraba hacia abajo.
Bueno, es importante estar cómodo, Jaime. Arrancamos casi ya el final del early game, porque nos acercamos al minuto 8 y los equipos empiezan a plantear el heraldo de la grieta sin haber hecho el dragón. Así que van a cambiar sus esfuerzos de lado de mapa y ya vemos que resetea la boarding de los Heretics emprendiendo camino hacia ese topside.
Sí, de hecho parece ser que va a ser la idea o no, porque Flaques finalmente se va abajo, ¿no? Esto es como muchas veces, ¿no? El hecho de que aunque sea roten los supports, los AD carries se queden, como tú bien dices, en la bot lane para que sigan farmeando. La diferencia, por cierto, respecto al AD carry que tiene Flacket es bastante importante, ¿eh? Es cierto que incluso ahora va a tener que recoger toda esa oleada, por lo que va a ser un mayor, pero es que Rebel ya ha empezado el heraldo de la grieta, Champi. Y Blurthor se está haciendo el rojo, así que todo apunta que va a ser algo que va a hacer el equipo de los Heretics. Y pues nada, se atreve finalmente Rebels con el heraldo de Takis.
No era complicado, ¿no? Atreverse con este heraldo de Takis, sabiendo que los Heretics quieren jugar al escalado y que con la primera sangre de momento están cómodos. Aparte, fíjate que están zoneando aquí a Gadget para que no pueda farmear. Han visto la rotación de Obstinatus. Y mientras Flacket sí volvía al carry inferior, ahora se mueve todo el mundo para que Varus no pueda llegar a la oleada. Está en problemas Obstinatus, que no puede entrar en su propia jungla inferior. Quiere responder a Nanasic diciendo, oye, si vais todos a bot, yo os planto el heraldo en medio. Tiene Prio con Chico, amenaza con el heraldo, por supuesto. No se queda a plantarlo y ojo, porque podríamos tener iniciación de Marlon, que está colado, no hay visión, se mete, encuentra la W, también el lockup de Blurthor, pierde mucha vida Marlon, que aguanta y pivota sobre Suairo, llega a la prisión, la piel de Ananastic sobre Suairo, muy tocado, dashea directamente al soldado, la trampa de Chico es buena, cuidado con esto, Blurthor está stuneado, tiene recursos para poderse escapar, había quemado el destello y la ultimate en la jugada, pero había recuperado ya la Q1 así, Jaime. No hay kill para toda la acción que estamos teniendo. Solo un asesinato me parece poco, ¿eh?
Desde luego, porque ya han sido varios integrantes, ¿eh? Antes sobre todo era Nanasic, de nuevo otra vez muy tocado el cochinillo, y en esta ocasión también parece ser que Marlon ha estado a punto de caer, solo que ya hemos visto que se ha curado bastante con la acción en esa calle central. Los supports no tenían level 6, sino yo creo que ahí sobre todo Stinatus con la torreta potenciada muchas veces puedes hacer muchísimo daño y ralentizar muchísimo, que es algo que molesta demasiado, ¿eh?
Marlon con la ulti creo que también hubiera podido encontrar.
Con la premura, desde luego, hubiese sido bastante bueno. Pero bueno, finalmente, como tú bien dices, ¿no? 1-0, minuto de partida, mucha acción. Es un partido muy tenso, porque están jugando mucho ambos equipos, lo saben. Y parece ser que Heretics no va a contestar el heraldo de ninguna manera, así que es cierto que se va a llevar este dragón a partir de ahora. Sí. Pero todo va a depender de cómo plante el heraldo, ¿no?
Y la rotación de los Heretics ha sido buena porque Flacket se ha llevado 2 placas en el carril inferior. Vas a sacar también el dragón, así que el intercambio no está nada mal, como decimos, para una composición que lo que está buscando esta partida es el escalado. Va a ser Rebels quien tenga prisa por intentar rentabilizar el heraldo de la grieta. Hemos visto también que Gadget ha perdido cierto farmeo en esa zona inferior del mapa, está recuperándose ahora, pero ha llegado a estar más de 10 minions por debajo de Flacket.
Sí, no, te lo comentaba, porque no sé muy bien qué ha ocurrido. Bueno, sí, directamente, ha muerto. Entonces, claro, entre eso y alguna oleada que a lo mejor ha podido perder debajo de torreta, ha sido lo que será complicado a bielorruso, De nuevo el Tetón jugando muy bien en esta Superliga. Para muchos, el claro MVP, hay que decirlo, de momento es el que más medallas tiene.
Sí, hay alguna partida tal vez, ¿no? Que
haya atracado, ¿no?
Que haya atracado un poco, la verdad, pero también, bueno, hubo una partida en la que no lo pusieron en las votaciones y fue una partida muy buena. buena.
Es verdad, que se lo dieron a Suiro, ¿no? De hecho, era Suiro, Suiro y Suiro las opciones.
Que para mí Suiro era MVP de esa partida. Sí, que Flacker hizo un partidón también. Pues también, al final, no es solo ser el MVP, ¿no? Ser el segundo MVP también vale. Ojo aquí Marlon, va a hacer el face check. No creo yo que tenga CC para pararlo, aunque llega la trampa por parte de Talilla. Gasta la W Marlon. Lo sigue Nanasic. Le han obligado a quemar la premura y eso que Nanasic no ha llegado a apretar el botón de la presión glacial. Recurso que pierden aquí los Heretics y puede aprovechar esta diferencia de definitivas el equipo de Rebels para buscar el heraldo de la grieta en la calle central. De momento hay 4 efectivos de los Heretics en la defensa y es que no sabe Rebels que está Flacket, que va a iniciar con la definitiva. Buena vigilia lunar. Se tira a limpiar para quitarse el ultimate de Nanasic y salta Suiro sobre Astinatos. Son 2 kills para las Heretics, que además se entorpecen el posible heraldo de la grieta por parte de Rebels y se marchan ya los más de 1000 de diferencia. Van a seguir presionando en la zona inferior porque Gadget se tiene que marchar sabiendo que ha perdido tanto a su support como a su jungla.
Esto es una aliada, Qué bien Flacket, porque tenía presión en la botlane, rotaba, ha conseguido sacar la kill, asistencia y lo más importante, solo ha perdido un minion con esto.
Clave.
No puede hacer absolutamente nada Gadget de la rotación, que se quedaba puseando lentamente esa wave. Vamos a ver aquí la repetición de la jugada porque el Graviton ha sido espectacular y movilizaba a los dos. La iniciación también por parte de Bluthor ha sido excelente. Suiro entraba a la backlane y lo hacía muy pero que muy sencillo. Son 2 kills tremendas las que ha podido rascar el equipo de Heretics en esta jugada.
Súper importantes. Decíamos que el partido estaba más o menos estable y que era Rebels el que tenía prisa, pero es Heretics quien no para de sacar cosas. Tienen que responder los rebeldes ahora con el heraldo de la grieta invocado en la calle central. Van a intentar repartir aquí el oro, aunque Chico está muy lejos de la zona de actividades heraldo, así que va a ser 2 placas las que se lleven a Nanasic sin compartirlas con absolutamente nadie y por supuesto no es el mejor cliente del mundo, mientras que la diferencia sigue siendo de más de 1000 para los herejes.
La top lane bastante igualada, por lo que estamos viendo, un poquito mejor en cuanto a farmeo Ivo, pero la verdad es que la diferencia tampoco es que sea abismal. Digo, un poquito más de diferencia con estos 3 minions que va a farmear a continuación. El siguiente dragón en 2 minutos y medio. Habrá que tener también un poco echado el vistazo por lo que ocurra con el siguiente puesto neutral. Y cuidado con los Tinatus porque quiere buscar la cazada sobre Flacket. Está llegando también Marlon. Flacket en problemas, se cura bastante en las cadenas de corrupción que se tanquean el polaco. Impacta sobre el español, el tetón en problemas. Cuidado, no consigue finalmente con el viento huracanado llevarse la kill. Llega la definitiva, el empotrón contra el suelo, Gallet en problemas. El bielorruso que no recibe el knockout por parte de Marlon. Solo era el portugués Obstinatus que tiene que echarse para atrás. Finalmente es el húngaro Bluthor. Acaba sobreviviendo la botlane y también el jungla de Heretics. A punto de complicarse todo y ha gastado todo Rebels.
Han perdido mucho el hechizo de invocador los rebeldes, pero eran 3 contra 2 lo que estaban jugando, así que ahora pueden responder en la zona superior donde quieren cazar a Ivo. Ha quemado el destello el top laner de Heretics. Baiteaba a Nanasi con la presión glacial, pero aún así le ha dado tiempo a reaccionar al top laner polaco y escapar de la reiniciación de Chico tras el engage que había propiciado su jungla. Siguen presionando los de Rebels sabiendo que han dejado a Flacket muy tocado y que por supuesto Bluthor tenía que abandonar la zona. Falla Obstinatus, la W potencia. Volvemos.
Y así una mini pausa lo que hemos tenido. Menos mal. Mini. ¿A ti te gusta ese TikTok?
Es buen tema,
¿Sí? ¿Te gusta el TikTok?
Me gusta.
¿Sí?
Bueno.
No, ya sabía yo que Champi te iba a gustar ese TikTok.
¿Cuál es el tren, no?
Claro.
Sí, está bien. Podríamos hacerlo un día, Mellado.
¿Sí?
No es que...
Bueno, es que tú del baile te lo sabes, seguro.
Hace
de tantas veces verlo.
Hace tiempo que no hacemos TikToks, ¿eh? Desde que se ha ido Skin de la LVP ya no bailamos, tío.
Es verdad.
Desde que se ha ido Skin de la LVP ya no bailamos.
Tienes que bailar. Baila, Vini, baila.
Baila Champi, baila.
Baila, Champi, baila. Oye, el martes que viene pueden hacer un TikTok.
¿El martes que viene?
Sí.
Sí, ya que... Cuidado,
Ya lo has entendido.
30 segundos para que salga el segundo dragón elemental de la partida. El primero se lo han quedado los de Heretics. Veremos qué pasa, ¿no? Con este segundo, si lo quieren pelear los herejes, que de momento están muy seguros con ese Aphelios, con el primer objeto terminado. Mítico también en las manos de Suiro y la mayor diferencia la estamos viendo en la jungla, donde hay cuchilla negra en Bluthor, mientras que Sejuani todavía está buscando el primer objeto. Y me llama la atención porque ahora Nanasic se ha quedado el oro de las placas de medio.
Sí, pero no es suficiente. Mucho cuidado ahora, la cazada es tremenda. Se puede acabar muriendo el húngaro. La premura que no es buena. Entra con el triple knockup. En problemas está ya todo el mundo. El Infernum que ha hecho muchísimo daño, pero está llegando mucho. Cuidado ahora, la flecha de Gallet no es suficiente. Chico se reposiciona bien. Marlon ahora con la entrada grandiosa. Suiro se queda vendido. Intenta saltar al otro lado del río. Parece ser que no, que quiere buscar la acción. Flash, adiós. Santo de mi vida, lo que acaba de hacer el polaco. Se apunta a la doble el tetón. Espectacular la falange imperial sobre los dos con el destello. Lo que acaba de hacer Suiro. En general, lo que acaba de hacer Heretics Heretics ha sido una obra maestra.
Y les va a permitir acceder al dragón. La cazada sobre Blurthor era muy buena. El intento de Rebels de deshabilitar el jungla enemigo, ¿no? Para tener un fácil acceso al Drake, y cómo los adoquines de Chico habían frenado a Marlon. Vamos a verlo repetido en breves instantes porque ha sido muy bonito el intento de Rebels, pero mejor todavía la respuesta de Suairo. Cuando Santa Lucía nos trae una grieta de nube. Veremos si son capaces de asegurarla a los herejes, porque de momento, como decimos, la partida la tienen totalmente encarrilada para ello. Ya jugó el martes Suairo una CIR espectacular.
Sí.
Se lo han vuelto a dejar abiertos, de los mejores campeones. Y es que, como digo, la idea no es mala. Aquí no tiene visión Heretics, pero sí tiene visión del Pixel Bus.
Sí.
Por lo tanto, ven Obstinatus, que está baiteando, sale del arbusto, se vuelve a meter para que Blurthor cargue el puño, esperándose algo. Se come la trampa de la bomba, se come también las piedras, y los adoquines hacen que Marlon no puede iniciar, pero encuentra un buen espacio después del stun con la W, a lo que sigue la vigilia lunar con Flacket teniendo el Infernum en su inventario. Pero esto no iba a acabar aquí. Rotaba Gadget, dejaba tocado a Marlon, Chico era baiteado por su propio compañero y gastaba el muro de la tejedora. Y cuando Suairo los veía retirándose, después de haber esquivado las cadenas de corrupción de Gadget, encuentra esta doble falange imperial entrando con el destello. Además, las 2 kills se las ha quedado Flacket, porque remataba con la Q, con el Calibrum, aprovechaba el rango extra para sacar la kill, y ahora Heretics se ha venido tan arriba mellado que está en el directo buscando el heraldo.
Y tiene doble bufo Flacket también, ¿eh? Tenemos teleport por parte de Raven, que lo quiere pelear. Vamos a ver qué ocurre, porque Rebels todavía no da la partida por perdida, a pesar de que la ventaja favorece al equipo de los Heretics, sobre todo entre los AD Carries, porque Flacket lleva 4 kills. Parece ser que va a ser un 50-50. Veremos quién acaba ganando. Parece ser que se lo ha quedado, si no me equivoco, el equipo de los Heretics. Va a ser Ivo quien lo recoge. Está llegando Marrón por la espalda. La premura es espectacular. De nuevo triple knockup. Esto ya lo he visto, Champi. La kill de momento para el Ivo. Cuidado con Chico. Se va a acabar muriendo. Flacket que sigue pegando. Ha ralentizado mucho Obstinatus y ha favorecido a que el tridente de Riven Ananasic y el propio Obstinatus consiga salir vivo de la jugada. Pero de nuevo, Heraldo, 2 kills encima sobre los carries del conjunto de Rebels, hace que la partida poco a poco, para el que ascendió el año pasado a la Superliga, para el nuevo equipo, sea cada vez más complicada.
Aún así, aunque Rebels sea un equipo recién ascendido, si nos fijamos en el marcador, los equipos están empatados en la tabla. Son el primero y el segundo clasificado, y Heretics está desplegando este League of Legends magnífico en el partido más importante, yo creo, de los últimos que han tenido. Son 5.000 casi de diferencia, 4.500 en favor de los Heretics, que tienen 2 dragones, que se han llevado el heraldo y lo van a poder plantar, y se han llevado además la bonificación de la primera torre de la partida. La ha tirado Ivo en el carril superior con el heraldo. Pueden tirar medio. Fíjate que esa torre está a menos de la mitad de la vida. Sí. Y Ivo ya está encargándose de presionar la calle inferior también. Tienen muy claro los Heretics alrededor de qué quieren jugar. Es una composición súper sencilla de ejecutar, pero que hay que jugarla bien. Y Marlon está siendo el capataz, el líder en todo ese tipo de iniciaciones, donde con la premura y la W están encontrando múltiples objetivos.
Doble, triple knockup. Que es cierto, ¿no? Que James Bond no se está llevando muchas kills, Suairo, el agente 007, pero está haciendo también muy buen papel, ¿eh? El mid laner del equipo madrileño. Parece ser que de nuevo quieren buscar alguna cazada, ¿eh? Cuidado con Marlon. Es que un Rakan bien jugado es totalmente diferente.
Joder, Heraldo, que no lo han querido plantar en medio, puesto que lo tenía Ivo. Se agrupaban todos los Heretics y aprovechan aquí la ventana para buscar la torreta de tier 2 del carril inferior. Ojo la jugada sobre Ananasi. Marlon quería iniciar, se lo ha quitado de encima el ruso. Con la prisión glacial, retroceden los Heretics ya con el premio de la estructura. Y si hablábamos de 4.500 de diferencia mellado, hay que sumar bastante más después de los dos.
¿El Heraldo va a golpear el inhibidor? No, parece ser que lo va a abandonar. No lo veía del todo claro. Ananasi, que tenía que llegar por si acaso. No sabemos qué ha ocurrido. No ha golpeado, porque en el minimapa no ha salido finalmente dañada esa torreta. Así que, de momento, sigue, como vemos, la diferencia en el marcador de oro. Casi 6.000 a favor del equipo de los Heretics. Basculando hacia la zona inferior del mapa. Va a ser solo Chico quien se queda arriba pusheando para ver si puede sacar, aunque sea la primera estructura, o dejarla bastante habilitada. Resetea rápidamente la botlane y también el jungla del equipo de los Heretics. Vamos a llegar ya al minuto 20. Aparece el Barón Nashor. Y Champi, la partida de momento bastante bien encaminada para el equipo Academia del LEC.
Filo infinito para Flacket, un power spike tremendo en un tirador como Aphelios y más en el 13-1B. Segundo objeto terminado para Flacket, que está un nivel por encima de Gadget y muy adelantado en cuanto a itemización. Aquí Ananasi que empezando el Nashor, prácticamente a la desesperada. Le van a pillar, ¿eh? Hay un trinket azul mellado, le van a pillar con las manos en la base y Ivo tiene teleport. Tienen que abandonar la zona aquí los rebeldes, puesto que les han visto y no quieres estar en el Nashor cuando llegue Ivo con el TP y cuando Marlon recupere la premura. Era un intento a la desesperada, me la sensación mellado, porque sale el dragón en 30. Era una buena ventana de tempo, sabiendo que todo Heretics había basculado a la zona inferior buscando el bufo rojo, pero la partida está muy complicada para Rebels.
A ver, cuando haces este tipo de toma de decisiones, sabes que no pinta bien la cosa para ti. Y era simplemente eso, como tú bien dices, ¿no? Decisión desesperada. Vamos a ver si nos sale. Si no nos sale, pues.
El martes Heretics ganó la partida haciendo esto contra Giants.
Es que
iban un poco por detrás y leyeron ahí la ventana de Nash y la pudieron aprovechar.
Hay que saber jugarlo bien, ¿eh? Y como tú dices, saber también leer esas ventanas y saber aprovecharlas. De momento, de nuevo los Heretics tomando el control por la zona inferior del mapa, pero mucho cuidado porque está Raven. ¡Ay, ay, 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 ay! Se mete hasta la cocina. Ostinatus en problemas, acaba siendo volatilizado. ¡Qué bien la que hace el Marron! Lo empotra contra la pared, Ivo. La kill sobre Casante, que no duró nada. Solo que tenga hasta el destello. Falló también la definitiva Nanasic. En problemas el equipo de Rebels, que no está pudiendo hacer absolutamente nada en su propia jungla, que prácticamente Champi pertenece a los Heretics. Esto va a ser punto de alma para ellos.
Y esta jugada que acabamos de ver no es casualidad, ni mucho menos, Mellado. No es un acierto aquí de los Heretics que sabían por dónde iban a rotar los rebeldes, sino recordemos que antes de vaquear se han metido todos en el rojo y han colocado visión. Esos wards han hecho que leyeran perfectamente la ruta de Rebels después de haberlo echado del Nashor. O sea, no había nada que pudiera hacer ahí el equipo de Rebels. Porque tú has aprovechado tu tempo en ir al Nashor para intentar sorprender, mientras que Heretics ha dejado pusheada la oleada inferior con Ivo, que se quedaba y era el último en vaquear sabiendo que tenía teleport, y antes, mientras te robaban el rojo, te han colocado, los estamos viendo, 2 guardianes profundos más el guardián de control total. Aunque tú hayas entrado y hayas colocado algo de visión por la zona, tenían tanta información los de Heretics que es que lo veíamos. Bluthor estaba cargando el puño cuando Raven ha entrado al arbusto. Sabían que iban a rotar por ahí y en cuanto han visto a Obstinatus lo han destrozado. Ahora Rebels vuelve a encomendarse al Nashor, donde ya está Ivo para impedirlo. Rota Marlon, que podría pivotar sobre su top laner, que está cerca de la transformación. Se queda la defensa gadget de esa torre de la calle central, que no ha caído todavía, pero no va a durar muchos segundos en pie, puesto que Flacked ya está presionando la wave, mientras el resto de su equipo amenaza con el Nashor y Suairo pushea la calle superior. Fíjate que antes estaban todos los de Heretics en el bot side, ahora que ya no hay dragón, todos en el top side.
Eso es, exactamente, para jugar al siguiente monstruo neutral, ¿eh? La diferencia que se sigue ampliando, ¿eh? Y esto son las noticias para los rebeldes, que Siko intentaba pushear la top lane para sacar esa estructura de tier 1 arriba, pero no ha sido posible. De nuevo teleport de Raven, esta vez a la calle central para pelear el Nashor. Se puede decidir aquí la partida. Nana sí que lo va a intentar robar, vamos a ver si lo puede conseguir. 3000 de vida, intuyo que alguien va a salir, puede ser Ivo, vamos a ver qué ocurre. Llega el muro de la tejedora, ha fallado la definitiva, sale todo el mundo, mucho cuidado, quieren pelearlo, Raven se queda dentro, que no se resete, acaban volatilizando Ostinatus, la definitiva Raven es brutal sobre Bluthor, quiere llevarse la vida del húngaro, pega mucho Casante, pero está todo el mundo protegiendo a su compañero de equipo y el húngaro que no va a caer. ¿Quién lo va a hacer? Va a ser finalmente el polaco. Se ha reseteado el varón Nashor, pero lo quiere volver a intentar, y ahora sí que sí, sin smite, porque no lo tiene a Nanasic, porque ha muerto, al igual que Raven y Ostinatus. Va a ser teamfight y Baron Nashor para el equipo de los Heretics.
No ha sido la fight más limpia del mundo, pero es suficiente. Has acabado con 3 jugadores del equipo rival y fíjate que Suairo aún tiene definitiva. Esa falange imperial se la estaba guardando para en caso de que no hubiera pelea, en caso de que su equipo no decidiera iniciar, la idea de Suairo es: salgo yo del pit, gasto la falange imperial sobre Nanasic y que no pueda entrar a robarlo. Al final, se han visto tan superiores que Bluthor ha iniciado, ha saltado también el muro la B, dejaban el Nashor, se olvidaban de él y iban a por los integrantes de Rebels. Ganan la pelea a los Heretics y se llevan el bufo de energía de Cacaolat, 9000 de diferencia, y Rebels que está ya buscando este tipo de cazadas, este tipo de trampas, pero es que Heretics tiene visión. Hay un guarda ahí y van a ir por medio directamente al Nashor, sabiendo que en la jungla no se les ha perdido nada y que no quieren arriesgarse, ¿no? A meterse en este tipo de zonas donde los pueden cazar.
Sí, finalmente es como, vaya, están todos pulsando medio, así que no podemos hacer nada. Sacaban la torreta en medio y quieren sacarla de tier 2, veremos a ver si lo pueden conseguir. También a Felios pegando gracias a la torreta. Va a ser doble torreta en la calle central y posiblemente otra en la top lane, ¿eh? Porque sigue puseando Ivo la zona superior, a pesar de que parece ser que Chico ha podido defender bastante bien con esta talilla. En problemas Rebels, que ahora sí que sí, Champi está contra las cuerdas.
Vaquea incluso Chico, que va a recuperar el TP, pero quiere marcharse de la zona, mientras Ivo aquí se entretiene con el minion que quedaba en la wave. Queda todavía mucho tiempo de Nashor. Vaquea Ivo sin TP, así que me da la sensación… no se va a quedar. Digo, me da la sensación de que no van a seguir pusheando, pero deberían, porque está B con la oleada de la calle central, así que tienen muchísimo espacio. Se agrupan los de Heretics en la zona superior. Buscaba Chico con la trampa un Ivo que salta y se pone a buen resguardo, mientras Ananasi busca un flanco para iniciar con la prisión glacial. Le coloca un guardián Marlon en la cara. Ojo con Bluthor, que está dando la vuelta ya para buscar la teamfight, mientras la torre de tier 2 del carril superior está francamente debilitada. Ha limpiado a Chico el minion cañón a costa de una buena parte de su barra de vida, ya que Flacked intercambiaba. Tanquea Ivo, sabiendo que los de Rebels habían marchado al no haber oleada y se llevan otra torre de tier 2 más. Aún les queda un minuto de Nashor, ya han abierto absolutamente todo, 6 torretas para ellos, quedan las de inhibidor.
11.500 de oro diferencia en el marcador a favor de los Heretics. La partida que está siendo bastante parecida quizás al Movistar Raiders contra Bisons que hemos tenido el día de hoy.
Pero con una compo de late. Sí. Es lo curioso. Porque Movistar Raiders iba con una compo que era
de early,
de ir al cuello. Heretics es que no tiene prisa.
No, la verdad es que…
Bueno, prisa tienen porque quieren acabar, ¿no? Pero…
Sí, no, pero como tú bien dices, ¿no? Se entiende que es una partida en la que incluso con el paso de los minutos sigue favoreciéndole precisamente a su composición con esta Felios.
Es tremendo cómo lo está jugando Heretics y el estado de forma en el que está este equipo, de los más peligrosos de la liga, el que mayor racha de victorias tiene. Movistar Redes ha despertado un poco, pero Giants ya se ha apaciguado de nuevo, 0-2 esta semana. Sí. Fnatic Team Queso también parece estar peleando. Semana pletórica del Barça, sinceramente, o sea, una semana muy buena para el club blaugrana, pero no sé yo si alguno de ellos será capaz de pelearle a los Heretics, al menos en el futuro próximo. Aunque hagan mucho hasta los playoffs, en los mejores de 5 puede pasar absolutamente cualquier cosa, pero Heretics en este partido se postula como serio candidato a ser campeón de fase regular.
Es cierto, Champi, que lo que tú has dicho, que es un equipo que empezó flojo, incluso mecánicamente se le veía un poco oxidados, ¿no? No digo que vienen de vacaciones y que no han practicado mucho el LoL, pero bueno, por algo han demostrado que son los vigentes campeones, ¿no? Y como tú bien dices, yo creo que ya se ha notado que están de nuevo llegando a su pico.
No solo de Superliga, sino también de European Masters. Ya el roster es prácticamente el mismo de la temporada pasada. E incluso la incorporación de Flaquez. No quiero decir que sea directamente un upgrade, pero es un tío que viene de la LEC y de ganarla en primavera. Entonces, el equipo era máximo favorito a ganar, pero es verdad que están jugando a un nivel impresionante y los otros equipos van a tener que esforzarse mucho para pelear contra Heretics.
Vamos a ver si pueden terminar aquí la partida. Parece complicado porque Suiro se mantiene en la top lane, tiene teleport, es cierto, pero mientras tanto han sacado la torreta de inhibidor en la calle central. El inhibidor no lo han podido sacar, parece ser que lo defendía tanto Raven como Gadget. Mientras tanto, vamos a ver qué quiere hacer ahora el equipo de los Heretics, porque se les ha expirado el bufo de Barón Nashor. Suiro sigue pushando arriba y es que se van a hacer el alma, porque directamente el dragón es gratuito, así que va a ser lo que se vaya a quedar el equipo de los Heretics. Ivo de nuevo tanqueándose la torreta, le da absolutamente igual con este Meganar. Ahora que se convertía. Alma para los Heretics, Champi. La partida que pinta bastante bien para el equipo de Gibus. Y no sé si han bajado los brazos, pero Rebels, me da la sensación de que ellos saben que ya la partida es casi misión imposible.
Sí, la partida está muy cuesta arriba para Rebels. Harían falta varios milagros para remontar este encuentro, y más cuando Flaque ha llegado el tercer objeto. No sé yo si esperarán el tercero de Suairo, porque sinceramente no lo necesitan. Es que quieren aquí robarle el campamento azul a Chico, pero lo que van a buscar es iniciar sobre él. Llega el ultimate de V, también el loca por parte de Marlon. Se incorpora Suairo con el pajarraco polaco. Y van a intentar acabar con Chico, que flashea para intentar escapar. Es buena la trampa. Destello de Suairo y se lleva la kill con los soldados, a pesar de que Gadget metía unas buenas cadenas de corrupción. Planta también la torreta Suairo, y es que a Chico ese campamento azul le ha costado la vida. Y veremos cómo defienden los rebeldes sin talilla la base. Juego en Raven, encuentra un buen flanco, va a buscar a Flaque. De este tira de vientura ganado también de destello, porque Raven puede pegar bastante. Se come la prisión glacial, buen iniciar por parte del tetón. Entra Marlon con la premura. De nuevo doble knockup. El combo con Iva es demencial. Heretics que van a cerrar la partida con solo obstinatos intentando acabar, pero aplastan ese cerebro verde contra el suelo y se llevan una kill más. Es un ace donde podrían acabar, pero es que no hay ni oleada mellado. Se va Iva a tanquearse las torres de Nexo. Suairo y Marlon quieren acabar por la calle superior, mientras Flaque y Blurzor empujan la oleada. Va a salir Chico en 5 segundos y cuidado con Ivo, que ha perdido mucha vida, pero parece que estamos ante el final de la partida.
Esto que va a ser la victoria para Heretics, que se van a quedar como líderes en solitario de la Superliga. El campeón del año pasado, que quiere volver a estar en lo más alto y lo está demostrando tras estas primeras 11 jornadas. Va a ser victoria.
When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I won! I did it! I won the LEC! Finally, after all of these years! If it wasn't for my Malzahar in Game 5, I wouldn't be here! But I am! And I won! So screw you to all the haters!
Don't want to work. I want to take the rest of my. To work, I wanna take the rest of my.
you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Or will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Welcome back to the LEC. Today is the final day of best of threes and the group stage, and we got two amazing matches being played today. So I want to give you a quick primer on them before we kick off the show. First up, Vitality versus SK Gaming. SK pulled off two incredible comebacks win yesterday.
Whoa, she's just being nice. Heretics gift wrapped them 2 wins yesterday.
Vitality are coming as the favorites.
Oh, Vitality, you're going to smash!
Okay, Andrew, do you want to do this?
Oh, no, sorry. It's your thing. No,
Okay,
take it.
thank
My
you.
bad.
Anyway, top lane is the matchup that I have my eyes on. Photon had looked incredible since joining the league this year, but Irrelevant led the league in solo kills for top laners during the best of one.
Top lane is a matchup restricted viewing for people under the age of 18. Photon's up there doing advanced particle physics, while Irrelevant is struggling to put 2 and 2 together. Surprise, it's the 4 other players in SK that won't come to save him. Photon's gonna kill him.
In-game.
In-game.
Well, the jungle matchup could also be interesting.
Oh, yeah, really? Well, you can't get away with anything versus Bo. Try to invade, Bo knows. Gonna get you. Gonna greed for a wave, Bo knows. Gonna stop you.
Whatever, Exaki and Dust have been dominating the competition.
Right, sure, yeah, sure. They want to hit level 2, Bo knows it's not gonna happen. Bo's gonna kill him!
In-game. Anyway, in our second series today, Mad Lions and the Miracle Australis, who were victorious yesterday over BDS. 1-1-3 looked fantastic during the first game yesterday.
1-1-3, gonna keep that up. EU's winning worlds, baby. Canyon, who? Look at this man. He's gonna get everywhere.
Calm down, please. Calm down. Anyway, the Mad Lions you can't get through the Mad Lions mid lane, especially Niski, who's looking like the perfect candidate for MVP. Mid lane will be an issue. And Astralis has been having the difficulties fighting against this, but I think Niski has been phenomenal laner, and Elioya likes to play around his lane, which is not the case for Dajon and 1-1-3.
I agree.
Alright, then bot lane, Hilisan continues to look fantastic with his new AD carry, a terrifying 2v2.
Yeah. You know why they call Hylissang the professor?
No.
Because he schools ya in lane. You want to know why they call Carzzy crazy?
Because he's crazy?
Oh, yeah. But he's also really good. And you know what they call Astralis' bot lane? Worse.
Oh, okay, wow. But Astralis always had the power of the miracles, the chance for upset, and this has been a breakout split for Finn especially.
Oh yeah, Finn's gonna style on the Mad Lions. You better fear the Gangplank pentagrams. Look at it, the magic, it's all over the place. His Gnar in teamfight, boom, slams you against wall. His pocket pick Kled. Oh, the Atom Trap on a rope.
SK Gaming versus Vitality.
A slaughter on the wrist.
In-game. Thank you. Mad Lions versus Astralis.
The angry, unhappy, irked, raffle displeased, frothing at the mouth, fuming, frenzied Lions versus Ass.
The LEC stop right now. You don't want to miss it. I'm out.
You better not stop watching. Don't you dare move. If you so much as squirm and you see, I'm watching you. I am watching you. Don't you even think about switching channels. Switch her out. I don't want to hear Pokemon.
Welcome back to the LEC for our final day of group stage. This is the final chance for Vitality, SK, Mad and Astralis, as only 2 teams today will advance to the lower bracket in the Winter Split playoffs. And it's my honor to host today with Jamada and Goldberg and to be finally get rid of this guy who was ruining the whole thing. How are you doing, boys?
I don't think he was doing that bad. He was right. He was kind of ruining
it.
And I feel better as well coming into today. Had a couple of mouthwash, brushed my teeth a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I feel better, especially after yesterday.
But amazing day yesterday, but now in the LEC we're trying to stay on the forefront of technical innovations. As we know, for the past few weeks, behind the scenes, we've been training Chat LEC to bring the power of AI to our analysis. Goldberg, I think you wanted to go through 1-1-3's jungle pathing, and I think now is as good of a time as ever to introduce Chat LEC to the public as it works with you to break down the play on the Telestrator. Okay, are we ready? Chat LEC.
Yes.
Start analysis.
Esports.
And let's get right into the game with that as well. So yeah, let's see if I don't have to press any buttons.
I'm alive.
Nice. Right. Anyways, so I really wanted to touch on the pathing yesterday from 113 because it was almost a cosplay of Malrang as well. You can see how he in the beginning is actually gonna clear his top side and move straight into top side right now. Yes, chat LEC, if you can highlight the ward as well right now, that would be great because he is spotted on vision.
Wow.
Thank you. This is where he get really creative. So as we forward the clip here as well. Yes, there's an emote. There's an emote. But as we forward the clip, he's going to clear the ward, and he's actually going to fake it a little bit now.
Yeah, now. And he wants to just go and get a little bit of information. Not entirely sure for now where Shio is. There is the ward on the Raptors, so just goes to go and see that the blue buff is there. And if we take a pause, he walks over the ward on the bottom side, Shio. And no, that's an emote. On the bottom side, Shio walks over the ward. So, yeah, he's going to go back towards the top side and threaten this for the top side now.
If we pause it here, chat, if you could chat. Yes. Thank you. You can see the wave state here is still very much favoring Finn in terms of the fact that Adam is pushing into him. So he needs Shio to bail him out, but Shio's nowhere around. So as we forward the clip now, if you could forward the clip. Yes, Shio's on bot. Yes. But if we forward the clip.
Oh no.
If we forward the clip.
Yes.
Why did it smile at us?
This is why we need humans.
And it's really good synergy setting up here between it. You can see that they actually acknowledge how the Kled works as well. They stack up the passive with the W from the Kled, and he dismounts as well. Yes, there's emotes. We don't care, okay? You're tricking all of Reddit right now. Move clip forward here, if we can just fast forward it.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Good
because
bot, good.
Shio comes in, he's going to trade 1-for-1, whatever. What's really curious and what's really impressive now from 1-3 is that when he resets, he's not going to go straight to bot side. If you can hover the camps on the blue side right now, you can see his blue side. If you pause it, chat.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. You can see the blue side camps are currently, I mean, yes, the opposite is also well, but that's not important. What's important is that he's going to move forward to the gank.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't really care about his camps right now because you can see if you take a pause on the clip right here, just very briefly, the lane state is terrible for Adam.
Yes.
No, that's the emote. Highlight the wave. No, that's
Error.
God's sake.
All right, just let it play out.
Yeah, so the minion is still, what he's trying to say is that the minion is still in a great position here, and then because of the position and Shio not being able to bail him out, you can see it, he's actually on the way on the minimap right now. No, not the emote. No, highlight the minimap. Highlight the minimap, I beg of you.
Error.
Oh my god.
Error.
Whatever. Okay, man.
Now you will see what happens when you listen to my superior plans.
This is what we have become.
I don't think chat LEC is quite ready
I think
yet.
we're ready to retire it.
We'll get through this a bit later. We have a first series on our hands. First series of the day is going to be Vitality versus SK Gaming. And when you think about SK Gaming yesterday, I think they didn't have quite the series we expected. A bit shaky against Team Heretics, especially.
It really felt like that from the early game. It was Heretics that was going to take the game. SK pretty much never had an early game where they were ahead in the 2-game series yesterday, and where they really came back was in the mid to late game.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like fundamentally Heretics played more of this series better than SK did. I felt like this was a series where it felt like Team Heretics were a little bit too lost on the map, and they overstepped one or too many times, and I think it's just the big important decisions Team Heretics got wrong, and SK, you can't not capitalize on those things.
Yeah, and I really agree, because I feel like with the matchup that, they had yesterday, we were expecting the bot lane to really just get ahead and blow it apart from there. That's not what happened. Like, look at this gold difference. Keep in mind that this was a 2-0 series, okay? It was a 2-0 series that SK won, but the gold difference at 14 is at a minus 1.3k deficit. That is usually the losing team.
And that's what I'm worried about coming into today, especially because when you have early games going like this, you can't afford any mistakes, especially against a team like Vitality.
No, 100%. I think like if you let a team like Vitality drive it away, they're the kind of team who's not going to slow the pace like Team Heretics did, but they want to play aggressive and they want to keep the ball moving.
Yeah, they absolutely will. We've heard it so many times, like from interviews from different players, where people will just say, Bo will be the driving factor, and he'll just say, go, 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 we want to take this fight. Yeah. And Vitality are the kind of players as well, they have that sort of like bite and venom in their play where they'll want to move forward with him too.
Totally. But before focusing on Vitality, let's hear from SK's mid laner Certus, who's standing by. Trouble, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lore and Certus. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you feeling after that 2-0 yesterday?
Feeling pretty confident, I would say. I mean, yesterday the 2 games. In the early game, it was a bit shaky, but I think in our mid game to late game, we played really well. And yeah, really looking forward to today against Vitality. And yeah, we are confident.
So your groups have looked a little bit similar like a regular season. First week, not very good in regular season. Second one, you stomped it. Same with the groups. What have you guys learned from your first week into groups going into the second one and you look that good?
I mean, the games against Koi, they were like really stomping us, I would say. And we had 1 week to fix our problems and look like what kind of mistakes we did. And yeah, going into the game yesterday, we felt like we fixed our problems, like in terms of scrims, and solved them. And yeah, also had good drafts. And yeah, we won in the end.
Okay, Swiffer. All right, talking of course about drafts and leadership and whatever goes on inside the game, there was a video that just aired about Marcoon, and he was talking, Swiffer was talking about how you and him share the shot calling. You technically set up the mood and he makes the moves. Can you tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, I mean, me and Marcoon, we are kind of the leaders in the team, I would say. I'm trying more like to be the emotional leader, bring good vibes and make everyone feel confident. And yeah, he's like trying to lead like the game. Obviously, he's a jungle main, so it's pretty good what he does so far, I would say. And yeah, we are like supporting each other and then also together the team.
Right, and when it comes to the matchup that you guys have to play today, last time you met Vitality was over on the first 3 weeks that you played. You beat them, and that's the only sort of back and forth that you've had with the team. How do you see them now in this best of 3 coming up?
I mean, we both bet Heretics in the group stage, and we both lost to Koi, and also did like a 1 week practice and watched our games yesterday. So I think they had a long time to practice after they lost. And yeah, so maybe they have some strategies, but I'm really confident in us. We had a warm-up game yesterday, best of 3 series, and yeah, hope we take them down today.
Okay, so since you had a warm-up official, as you said yesterday, how do you see your matchup into Perks?
I mean, Perks is a really good mid laner, especially like we have to be careful of their mid jungle. It's mostly mid jungle of them into like side lane. But we bet them once in regular season, and I think I can beat them.
Thank you very much, Sertus, and good luck on your series. Well, the sentiment is they beat them once, they can do it twice. Laure, back to you. Do you guys agree?
I think having a good warm-up is going to put you in the best circumstances and give you the confidence boost you need. But when it comes to facing off against Vitality today, which is a team that played completely different compared to the other teams, focusing on solo lanes and top lane especially, I don't know how this one's going to come.
Yeah, I mean, Photon's been the best top laner in the league so far. Perks has also proven that he's in the running for best mid laner. And Bo, of course, has had shaky game when he's been playing the Vi, but when he's more on the aggressive jungle champion as well, that's where they're super scary. Vitality, very topside focused here.
Yeah, very topside focused. And it's not even as if they like leave Neon and Kaiser on Island 24/7 either. They will go and cover the bottom side plays, but it is all about these solo lanes. And I feel like for a side like SK, who have been so bottom side focused around Marcoon, kind of just playing off what is usually positive lane states down there, it could get a little bit tricky to maneuver for SK.
Exactly, so cross map expected here, especially when you know that SK's bot lane is the strong point of the team. GB, as the bot lane expert, you would know.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like SK's bot lane with Exekick and Dust so far has been absolutely phenomenal in the regular season, but we've seen them struggle a bit. We saw it in the game against Team Heretics, but we've also seen it in terms of playing against the Kindred. And I think this was a good little warm-up game from them, rehearsal leading into Vitality, because Jankos was pretty much playing as Bo yesterday. He played the Kindred, went bot the entire time, and just won the bot lane solo for his team as well. I think it was a really good rehearsal.
Yeah, honestly, I think that Jankos, despite the series direction and how it went, had a really, really solid one. So for SK now, they've experienced that for the first day yesterday. They should have already done their prep for Vitality anyway, but they should now also be ready to take on a Vitality that are going to look to find these early plays on occasion.
So the stylistic is just very different from these two teams. Yeah. Vitality look the strongest on the top side of the map, and from the SK side, we can expect them to play through the bottom side because they should have the better bot lane from what we've seen so far.
And when we look at the bracket here, it's going to be really important because SK was playing an elimination game yesterday. They have a second elimination match today. If they lose, they're out. Today, there are no second chances, no mercy. just on only painful defeat or euphoric victory. And today is everything on the line as these teams battle to stay alive and remain in the fight for the Winter Split title. Let's find out who makes it to playoff.
Thank you so much, Law. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. I'm Quickshot, he's Dagda, and I'm hoping for a bloodbath between these two teams. But the truth is, I don't really know what to expect because Vitality didn't exactly deliver last week. And yesterday, SK, while they won the series, it wasn't the most confident. So who are the favorites?
Yeah, look, personally, I think people are sleeping on SK a little bit. I think SK, despite how they looked yesterday, is a bit uncharacteristic, but I think their bot lane smashed Vitality the last time they came up against each other.
SK are going to win.
I'm saying SK are there.
Give me a quick second. I've got Vitality fans here. What do you think about that? There are a lot of Vitality fans in the audience, and we're just about to jump into draft. And I'm hoping the songs and the cheers continue throughout absolutely everything. They are going ballistic.
I feel like I made a few enemies with this one, to be honest. But
flesh out for me. Why do you think SK come into the series with a little bit of a potential upside?
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the draft. I think it's going to be really important to see how this red side draft does go with champions like Elise, with the Ashe. I feel like when you look at the bot side for SK, they just have a bit more flexibility.
Right, now can they deliver? That is the question, because both of these teams are on the verge of elimination. Team Vitality will be starting on the blue side today with SK Gaming on the red side. So let's look at some of the champions. Expectations in draft, and who do you think will be targeted? I know that bottom lane is going to be a heavy priority.
Yeah, I think the big problem for me when I look across the Vitality is when you're over on the red side, I feel like Elise and Ashe have to be banned away. I think both these guys are going to be incredibly strong in it. I feel like Vitality have to always ban Caitlyn in this series regardless of what side they're on. So I think it just opens up opportunities for SK to be a little bit more flexible. We've seen Karma banned away against Vitality every single time because that's kind of a fix-all for the bottom side for Neon and Kaiser. So now you look at the Elise, now you look at the Ashe as well, and suddenly SK still have options like the Lucian Nami that they can play in bot line, the Zeri Lulu that they can go for as well, and even things like Irrelevance Jax are still going to be left up on the cards as well.
I mean, let's get this bot lane focus as well as the Ashe banned away. Lucian is removed from the pool. And now that Zeri is the one I'm looking at. Don't forget for the fact that Neon has also played 2 Sivir games. He's got that Xayah under his belt throughout the course of the Winter Split. And for SK, what will be this final ban? Maokai still open and available?
Elise. I think it should be the Elise here, and then chances are Photon will just take the Maokai off rip here. But actually going to be the Jace, okay? So maybe thinking, hey, look, at least we can get our hands on something here, but the Elise is going to be taken, and then I imagine you go over towards the Maokai yourself just to try and set up for still matching the AP jungler in mid, and then giving yourselves opportunity to look for these big team fights in the later stages.
Maokai's going to be an interesting one for me throughout the course of this best of 3 because Bo doesn't have any games on it this winter. And while he has played a few of them in other regions, it's definitely not the likes of that Kindred, the Graves, the carry-style champions. So Exakick will be locking in that Zeri. We'll be able to complement it with one of those enchanters. But I think for Exakick and DOS, these are the 2 players that truly have impressed this winter.
And I think we even got a bit of a call out there for the bot lane on Neon as well, saying, look, you're going to go towards the Varus, right? We've already read you, and I think it's a good call. Zeri, you're going to have the Lulu paired with it. Exakick and DOS look fantastic on it, and especially when you look at like the Ashe, the Lucian, the Caitlyn taken off the boards as well. I think you just set up Exakick now to be your big late game carry. And now with the Sylas in the mid lane, I'm a little bit more surprised at this. I thought we'd end up with something where you can go AD in the mid lane for perks, but with the Jace banned away, you're still setting up for an incredibly strong 2v2 that you can look to play through, and I think that's probably the secret sauce for Vitality if they hope to beat SK.
The thing that I'm very intrigued by is how Certus will be able to match up and try to contain perks. I think this is one of the lanes or one of the specific player matchups that can have a big influence.
And I think especially when you look at how Koi played against Certus as well, Larson taking over in the lane, using that influence then to move around the map, it was a big factor in why SK weren't able to get the ball rolling in game 1 versus Koi. And I think that's where we're probably going to be looking at Bo and Perks with this Elise, with this early aggressive play around Sylas being able to follow up to try and make Certus uncomfortable again and do exactly what Larson did in that first game as well.
And Perks is already ecstatic with the potential abilities that he can steal away for the fact that the Lulu, the Maokai, as well as that Zeri are locked in. In phase 2 of the draft, Kassadin finds himself in the ban pool. Definitely a champion that is rising in priority here during the course of our group stage. While another support pick, another bot laner is banned away, Kaiser's Nautilus, and now the final one will be Olaf as well.
Okay, so this says to me that you're probably looking at K'Sante for the top side. Photon's already played the Olaf in the top lane, so I imagine going for that K'Sante is where Relevant is thinking. Could also just default to something like a Gnar as well, which does struggle against the Olaf, but I think your options here are still fairly open for what you want to do on that top side. I imagine though we're going to look at like a Ryze or something along these lines for Certus in this mid lane, even the Azir still being left open. Just kind of go, hey look, I just want to push and not interact with you, and as long as I can keep Perks in check, it becomes a lot easier for Marcoon to kind of do his thing on the map without having Bo and Perks getting in his face.
I mean, when we look at this winter, Certus has also got the Talia played under his belt, something that can have the ability to move around the map and have that influence. But just as a sort of play style or champion pool, Certus has got a wide variety. His top 5, top 10 have got those control mages, he's got those assassins in the pool, and it will be Certus saving last pick into whatever the draft is. It'll be Jack's top.
And I think just hitting on wider champion pools, I think Irrelevant has done a really good job of widening his as well. Has been very strong in that top side, playing that weak side. The Jax has been something that has been consistently banned against him in the top lane, and now he's got his hands on it. You're going to have to see if Photon on this gangplank can have an answer to it. I think SK struggled a little bit the last time we saw the Jax there for Irrelevant, as they do rely on him to be that tanky frontline engaged style, but certainly this now gives Marcoon options to try and play around that top side if Exekick and DOS are just able to get control against Neon and Kaiser anyway.
And in terms of like comfort and experience, this is Photon's 3rd ever game on Gangplank. Both of his 2 previous attempts are losses, and Kaiser will find himself piloting Alistair. So zoom out a little bit. What do you think of this team composition? It's a slightly different look to most of what we've been seeing here in winter.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by Neon and Kaiser going for the Alistair in this bot side. You're kind of counterpicking yourself. One of the things Lulu can do is whimsy you as the Alistair as you go in, and you end up just headbutting the AD carry to safety. So I think the big one here is trying to get more presence from Bo down towards this bottom side once more, especially on the Elise. You have that early game pressure, and it looks like with Certus going for the Cassiopeia here, everything on Vitality wants to get into your face. Very, very short range composition. So Certus opting in towards the Cassiopeia. It's a great matchup against the Sylas, and as well gives you that peel that you really want for people like Exekick in this comp.
A lot of zone control as well when you consider the Maokai, the Cassiopeia, long range, relatively safe engage tools from the side of SK Gaming. But for Team Vitality, you really have to go all in. When you look at how they initiate those potential team fights, there's no super strong front line in that regard. Cannon Barrage or Chain of Corruption or bust.
Yeah, I think that's the combo, right? Is Cannon Barrage into allowing Alistair to close the distance to get that set up, and then Alistair with the Unbreakable Will becomes your front line. But I think you've got loads of tools here on SK to try and answer for that, with both the mid and jungle providing great peel tools, great opportunities for the Zeri to try and kite away. You've got good setup with the Lulu as well, that makes it very difficult for Vitality to play. So Vitality kind of need to get the ball rolling early and play for side lanes.
If SK play like they did yesterday during the laning phase, and they do not shore up some of those weaknesses, this could get scary very fast, because the combination of Elise plus Sylas, Elise plus GP can be devastating. Those Vitality fans are here looking to fan Vitality going to playoffs.
And it has to be on Bo, it has to be on Perks. They need to disrupt Marcoon in the same way we saw yesterday from Heretics, but it's a tall order. SK beat them in regular season. We'll have to see if now Vitality will get the revenge.
Waiting to finally hit the rift here for the final day of group stage. Team Vitality and SK Gaming, do or die. Let's load up. As we do once again find ourselves on a Summoner's Rift. I really, really like the focus that we talked about during the draft in terms of Bo, managing to have an impact, managing to get either Photon or Perks ahead. And I think once we do get to those later stages, the skirmishes and the team fights, when I look at the combination that SK have put together, I just see a simpler to execute draft, and that does give me a little bit of nerves.
Yeah, I think for SK, the big one for me is now starting to shift their focus a little bit more towards these early game objectives. When you actually look at SK, they haven't been highly focused on Rift Heralds or even Dragons. They're the lowest Rift Herald and Dragon percentage when you look at teams in groups at the moment. So I really want to see them with this composition, use the fact you should have pushed in mid. You've got great team fighting when you hit that level 6 to try and force objective fights in these stages where you can actually start to then draw Vitality into these Dragons, because one of the big weaknesses, and well, I won't say weaknesses, I think it's been a bit coin flippy honestly for Vitality, is they're willing to give up early objectives so they can play for towers and play for advantages elsewhere. So if SK aren't really putting that restraint on them, putting that timer on them by forcing early Dragons, Vitality will be happy to just play out the map.
And of course give that Gangplank as well as that Silas time to scale, time to pick up all the gold and items they're looking for. Little tidbit, this is the first time ever in the LEC that Vitality and SK have actually met in a best of series. And I mentioned it a moment ago that for SK Gaming yesterday, their early game was a struggle. They played Heretics, they were down 1,300 gold on average at that 14-minute mark. And against this composition, I want to see them improve on that. I want to see them avoid those early mistakes. Exakick and DOS pushing on the bottom lane, Certus pushing the middle. Actually, all 3 lanes for SK currently shoving into Vitality.
And I think this is a better solution for SK. When you touched on the goal difference we saw yesterday, I think a huge problem that we've seen for SK is they haven't been able to execute their game plan when it came into the best ofs. But Bo is hovering up towards this top side and maybe looking for Relevant already. He's spot on a ward.
He's got that flash available to him. Bo's going to try to thread the needle if he can. Starts to apply that red buff and chipping away. Minions now turning to help out. Cocoon connects. Venomous Bite as well. Counter-Strike available. Will land the stun. Bo goes forward. Leap Strike out. Irrelevant backed up by the army of minions. Now flashes. Photos looking for the parlay. The long-range engage from Marcoon. Ends up being a trade. It's 1-for-1 as the sapling is tossed into the bush. Mid lane Certus is already starting to roam. And those minions are still pushing towards the tower. Photon, the focus of Marcoon, another sapling thrown out. Barrack Balkeg is put down and Photon starts to burn. And it looks like Marcoon may just have enough damage. Goes forward once again. 2 kills to SK.
I mean, nice start for SK. The fact that you actually get Marcoon pathing top here to help Irrelevant shows a very different style. Engage on bot side though as Exakick will just hop over the wall. But one of the things is every time we've seen Marcoon on red side, pretty much in groups, he is started on bot top side, cleared his entire top side camps, and immediately gone to bot. So I think Vitality getting caught out a little bit by the fact that Marcoon was there. Bo trying to help out Photon, play for his top side, and ends up giving over 2 kills now to SK.
One to Irrelevant, as well as one to Marcoon. And this one started out pretty strongly. That ward just timed out as Bo stood onto it. But you have to expect that. You have to anticipate that.
I love what Irrelevant does here, though. He just plays in the minion wave. Like, that's a huge minion wave. And you can see Bo trying to stay in ranged for him so he can just keep chipping at him with the red buff, buying time for the Maokai to get up here. And Photon can't really do very much. You're level 2, you start a barrel, you don't really have a huge amount of damage to try and bring in here. So Irrelevant tries to get that last little bit of damage. Would have given him the level up as well, or sorry, the extra little bit of health there if he'd managed it. But Marcoon just follows Photon the whole time, trying to see if he can buy time for the TP in, but not able to do so. Bo back in top side though.
Right, no flashes available for anyone involved. Steps forward and the Cocoon goes wide. No connection. Once again, if you look at the minimap, Certus was making his way up top. Had that dive continued, Certus is already looking to respond, looking to react to the moves. And a very clear game plan here from Bo. Try to get this Gangplank ahead. 2 ganks already at 5 minutes.
The thing is, though, if you continue to focus on this top side, look, obviously 2 carries top lane, they're going to be super happy with it. But you also have to be aware, bot side, starting to win out in favor of Exakick and DOS, right? They have the range advantage and they're still trying to use it. Kaiser trying to engage.
There's a lot of damage coming out as all of a sudden Kaiser now is running for his life. Exakick able to turn that around. Both of SK's bot lane is around 50% HP, no consumables available to them, and Kaiser is playing very aggressive, very forward, not allowing any of that double-ranged duo to get chip damage or to maintain control of the lane.
And I like that he's gone for the Glacial Augment in this lane. It means that you can get the slow, set yourself up, but it also gives you access to the Hextech Flash. So even if Kaiser wants to burn Flash, get the Flash gone on DOS, you can set up for the repeat play on boss.
Well, we're trying to take the bait. I'm trying to set up a bait play. Photon was backed up by Bo, still standing in the bushes. Drops the power to kick down. Marcoon here as well. No teleport available for Certus. Looking to find the chain, gets it. DOS is making his way to this top lane as well. And Irrelevant has hit level 6 ahead of Photon. Marcoon's going forward. Oh, there's everybody getting involved. The leap strike forward, counter strike. Not going to be enough damage just yet. And the pulverize sets up Bo to take down Irrelevant. Now the next target is Marcoon, and DOS will not be able to save him. 2 quick kills to Vitality.
I mean, there's so many roams going on here. Junglers are top, supports are top, but Vitality are the ones that end up coming out on top. You get the engage coming through from SK, and Vitality turn it beautifully.
I mean, what an interesting start to this game. 6 minutes in, and everybody is getting involved in that top lane. We haven't seen anything else from the rest of the game because Bo and Marcoon are just trying as their will to get their top laners ahead.
Do you know how refreshing this is, though? When everything's been about bot lane, this game's all about top side right now, and it's a really nice job from Photon, right? Plays this incredibly slow, waits for the moment when Irrelevant goes in. Bo has so much damage early that as long as Bo is here to match against Marcoon, they're going to be able to come out on top. The fact that Kaiser's here as well, just the icing on the cake to provide that CC to set up the double kill for Bo.
Really nicely done. And as soon as we jump into it, I want to take a quick second to talk about Photon unless there is an engage in this bottom lane. Looks like we will be good. I mean, Photon is one of the unsung heroes of Vitality. If you take a look at some of his stats at the bottom in terms of kill participation, kill percentage, damage per minute, he leads the league for his role in all of those. He's second in his role for goal percentage, forward percentage, isolated time. He's one of the players that has just had an impact and had a significant performance all winter long. But you don't necessarily talk about it as much because of every other player on the squad.
And I think the big thing is because it's been so much of a bot lane focused meta, looking towards people like, you know, Neon and Kaiser haven't been doing so hot, he does have to try and carry, but...
Chain of Corruption onto Marcoon, and will get chunked down. 3 members of Vitality on the jungle side of SK, but Certus hasn't been able to make his way down just yet. And an easy kill, they get the dragon as well.
And this is why I want to see the Elise banned. Elise is so good at controlling the early state of the game, and it's been where SK have struggled the most. We saw them yesterday against Heretics, really not getting their footing underneath them in the early stages. They did bring it back in the mid game, but against a team like Vitality, I think they're going to have a much harder time trying to bring this game back, especially when you start to look at the ability for Perks to play in a side lane, Photon to play in a side lane, and try and punish SK before they can really get to that big team fight.
Well, right now, it's a 1,000 gold lead here for Vitality. Neon's left alone underneath the turret. 3 seconds, 2 seconds before the teleport is available for Photon. Hit goes in, surges up and just donates that kill with the help of the tower, as well as that cannon barrage. Easy reply back from Neon, and Bo is once again going top. But here comes Marcoon, thrown out the ulti, double root, but there's no damage. An easy kill once again.
I mean, 3 kills now for Bo. He is popping off in the top lane. Certus is too late to the roam. Photon should be able to crash this wave, and he'll back away. You're getting the kills on bot side. SK failed dive again like we saw yesterday.
I mean, that dive just looked horrendous as Photon is forced to flash into his jungle. Bo starts taking Twin Fang after Twin Fang, but there's support, there's resources, there's backup here from Vitality. They build up another 1,000 gold. It's 2k up before 10 minutes.
And a lot of that is on this jungler, right? So now Bo gets to have those opportunities to not only just play an advantage that you have as Elise, but you've got nearly 1,000 gold under your back pocket, and Certus is in trouble.
Oh, hijacks away, a petrifying gaze. Neither team able to find that stun. And Certus will now continue to slither to safety. Look, this has been a chaotic start to the game, and once again, another fight being set up in the top lane. I want to ask you, if this is obviously going to be playing here into Vitality's favor, how do they extend past this try to kill Irrelevant 100 times?
I mean, the big one is trying to use this Rift Tail to take down some of these side lane plates, and then you actually get opportunities to push inside with Photon, with Perks. But I think you've got to be careful, because a lot of the times with Kaiser, roaming, Exekick and DOS are actually getting plates on that bot side and starting to kind of even up the fact that even though you've got 2 kills onto the Varus, you've actually got a massive CX lead for Exekick and DOS to play through.
Yeah, that advantage already at 12 CS, but because of the kills, it's a benefit here to Neon. Photon will be pushing this lane. Marcoon's still waiting in the wings. DOS is also roaming to this top lane. So Photon this time round maybe at a numbers disadvantage. Marcoon's still standing around. You've got to consider the opportunity cost. They're looking to set themselves up an easy kill as the Wild Growth is thrown down and Photon is just chain CC'd to death.
But look at the bot side. You're getting completely pushed away. We're going in as Kaiser.
Kaiser! Exekick is trying to survive, but Bo finds the 4th of the game. Those tower plates you talked about starting to be balanced out.
And you've also got the Rift Herald here, so Vitality just get to take this bot lane turret if they want to. TP back from Perks to top side. I think Irrelevant wasn't expecting that, but I mean, this is Vitality now getting your win on top side and now rotating that to the bot lane as well.
This is a very intense pace that is being kept up. From the next minion wave, conga lining its way forward. The tower will be secured. All of the plates as well as that gold. It's 1,000 in the lead for Neon.
I mean, this is a really big win for Vitality because they kind of conditioned SK to continuously go towards that top side. The fact that Vitality end up showing up on bot side, catches Execute going well. Great flash predict from Kaiser as well to get the headbutt back out from underneath the tower. And I mean, Bo, we already talked about it. I mean, Mythic completed. He has so much damage on this Elise with that Night Harvester.
I mean, gigantic lead already. And I think in particular for Neon and Kaiser, I'm very happy to see how well they have played this game out. They were gifted a kill from Exekick, but in terms of the individual players, statistically, throughout the course of this season, it has looked like Exekick has had higher highs, and when they actually met during the regular season, it was a gigantic advantage to Exekick.
And I mean, that was kind of where SK were able to get their win. The fact that they were able to shut down Neon, provide Exekick with the resources, and then win out through the team fights. That's not what's happening this time around. Vitality are controlling the early stages of the game, and they're getting to play out how they like it. They're going on towards the top lane turret now. They can fall back for the dragon that's in 20 seconds as well if they'd like to, but this kind of Vitality way, screw the dragons. We want towers, we want gold.
I mean, the benefit here, Dector, is they actually got that first dragon. They've also got the towers, so they've so far taken every major objective that you would want to throughout the course of the game. The second dragon is up, just like you said, in 10 seconds. And the thing for Vitality is they cannot afford to make any mistakes in the mid game. The reason for that? SK are able to punish, and yesterday, that was how SK actually picked up the series win against Heretics. I don't think they were quite as far behind throughout the course of their games, but they've got that resolute, mental state. They don't give up, and with the champions they have, they can turn fights around.
And that's where I think looking at Marcoon now to try and use where the Maokai is now stronger is in these team fights. Exekick unfortunately doesn't have his Mythic completed though. That would have been fantastic to try and have set up right now because it might have given you a little bit of an edge. But when you look at everyone on Vitality, the first item is completed and they want to try and contest.
Cannon Barrage is available for Photon. He's sitting just south of the river now, joining his team. Perks, no TP, no ultimate. He's trying to follow Irrelevant down, but the Nature's Grasp fired out, and Kaiser's the one that tanks it. Irrelevant may not engage just yet. Here comes Perks from the mid lane, and the AoE is simply too much. Piercing arrow bursting out. Members of SK, and they're running for their lives. Counter-Strike will find a stun for now, and Irrelevant flashes to safety, but while they get the dragon, they may not be able to hold the tower. Wave clear is fired out there from Exekick, and with the minions cleared, it does survive for now.
The conga line is coming though. Next wave is here and everyone on SK has to reset. So this is going to be mid lane tower giving up. Even the TP to topside here for Certus to try and match something for SK on the map.
I mean, the amount of damage that came out from Neon's Varus, burning through the HP bars of SK, they simply could not stand and fight because they were melted before it began.
And I think this is where you can see how SK, if they want to try and close the gap, they don't actually have a huge amount of tools. It's just Marcoon, right? So in a situation where Vitality can kite back with barrels, with poke, they're in an okay shape. It's about trying to turn around Vitality overstepping.
Well, Vitality are the ones with 2 towers to their name, a 5,000 gold lead. And the fact that that second dragon was secured by SK will at least delay the potential soul. And now, with the map being a little bit more open, SK are trying to get at least one of these towers down to balance it out with that standing gold.
And also just get control over topside. Rift Herald is about to spawn in 30 seconds. They want to try and push in top wave so they can drift with Marcoon now into river to get vision. But Vitality, they're already here. They're ready for the play.
They are indeed. Marcoon will just about escape the chains from Perks. He's hit level 11. He's down a minor amount of CS hit from Certus, and I think these mid laners are now going to start to be significantly more impactful. But I think a lot of pressure on Certus on this Cassio. He has to put a bunch of damage out, use the miasma to limit some of the tools for Vitality to move forward, but the margin for error is so slim with the gold deficit they find themselves in, and it just feels like SK have been playing purely defensive this entire game.
And the thing is, with SK not having vision, it becomes very hard for them to actually contest this, right? Because they're coming in from multiple different angles. Look where Zeri is. You can't really get this Marcoon. Maybe hoping for a Miracle Steal with the sapling, but I mean, there's no way that Vitality are going to give this one up.
Both top laners have teleport available. It will be secured here. The Rift Herald drops, and SK fishing, maybe looking for an opportunistic kill. That ward that was placed earlier will at least spot Perks out, and the Nature's Grasp is a defensive one there, as it was hijacked. So easy secure on that second Rift Herald. And you can see SK waiting for a mistake, waiting for someone to be out of position, because they can't actually start it or go toe-to-toe.
But the waiting is the problem, right? Yeah. Like, you could have cross-mapped there. You could have gone, hey, you know, that's a nice juicy gangplank on the bot side. Maybe we could have made a play there, but instead, they invest all the resources to top side. They get nothing out of it. Gangplank gets the farm. You get another hero going over towards Vitality, and they're immediately going to go top side. They want to try and get this last outer turret down. Bo will be spot on that ward, though, and Certus will immediately back away.
Okay, in terms of what you understand and have watched from SK all winter long, this deficit, this game, feels like a significantly harder task to come back from. But if they were to do it, how and where?
So one of the things that SK have started to do, which is something that like G2 and Koi have done a lot, is they'll just overload one side of the map, which is actually what you're seeing them do right now, to try and catch someone who's overextended, and it looks like Perks is going to be that call, and might actually get him here, to be honest. Good pickup of the ultimate here in the Cassiopeia, might give him a chance to walk away from this though.
While this is happening, the rest of Vitality were grouping up towards the mid and bottom lane, starting to place those wards down. We're a minute until the next dragon spawns. So just like you were highlighting, Dagda, from SK's side, when there are the options or the ability to cross-map, they weren't necessarily taking advantage of them. Vitality absolutely are. And they've made it very clear. They want to set up, they want to challenge, and they want this next dragon.
Yeah, I think your best bet is to actually like try and move up into this top end of the map so you can make sure that there is a trade for the dragon. I don't think SK can really fight for this. You can even see Irrelevant just being completely pushed off of this bot tier 2. But if that's going to be the case, don't even fight for the dragon. Just try and push in this mid wave, which they're doing right now, and immediately collapse onto Certus in the top lane. Try and see if you can get 2 of these towers for yourself, or at least get something back, because you can see with the amount of vision Vitality have, it's nigh impossible for SK to contest. Certus even needs to reset with no mana before he can try and go for this fight.
Trying to shove that wave so much. His teleport just became available, while Perks used that to that mid lane tower. He's picked up the Zhonya's Hourglass. Medic was talking so much about that Roa level up timing and whether or not you can get it from 15 to 16. Level 12 on Perks. The dragon has just spawned, and no one from SK can really stand toe-to-toe. We'll be here just a little bit late, I feel. And where is Marcoon? He's going north towards that Baron Pit area. And again, SK will concede this one. Down 6,000 gold, 20 minutes into the game. And it is all Vitality thus far.
But again, what you really needed to be doing here was actually moving into this top side to try and get some vision set up, so then you can contest Baron with vision here and here. But the fact that, again, SK are kind of slow off the mark is meaning that they're not actually getting this cross-map play, getting anything back, so they can try and fight against SK and play around their vision. Exakick just taking poke as well means that he's going to have to back away, and Vitality just move from boss into top, continue to take over the map, and make it so difficult for SK to play.
I mean, spare a brief thought for the players on SK when you consider that this game has been absolutely breakneck pace. SK as an org has only played in 5 best of series since the LEC started, and I think the individual players, you have to respond. You have to figure out what's the game plan, what's the comms, how do we counter the punches that Vitality are throwing?
I mean, it's hard to when you're against a man like that on your screen, Perks, right? If you add up the entire career of SK, every single player across the board, the tenure they have in LEC only adds up to half the tenure that Perks has had in the LEC. This is a very new team, and Perks is putting them in their place right now.
And all that chaos is also impacting the decision-making. SK will lose yet another tower. That's the 4th one that has been taken from Vitality's side. They'll be able to advance that vision line a little bit into the red side jungle of SK. Remember that every single time Vitality are left unattended. I do appreciate how they are setting up their next few minutes of gameplay by pushing that ward line forward.
But what I'd like you to do is draw a circle around any vision that you see on this that is blue.
Yeah.
Because like it's just everywhere. Whereas when you look at red, it's very, very defensive. It's all stuck right in here. There's very few areas that can actually go and try and contest anything that's far forward. And it just sets up very well for Vitality to continue putting the pressure on and making sure that SK can't look for good ultimates from Certus, set up for good appeal for Zeri. It's so hard for them to try and push forward right now, and Vitality are playing this perfectly.
Okay, so for Vitality then, how do they continue this lead? And do you have high confidence that they can execute the team fights? It is still a 7,000 gold lead, but there are nuances to some of these 5v5s in the objective pits, and if a Petrifying Gaze, if that Nature's Grasp can be used in advantageous manner, there is still a lot of damage for SK to follow up, but they cannot obviously get caught themselves.
I think when you look at SK, it's about getting to a third item, right? I think if you can get around... Ooh, hang on, Perks.
Take a look here. Running Spark thrown out from Exekick, instantly replied from Perks, over the wall from Kaiser. Cocoon lands onto Certus. Now he's caught underneath that Cannon Barrage. And the Nature's Grasp used defensively, trying to find picks. But look at all of the ultimates blown, as well as the Cleanse and Flash from Exekick.
I mean, but look across at Vitality. Every ultimate is down. Multiple flashes are burnt as well. They are just as hurt. SK now need to get into this pit. Can Markoon with Flash make a miracle steal?
Find out as all of a sudden Irrelevant and Perks going toe-to-toe. Perks TP back into that tri-bush and Flash defensively. Powder kick into the arrows, and Perks chaining this forward. Neon will be able to secure the kill. The rest of SK are running for their lives. They use that Baron as bait and get another kill.
And again, Vitality just playing this well, making sure that SK are running into them blind so they can try and set up for good barrel chains, Neon with arrows. But even without the ultimates, you can see just how devastating Vitality are in this one. Vitality needed to get off to a good start, and they have absolutely destroyed SK's early game.
And it also creates interesting questions for the rest of the series. That top lane focus, the repeated ganks over and over and over, not something we've seen too much of in the course of the regular season. You can just see the amount of damage coming back. Unless SK jump in and find that kill, they cannot stand face to face.
I think you really need to get rid of this Elise for next game. I think a huge amount of the problems that we're seeing for SK is the fact that Markoon can't match up to the early game strength. Vitality got control over top side, and even the early leads meant nothing in boss.
Not at all, and Certus just using again that miasma to prevent any further engage. It's nearing that 10,000 gold limit, 2-3 items being secured on the side of Vitality, and 40 seconds until the next dragon is up. That vision line, once again, being set up before the dragon is started, before SK can get into a position to, push that mid lane or find any sort of priority. And the fact that Neon on this Varus is finding so much poke damage, hell, SK can't even get in range to fight.
And they're not going to. It looks like SK are just going to go, hey, look, we can't fight this. We're just going to cross map, see if we can go for this top tier 2. But the problem is Vitality don't actually have to fully commit to Dragon right now. Because Neon's got this poke Varus, he clears out mid-wave incredibly easily. They can then just send someone like or Perks even to down to this bot side to take up a Photon now.
Well, a lot of invested. Cannon Barrage comes out and Photon will be killed. Certus picks up the first of the game. And in a 5 versus 4, where do SK make their next move? They still have to be very, very cautious. A lot of long-range damage. And CC can come out. They started off the Baron. It's down to 7,000. Chain of Corruption starts to spread as the Hail of Arrows continues to chip away. Nature's Grasp thrown out from Markoon. He's inside the pit, but they're chipping away. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. As Vitality have forced the majority of the team out, and now Vitality are in the pit. The lightning crash comes down, and that goes golden, as all of a sudden Perks will not be stolen. It's stolen! Bo gets the Baron! Certus is trying to use those fangs on Kaiser, while Perks is taken out by Exekick. That is a lot of gold secured, but the Baron taken away by Vitality.
The only person who still has it though is Neon. Photon was still dead, so Neon, the sole Baron carrier, as SK now can push mid and move down towards the Dragon, net themselves a second one of the game. So yes, the steal was nice, but giving all those kills to SK is a big win for the SK side.
The thing is it going to be enough? Because SK are still significantly behind, and they are relying on Vitality to either overcommit, be a little bit out of position, because frankly speaking, they just cannot stand, in a straight up head-to-head.
I think the big one is when they complete the third item, but we'll have a look at this fight here. So one man down already. You look at where Kaiser was positioned here for when Marcoon threw out the ultimate, positioned really well to block Perks, but Exakick once more stepping up massively for the team. A huge amount of damage in the pit, gets on towards Perks. Irrelevant and Certus are doing a ton of damage on towards the Alistair, and yes, Neon is doing well in this game, but unfortunately he just doesn't have that consistent damage from this Poke Varus to go against someone like a Jax and a Cassiopeia.
They find the kills, they find the dragon. SK find another tower, and with only one member of Vitality still standing with that Baron buff, they're going to apply pressure in the top lane. Use that poke damage to chip away the members of SK, and Irrelevant with teleport available, level 15 under his belt, shoves the wave all the way to the inner turret. I will say that I do feel a little nervous here for Vitality. They haven't had the cleanest mid to late games throughout the course of winter, and SK have demonstrated they can win from behind. The damage is being put down as Certus steps forward. The petrifying gaze starts up Neon, and he's taken down. Kaiser will look to be the next target and finds a 4-man pulverize, preventing the further chase. The tower stands, the kill's secured, and SK are clawing back this deficit.
Vitality overstayed. They felt like they needed to force because Irrelevant was wailing away in that bot side turret, but now want to try and pick off someone, but SK aren't giving them that opportunity. Exakick, as I say, is...
Oh, the engage from Perks, and we'll at least get the flash from Exakick. He held on to that lightning crash. It's also level 16. The thing for Vitality, because they don't have that traditional tank or that traditional engage tool, they do have to be creative in how they force. They do have to look for those picks. And in that top lane tower engage, they were pushed back.
Well, you can see the combo for their engage, right? It's supposed to be Kaiser who sets it up, but the fact that he actually knocks Certus slightly away from the pulverize means that Certus stays up, Marcoon dodges with the twisted advance, and then they're just able to follow through. Perks was completely on the wrong side of the fight as well, trying to see if he could flank behind, but it's mistakes across the board, and there was no reason for Vitality to try and overstep. You had the poke from Photon, from Neon, but because they had no one matching Irrelevant to the bot side, they felt that pressure to try and make the play work.
3 items have been secured now for multiple members of SK. That gold difference down to 5,000, and when you get to the 30-minute mark, the majority of it is on Bo's Elise. So that's not going to have the most significant impact unless he's able to assassinate one player.
And this is where it becomes incredibly difficult for Vitality to try and assassinate anyone on SK side, because you look at Zhonya's on Irrelevant, Certus, you're going to have the safety net for Exakick in DOS as well. It's so hard for Vitality to now play out these fights because we've now hit that 3-item threshold, not even just withstanding the fact that Exakick has that Infinity Edge and is now pumping out damage.
Right now, SK Gaming waiting for the next objective. The fact that they're able to pick up those 2 dragons could be particularly valuable. There's 3 members of Vitality looking for Irrelevant. Gets caught by the cocoon, knocked up into the air, buys a few extra seconds with the hourglass. Nature's Grasp goes forward, and Irrelevant survives. He flashes to safety. Now Bo is the next target. He's being bursted down by Exakick. Perks is now stepping forward. He's hijacked the Nature's Grasp. Will be able to at least force SK back. Get themselves that flash from Irrelevance.
The problem was, though, Vitality committed both TPs to try and make that play work. The fact they don't get anything means they're just wasted summoner spells, and I like the idea for Vitality. Drop top wave, just play off of 2 lanes, see if you can make a pick, but they end up over-committing resources, and honestly, that's a win for SK.
And of course, SK, the player that's helped them pick up so many wins, is Exakick. He was temporarily a couple hundred gold ahead of Neon. He's got a significant CS lead because of how far back he's been pushed. But right now, Exakick is going to be one of the players to watch in these team fights. He's able to position and use that movement speed and mobility on the Zeri. He can burst down and take down the very squishy comp from Vitality.
I just think it's hilarious to see SK again kind of having these miracle holds. We saw it yesterday in their series, now against Vitality, who traditionally in the LEC have been one of the toughest teams to kill, if not the toughest team to just put in the dirt. And now SK are giving them a taste of their own medicine as they spread it around the map. 30 seconds till Dragon, though. That's where the big focus is. Irrelevant needs his TP up and available, and it's not quite there just yet. He wants that one so that he can put pressure top, but still create the numbers advantage they have an opportunity to create because that double TP was blown just a minute ago.
The thing that I absolutely love about the entirety of this game is it is playing to expectation. We anticipated high levels of action. We anticipated aggressive stances from both of these teams. And we also anticipated some slightly suboptimal decision-making.
I think the two things I didn't expect, though, was one, the Elise getting through, and two, the amount of presence towards topside, right? Like, the amount of this game that was defined by the fact you got this early pressure top that then bled in towards things like the Rift Herald, where Vitality were able to snowball those early leads. But now you can see when we get towards the later portion of the game that that team fighting that we talked about for SK is starting to come online. And I think partly, in fact, because Vitality haven't found a way to really push through their side lanes, play through this 1-3-1 as easily as they'd like, and SK kind of fought them every step of the way to make sure they can't as easily close out this game.
Help test my memory here. I have this feeling that Vitality as a team have had several moments throughout the course of winter where they're a little bit disconnected, a little bit disjointed in terms of their communication, in terms of their engages. Like that top inner turret fight, for example. 4 members go in and Perkz was a little bit further away. He wasn't able to be with the squad as they started. If those types of things happen this game against SK, it will be punished, and they cannot afford to not be on the same page together.
So I think the thing about Vitality has been they've been very good when it says turn, right? We want to go and fight, and then they're just able to hand stiff you essentially a lot of the time. And I think that's what Vitality are going to look at here as well, is saying, hey, we have the vision. Can we get the angles of attack? The poke coming through from Neon as well. Neon, though, separated mid. Topside is being pushed in by Irrelevant.
He's just got his teleport available right now. Tower secured. Neon is firing out those piercing arrows, and SK concede. They give up the dragon to hit that top tower, as well as some chip damage and the cannon barrage in the top inhibitor. So it all of a sudden feels like SK trying to unlock some side lane pressure. DOS forced to flash away from Perkz, and he will be a juicy, juicy target for the next objective fight. Baron is up, and both teams heading towards.
Yeah, I think the thing there was to try and use the double TP that you had available. Nearly you have Certus just TP onto a minion topside to keep it alive, so you could have got that inhibitor turn. But now you're stuck in the same conundrum as SK. Vitality have control over the Baron area, and SK have to try and move in blind.
How does SK find the kill? They are somewhat separated for now, starting to group up at that red buff, and neither team able to find a straggler to find that kill. The river is completely littered with Vitality wards. SK will want to try clear that out, and we're now on Baron watch. Which team will be able to create an opportunity to start it? And frankly, which team is going to look for that pick and throw absolutely everything in it? Because that has been the theme of this game.
But this is where I think the game is actually going to slow down a hell of a lot, right? Because when you look at where Vitality are set up, they don't really want to push into SK side of the map because, well, they're running into ultimates from Marcoon, from Certus, like any sort of lockup along those lines. And when you look across at SK, they don't actually have to contest River. They can just throw a sapling over the wall. Cool, Baron's still there. We don't have to worry about it and back away again. So it becomes this easy dance for SK as Bo will nearly get onto Marcoon, but you can see SK don't really feel the need to push out because, well, you've got a 3-item Jax on the side lane who's nearly level 18. Let him just do the job on sides.
Yeah, and right now, it will be Perkz looking to match. Level 17 teleports available for both players. Steps forward, the rest of the members all in that top half of the map. Now trying to just push that vision line forward. Vitality have the opportunity to start Baron, to force a play, force SK towards you, and Dagda, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, trying to get the TP out of from Irrelevant, I think, but already...
That's going so quick, that's going so incredibly quick. Nature's Grasp is thrown on inside the pit, and stolen! Marcoon manages to get the Baron! Now he's stuck with 4 members of Vitality, and he concedes his life. But the Baron is secured by SK Gaming.
Perkz TP'd in. Irrelevant is still on the bot side. He's going to be able to get the towers. SK, they want to try and get as much as possible out of this play.
They're trying to push it. The tower is secured there by Irrelevant. Now he's trying to group up with the rest of his team. 3 members in the mid lane. While Photon as well as Bo were inside the base. Marcoon steals the Baron.
I don't know why Vitality tried to hard commit to the play though. You didn't need to try and force the Baron. You wanted to try and get a TP from Irrelevant. So then it makes it a little bit easier for you to actually play off your vision in this top side. But they just pull the trigger. Perkz even TPing in early, and great steal from Marcoon means that SK now have control of this game.
Okay, 35 minutes in, we're 3 or 4 items. I want to talk about scaling and team compositions, but this was just Vitality fully committing to the Baron, burning it down so quickly. And in the burger flip, Marcoon comes out on top.
And I mean, you know this is about to happen, right? Because we already said SK, they have a great position here to actually go for these. So fantastic steal from Marcoon, and the rest of SK, they just need to run away. They don't, as long as you keep hold of these Baron buffs, you're in great shape. The fact Perks even TPs in ahead of Irrelevant, expecting SK to try and fight that, means that you just get that bot lane tower for free as well. And now you have such a good position for SK to try and push in these waves to make sure that Vitality can't look for that dragon that's in 1:20.
And with that 1:20 until the next potential fight, do you think that the composition for SK is going to be enough to stand up to Vitality? Who do you favor in the 3-4 item space? As Photon will get that powder keg onto Certus and continue to step forward. Third one will not connect. So yeah, scaling, and where do you lean towards with the current itemization?
It definitely comes down to execution. I mean, Photon, absolutely massive, as you can see already with the items that he has. He's going to be in a good spot to be the big carry, but if it just comes down to raw DPS, it's going to be Exakick and Certus who are able to find those fights. So if Photon bursts out multiple members, fantastic, Vitality can follow up, but in a drawn-out fight, SK are favored.
I'm going to keep my eyes on those powder kegs, as it's SK starting a fight. Nature's Growth is out. Marcoon is headbutted away. Cannon Barrage trying to split up Exakick, who eats a gigantic barrel, and multiple members of Vitality forced away by Irrelevant. The zap from Exakick picks up a kill onto the support and the engage, followed up from the Cocoon. Surges is in a little bit of trouble, but the backup is there. They force Perks out. They force Neon away, and Perks dives into 4. The heal is gigantic, but it's Exakick that finds yet another kill, and Perks is dropped for a triple to Exa and SK.
The extended fight goes to SK. Photon couldn't get in a position for the barrels, and SK find it. And they don't even care about the dragon. They're going for the end quick shot.
2 members of Vitality alive. Neon and Photon standing against 5 members of SK. Have they done it once again? Have SK bounced back from a gigantic deficit in the early game? And it looks like it. The final pressure as Baron has now timed out.
There's no Baron. As you say, Photon can clear these waves and SK are too low. They have to find something here.
Well, the Nexus turret has now been taken out. Irrelevant is dropped as well. SK on the retreat, 20 seconds before Perks is up, and he's got that teleport available. The piercing arrow will not find a target, and Certus does have the petrifying gaze. They get the inhibitor, they get the Nexus turret, and they're going to look for the dragon. And once again, we will reset and look for another fight.
I don't know if we get to reset here. SK don't have the damage to try and burst this down. Vitality are moving in. TP for Perks, TP for Photon. They're already in mid lane. SK need to get out of here.
The dragon is secured. Perks completes the teleport. Looking to chase. Cannon Barrage is dropped as well. But SK do it. They've been able to pick up the objectives, and still in a gold deficit, they are now in a position where they can take control of the Rift.
I mean, look, gold deficits are just SK's win condition apparently, because that's every game that they've managed to win. But for SK, they need to try and keep this up. This is where you need to get Irrelevant in towards top side. Use the rest of your squad to push in towards mid and try and keep Vitality at bay. The fact that you have that bot inhibitor down is fantastic, but as we've already seen, Vitality are perfectly happy to just clear waves with Perks, clear waves with Photon and side lanes. So this isn't SK firmly putting a stranglehold on Vitality, but they are off to a good start.
I mean, the fact that the very next dragon secures the soul, and you have to be explicit about it. You have to address the fact that Vitality's team composition was always going to be challenging to execute. And we've seen so many games this winter go to those late game team fights, scaling, setting up those 5v5s. I mean, tank tops are more and more prevalent. And for Vitality, the fact that they could not find those cheeky engages, they could not successfully tower dive the inner turrets, is what has given SK the time to come back into the game. And you have to highlight Certus, 304 on that Casio. DOS, 009 on the Lulu, doing so much work to set up and compete in the team fights.
Also, Exakick just full build now. He's going to be so incredibly strong when he gets into these team fights. The extra shield as well going to make it very hard to burst him out. For people like Photon, the change that we saw to Bloodthirster, they're going to have a big impact.
That's all of a sudden Vitality on the defensive. Bo gets jumped on with an Nature's Grasp, and Certus throws out the petrifying gaze, but it's dodged by so many. Cannon Barrage rattling across. SK, Exakick finds a kill onto Bo, but Neon is dropped as well. The zap goes out, it's gigantic! SK have done it! SK have got the numbers advantage, they've got the kills to their name, and despite the fact that Photon gets one back. It's SK with the gigantic advantage.
This needs to be the biggest barrel of Photon's life, but I just don't see an opportunity for him. Already you can see Marcoon looking to zone away, making sure that he can't do any damage to this minion wave as it starts to move forward.
Starting to be hammered away. The next inhibitor with turret will be taken out. The super minions will need some time. Look at the minimap in that bottom lane. These last minions can be cleared out quickly by Photon if he can get the barrels down. But the first one is dropped. He manages to at least drop this, and several of them. And underneath the turrets will now use that GA. Starts to resurrect. The next turret's dropped. SK have done it. SK will take down Vitality in game 1.
The first seed from the regular split will fall to SK in game number 1. Wasn't the best of starts for SK, but apparently that doesn't matter to them. Another win from a huge deficit for SK.
What a turnaround. What a game. And what an interesting start to the series. That Elise had so much influence and impact in the early game, but it did not manage to scale. It didn't manage to match what Maokai was doing once we got to those late game fights.
And I think that was kind of the composition that we saw coming through from Vitality, right? You're looking at a Silas, you're looking at a GP. This is a comp that can work well if you can get control over side lanes, play smartly through your 1-3-1. But if you're just going to go and fight against SK every opportunity you get, they're going to be able to play through the stronger team fight once they cross that 3-item threshold.
Now, the next question is, what do Vitality do as a reply? They will have side selection in the next game. I think compositionally is going to be a question that needs to be answered. But the next one as well is, how do they execute against SK? SK have shown a depth, a wealth of comfort and experience in these situations. They are going to have the momentum of both yesterday and this game.
But don't forget, Vitality chose blue side. This was Vitality's choice, right? So in theory, they thought, oh, well, we got everything we wanted. I mean, yes, you got to go for blind pick for Photon on the top side, but even that was a counter pick. So these are a lot of questions where Vitality kind of got everything they could have hoped for here, and you've actually got to go back to the drawing board completely. You need to start from scratch. You need something that can actually fight in these team fights against SK.
Both of these teams have got a slightly messy approach to their games. We've heard a lot of people behind the scenes favoring SK in terms of how they've played, how they're performing in scrims. But the thing is, so many of these fights could also have gone Vitality's way. So we will find out in just a moment as we head towards the desk. Let's listen to SK's voice comms from that final team fight.
But GP spot. Look, we can fight here. GP bot. We can fight here. Look on the Elise.
Silas is kind of
Yeah, look on Elise. Look on Elise. I like this. Elise. Flash. On me.
I'm far.
I'm one shot.
I can ult you.
Go on Elise. I need ult. We win. Alisa. We kill Varus. We win.
Aha, no polymorph. Go in. Okay, I'm dead.
Go ahead.
Does JP have flash?
And welcome back to this side of the studio after SK Gaming take game 1 here as we just heard the voice come. And I see
that's too calm. That's the comms? That was the comms in the game when they come back. I'm dead.
No, but
Can we kill him?
I have
Yeah,
to
let's kill
respect the
Lulu.
approach of a team who was the underdog here and who shows up calm and collected, and specifically in a moment like this.
They're a team
I
of
love
very
it.
few words. Like, actually just no wasted comms whatsoever. Just who we're jumping on and whatnot. And just, again, an insane situation where SK manifest yet another comeback victory.
No.
What do we say when SK wins a game like this?
They can't keep getting away with it.
Thank you.
They can't keep getting away with it. And I said it all the time in the green room as well. Because, like,
Jesse,
let him They were so much gold down. How does that happen once again? And like bot lane as well, dying 2v2, like the game falling apart on the top side. I understand what they're going for, but Vitality, despite getting outscaled, had every single combination they needed from when they got the game going for them to continue steamrolling.
I mean, they had, and especially SK in their approach, they can't keep on getting away with this, but they're really good at capitalizing on other teams' mistakes here.
Right.
And the clock was playing with them, as you said, when you think of the scaling of this track.
Yeah. Pick some scaling, and if the enemy team can't close, you're going to be very happy. Here, of course, just a wacky situation where the initial pick happens down onto Photon, and then Vitality walk into the 4v5, right? Like, you get the steal away, but I can't help but feel that Vitality could have decided to go for the steal and not all in the 4v5.
I think it's a difficult position for them. We've seen them slipper in the communication, especially in the late game. It's why every Vitality in group stage has looked as it looked right here. Look at this right here, okay? Like, that is 8K. That is 8K gold lead that you are close to 9K that we've thrown. That has to be one of the biggest throw we've seen this season.
And where did it start? Where did this throw start? Enter?
I mean, it started. The throw didn't necessarily start with them missing out on an early Drake, but I can't help but feel that
really
they didn't prioritize the second Drake of the game at all. Allowed SK to get set up over it, and then when you have Maokai, very good at zoning away from objectives, I think we actually show that as well, because the fact of the matter is, when you give up that second Drake, when you're snowballing so hard, it doesn't allow you to play for Seoul nearly as quickly.
Yeah, and what's really important here is the context of the circumstances of the game. Vitality in this moment in time is 4K gold ahead. There should not be a situation where you're setting up for second Drake where you're not the team that's first on that objective. So that's a huge slip up from Vitality.
And then where the throw is really cemented is the Baron fight that we just saw. Like, we just saw that replay, right? Because immediately after that happens, the fourth Drake of the game spawns, which SK, surprise, go on to secure for themselves. That puts the teams at 2-2 in overall Drakes. But if you remove the Drake that SK get, because Vitality are just asleep at the wheel, and then you don't have Photon getting picked and giving up that Baron, they're just getting Soul at a very fast time, and it makes it so much harder for the scaling elements to surpass the early game comp from Vitality.
Agreed.
Yeah, well, let's look at the draft maybe here to see how each team ended up here, because when you look at on the side of SK especially, you know that coming into the late game, you're going to have this Seri, you're going to have this Cassio, but as you said, you especially have Marcoon, who's here not to enable the team, but rather than disengage what Vitality is trying to throw at them.
Listen, in this game, already quite early, we were debating, oh, let's see what SK will do on blue side, because then maybe they can get the Elise, because Bo on the Elise was so crucial. Dak, they even on the mid-cast was talking about, all right, let's start looking at the next game for the next drop, because that felt like that was where the first point had to come through. The early game that Vitality was able to get ahead of themselves, the early movement from Alistar as well with Kai'Sa on it was really solid.
Yeah, it absolutely was. But at the same time, like, I think we were sort of looking at this draft and we were a little shocked to see a lot of the early top lane focus, especially because, like, the last pick, Alistar, sort of comes in, right? And, like, you have the option when the Alistar gets locked in, maybe put another range support, buy it, play for the early priority, play for the Elise level 3 turret dive on bot lane. That is a proven formula here in the LEC so far, but they don't elect to go for that, instead playing towards the Gangplank lane to try and set up Photon.
I think it was really smart they banned the Nautilus on 2, especially when they have that Seri, because if you do go to the late game, albeit they probably hope that they were a bit closer rather than how far behind they actually felt, they felt confident because there's barely any lockdown on the Seri, and Alistar is really easy to play around when you play this champion. So not only did they have a good scaling aspect, it was also really difficult for Vitality's composition to lock extra kick down once we got to a late game, which once again brings it back to you had to finish that game when you had the big gold lead.
Yeah, no options against Zeri, but again, I think Vitality had the right start and the expected start maybe with the top lane focused action here. Marcoon being able to track Bo also was beautifully done, but it was not enough, especially when you think that there was some mechanical mistakes on the side of SK, and this especially.
The problem is, first of all, Irrelevant is sitting here just getting autoed at range by at least over and over. Like, he's trying to like maybe bait time, wait cooldowns on the E, because he does do a lot of damage, but of course Bo is able to dodge away from the counter-strike, which is huge.
Yeah, so my take initially is he's trying to play around the wave, he's trying to play around the cocoon because he can do that. The big mistake is when he actually gets stunned, because that's where you take too much. But this game was so interesting to watch because it felt like every single team realized that it had to be up towards the top lane.
Absolutely, and we saw this in this next play because both supports on the reset here immediately channel up towards top lane. Actually, DOS initially doesn't quite do that. You can see Bo setting up the lane gate on top side, Marcoon also expecting something, so they called the supports up towards the top lane. Both teams have the exact same idea.
And it's just something we haven't seen in a long time because of the 2v2 meta we have in bot lane. We don't really see the early roam. So much is about finding that scaling and getting the plates in the early game. But in this game, both teams just acknowledged that I want to play topside was Vitality getting aggressive, and then SK who's like, right, we need to bandage it.
Because whichever side jumps the gun first, I think, loses this 3v3 on the top side, because you're immediately closer to the enemy support, right? It had the Elise gone early, all of a sudden DOS is there and shutting it down, so it really did sort of snowball out of that, and should have fallen apart for SK, but the game was delayed long enough that they came online.
They're insane late game, whatever.
And I'm just wondering now, what do you expect on the side of Vitality? Because they had it, they had the right approach, but it came down on mechanical misplays here. And can SK close it out and move on to the best of 5 playoffs? We will see that after the break, as we will be right back for Game 2. Stay tuned.
Lars, can you do something stupid? So, nothing for the mic check. Please play my game now. Lars, can you do something stupid for the mic check?
Bro, I just spilled Red Bull on my pants.
Let's go!
Really?
He did something.
Flashes, Photon's looking for the parlay. The long-range engage from Marcoon.
But look at the bot side. You're getting completely pushed away. We're going in as Kaiser.
Kaiser, exit kick and trying to survive, but Bo finds the fourth of the game. Welcome back to the Caster Desk as we are moments away from Game 2 of Vitality versus SK Gaming. And once again, SK demonstrate a resilience and an ability to bounce back from an early game deficit. To be frank, SK's early games suck. But I do think it is crucial to remember that Vitality's team composition was always going to be more challenging, more difficult to execute in the later stages of the game. And unfortunately for them, they didn't manage to find those picks, find those kills that would unlock more towers.
Which is surprising, because I think Vitality have actually been really good at generally playing the map. But when we actually look at the way they played that mid game, it was really messy. I could understand why they were trying to force things so heavily, because it was like, okay, well, eventually Jax is going to be able to just like chip away bit by bit at Gangplank's tower. He'll be able to get control there. When you look at the way that the rest of the map is set up as well, Cassiopeia going to come online. Zeri going to be massive when she gets that Infinity Edge. So you definitely, with the Sylas and the Elise, feel pressure to try and have this big mid game, but just that overextension and topside, trying to commit for the tier 2 tower, gave SK the time they needed to right the ship and get to that 3-item Paraspike.
The thing that I'm seeing in SK's multiple group stage games is a unwavering confidence and stability. And I think you have to give them credit for how well they do play defensively, how well they play when they are in a deficit. And now this time around, can they, once again, look to improve their early game? And for Vitality, I personally would like to see a slightly simpler to execute team composition. Keep it simple, and then whatever the next word is. And now in terms of draft, it's the Sejuani Maokai, Lucian banned away, as well as the Karma Nash.
I think you have to ban the Elise here, just because, yes, you can go for the Jace ban again here for SK Gaming, but I think it'd be a bit of a mistake to get Bo that across and then not really have a decent answer in either the Vi or the Wukong that are probably going to be the next big picks, especially the Vi for Bo has been a very, very standout pick. Although, with Zeri being taken away for Neon here, Marcoon could actually just eye up the Vi for himself. It's a really good pick into the Zeri, good early game control, and Irrelevant already hovering the Jax. Had a great performance on it last game, and Photon didn't really look like he had an answer to it.
No, he didn't. And I think for Neon, now a little bit more pressure to stand up and to deliver. This will be his first Zeri game of winter, and Exakick instantly locks in the Draven. When I take a look at his total games played, 5 of them, and he has won 3. And Marcoon will deny the Vi. He's picked up the Vi. Now we've got Karthus in the jungle, I assume.
Yeah, gonna have perks. Piloting the Tristana, you got the carts in the jungle. So again, we've kind of seen whenever Vitality's backs are against the wall, they've defaulted back towards farming junglers for Bo, so he can step up and be a carry. But you kind of traditionally expect it to be with something where, okay, I don't have to try and play for my lanes, but Zeri up against Draven, Neon and Kaiser are going to need help in this bottom side, and the triple threat with this buy for SK is going to be incredibly strong. So I think you're looking at these more engage-oriented supports now, things like the Nautilus, these kind of things to go into this bottom side and try and set up Exakick for success for SK.
That Tristana in the middle lane. Blind picking that as well. I'm presuming that's how it's going to play.
It didn't go great last time, to be perfectly honest.
It did not, and that's the thing I'm intrigued to see. Also, picking it blind when you know you're going to be running into that Draven, into the Vi. I think the fact the rocket jump can at least pull the Vi closer to you, assuming Marcoon decides to prioritize him or focus him. But I do think it's also important to remember, can control the wave, can obviously push very hard, buy some time for Bo to farm up on that Karthus.
The big thing though for Vitality is you now need a front line. It's not like you're going to run the Kindred, it's like you need both your support and your top laner to be quite tanky. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Photon go towards something like a Sion here. Yes, you basically give run of the top lane over towards Irrelevant, but having this strong front line is so damn important for Vitality to make this composition work. But again, Karthus not exactly a jungler that likes having lanes that are going to be losing, so bot lane already gone, seeding topside as well. It does open up Marcoon to take over a lot of this map in the early stages.
Let's take a look at this phase 2 bans. Gragas and Gangplank taken away from SK, and 2 more supports in the form of Soraka and Renata removed for Vitality. The Renata's an interesting one to me as well when you consider that's obviously a more reactive counter-attack style of support champion. So it signals to me Vitality are going to look to lock in 2 more champions that want to step forward, jump into your face with the Zeri as well as that Tristana. And I do have to start thinking and looking at how these comps are going to play out. So Ahri is now locked in. And give me a second to look through all the previous games here for Certus.
Yeah, the big thing for Ahri here is more so just having control over this mid lane, where not so much in you should be able to get a ton of push, but keeping yourself safe, being able to use that Spirit Rush to avoid the all-in the perks are going to be going for a lot. And again, just kind of give over that bit of control to make sure that you're then able to set up in the later portion of the game. Also giving a ton of extra help towards what's already a very dive-heavy composition for SK, with Vi, Jax, and Ahri all being able to lend themselves into getting onto the back backline, which at the moment is already incredibly vulnerable. But with the Cassandra and the Leona, that two big, beefy frontliners we're looking for, does lend itself to Vitality with a strong team fight.
So very, very clear indication of what Vitality want to do this game. Start fights, go forward, and crush SK. In terms of the response, you also have a number of champions that want to be on the front foot, another potential bloodbath on the horizon, as DOS will lock in that Rakan. So just a quick update here, quick stat for Certus. He's only played 2 games ever on Ahri, won 1, lost 1. How the hell do you interpret these compositions?
I mean, for SK, it's I'm going forward. Whatever happens, happens. We will let someone else take the wheel, because I don't know what the hell else you're supposed to do if you fall behind on this composition, especially when you look at the bottom 4 on the map. But when you look across the Vitality, they're more so a case of, okay, if we can bypass what is the 2-item spike, the 1-item spike, honestly, for Exakick on SK side, then you can actually look towards that late game scaling with a double AD carry composition, 2 big beefy frontliners, and that massive amount of AP damage the Karthus can bring to the table as well.
Do you think it's fair to say that there's more scaling or more late game options on the side of Vitality here?
Yeah, it's not even close. It's so heavily that if you get to late game, Vitality win. If SK get off the bat early and demolish with Draven, they win. That's it. That's the win cons.
Remind me, what does SK Gaming look like in the laning phase in the early game?
I don't want to. That's just, look, you're going to take all the excitement out of it if you do that.
There has to be some expectations. There has to be some challenges. And for SK, I think then even more pressure on the side of Markoon, or frankly speaking, even these Slaners, because there are tools to look for individual kills just within the respective kits. If Certus can sneak a charm onto that Tristana from Perks, there is enough burst damage once he hits 6 to look for the all-in.
Yeah, I think a huge amount of it, though, for Markoon is, again, playing around Exakick and DOS. It's worked before. It's the winning formula. Can it win them this series here?
Can it win them the series? That is the question. SK Gaming, one of the big surprises of winter, just consistently being a thorn in the side of anyone who was expected to win. And all the cheering and chanting here in Berlin is from the Vitality fans who are hoping that they can take us to game 3.
And this would be so disappointing for Vitality if they couldn't. They'll have to see those DOS trying to move in, get vision down, but just absorb the stun from Kaiser to get that vision.
Charm will not connect, and Perks and Neon at least threatening stepping forward. While that is going on, Photon and Bo inside the river. They were staring down Irrelevant. And those little skittles in the late wastes should be able to get some chip damage secured. So I think, Dagda, let's look at the junglers, where they're starting. Do you think that Markoon will have a sort of somewhat predictable or easier lane to set up a play for?
Oh, definitely. I mean, you've got decent control over top side. Exakick and DOS should have control over bot. The only downside to opting into the Rakan, into the Leona, is that Leona can do quite a bit of work against the Rakan in the early stages, but when you've got the Draven involved, that kind of changes the dynamic here, where you should be able to go far more aggressive here, and if you catch on to Neon, try and look to burst them out, especially with Markoon, I imagine maybe level 4, level 5, trying to move down into this bot side and get that big win for Exakick.
Especially to try cash in on those Draven stacks. In the previous game, Kaiser and Neon were playing very forward. We're playing very aggressive with that Alistar support. A little bit more challenging until Leona's got the full kit available to her. And as expected, early laning here, Perks is going to be shoving all the way into Certus. And the other 2 lanes for SK doing the opposites.
And I think a huge amount of this game does rely on Perks here. He is the guy who has the definitive winning lane. He's the one that can push in against Certus. He's the one who can start to run them around the map. And especially for a guy who missed out on playoffs last bit, this has to be the moment that Vitality step up. This is the roster that everyone is expecting to have them pop off with, but they have to do it here now, 1 loss away from being knocked out.
Also, against SK, who did take them down during the regular season, Vitality started off so incredibly strong, and then started to get a little bit more, I think inconsistent might be the word I'm going to look for towards the end of the regular season. SK, on the other hand, started to ramp up, started to scale, and I think you've always got to remember, this Karthus will have a gigantic ability to impact the map with that Requiem. When you consider the damage that can come out from every single one of those lanes, and he's already making his way down to this bottom lane. Kaiser level 2. Zenith Blade looking for a target. Will connect onto DOS, rooted in place, and will dance his way to safety. Those lay waste chipping out Exekick and DOS.
I mean, yes, he gets some damage down, but it's not really anything to write home about. Got the pop that's going to go for Exekick. He'll be able to get back on track. And Marcoon is actually the one that's going to farm his way through this topside scuttle as well, even putting pressure onto Photon in the top end. So not really much gained there, but Bo should be able to get bottom crab and reset.
All right, here comes Marcoon. Has the potential to jump onto Photon, but there is a lot of minions available. Need to make sure they get that damage down quickly enough before the army turns it back. Charges up the Q, the blows are dented, the flash is there to secure first blood for SK Gaming.
And the wave was just in a terrible spot for Photon. He needed to crash the wave, but with his jungler showing on bot side, Marcoon immediately goes in onto the top end of the map. So nice job by SK, and Marcoon once more to get this bot side going in their favor.
2 games in a row where the top is the absolute focus. First gank from Marcoon works out. Had to commit the flash for it, but that is huge because Irrelevance Jax had a significant impact on game number 1. Was able to stay relevant in the team fights and also be able to push those side lanes, buying some time for SK.
And this is just difficult for Photon. Like, you need to get this wave crashed, or it's very easy for Relevant to clean out some of these low health minions, set up a freeze, reset, and it just, then you're in a terrible spot as Photon, but unfortunately wasn't able to get the crash, and blowing his flash as well is going to leave him even more vulnerable on this top side.
You saw Marcoon showing his face in the river there towards the bottom lane. Potentially looking at Neon and Kaiser, who are pushing that wave very far forward, but I think Bo set up a number of wards, so vision was available to them, and Photon trading aggressively there in the top lane. So even CS numbers across the board. 5 minutes in, it's SK with a small advantage, and DOS will get caught out by that Shield of Daybreak. The Zenith Blade throws Kaiser forward. He's already used that Ignite, and DOS holding on to all sums, so they will be able to just back away. Potential for more, but Vitality not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, a bit of a risky back-end spot for DOS will walk away, but you're going to get the reset here anyway. They'd already crashed that wave, so at the moment with the Relevant, even holding off on that reset until now as well, he's going to be able to make his way back to top, and this is where you'll start to see SK putting more of the hurt down, right? You've got the Noon Quiver for Exekick. Irrelevant's going to be able to pick up that Sheen. These quick trades are going to go more in favor of the Jax, and at least Marcoon will be spotted out in this ward, so Photon will know to stay safe at the moment, but this is definitely not the start you wanted for Vitality.
I mean, this might be the best 6 minutes of early game that I've seen from SK in weeks. Managed to find that kill. They're going even in their respective lanes. And Photon will be able to get some backup in a moment or two. If you look at the minimap, Bo as well as Kaiser making their way north. Perks as well inside the river. So top lane is the focus. Top lane is where the action is going to continue.
Immediately, though, the ward spots them out. Even the fail over the wall for Kaiser, not exactly the best, but this is going to give a ton of information to SK that you can go hyper-aggressive onto Neon bot side.
Yeah, Neon gets standard aside. We'll be able to just dash over the wall thanks to that spark, and the rest of Vitality now not going to be able to find any advantages in that top lane, but signaling they want to continue applying pressure, trying to unlock Photon.
And it's not even that you can really help Photon here. He has got a decent wave state here where he can actually clear it out and be not too far away from his tower, but because you all showed on top, SK get the reset, immediately go for the dragon. You've got Certus who's now able to move for mid as well with that push, so SK doing a nice job of utilizing the fact that they've seen Vitality often, honestly, in this game, right? Bo shows bot, immediately play top. Bo shows top, immediately play on the bottom side. SK are doing a really good job cross-mapping.
And I think in game 1, we didn't quite see enough of that, or there were opportunities where potentially SK could have looked for a cross-map and were unable to do so. This time, as soon as they are able to secure that dragon, go back into lane, and just remind everybody of how far behind SK were. 14 minutes, 4,000 gold. 20 minutes, 6,000 gold, and 25 minutes, 8k down. And they were able to bounce back. This time, I think if they do fall behind, compositionally speaking, it will be significantly harder to find that opportunity, find a way to come back into the game. All of a sudden, things are going well. Small lead, and Bo has hit level 6. He's got the ultimate available to him, potentially making his way top.
I think this is the problem, though. You know that a huge amount of the focus from SK is more than likely moving up towards this Rift Herald as well. They push on bot, so Bo is trying to sneak this before you get that control from Exakick and Doss on the bottom side. But Marcoon is already here. Pushing mid for Perks, though, means he should be able to support Bo, and it looks like they can sneak this away before SK can get the cavalry to arrive.
Kaiser's also going to be able to join, but Certus as well as Doss stepping forward, and the Rift Herald may just reset, loses patience, runs back into its pit. 3 members of Vitality trying to look for a target. Keep your eyes on Kaiser. Keep your eyes on that Leona E. 4 members of SK go forth. The Chant does not find its target, but Doss does. The damage is massive and Bo is killed. Now Doss runs away for his life and Perks down to 100. Requiem should not hit out any kills, and Irrelevant jumps onto Kaiser. Flash still available to him. But SK clearly get the kill, turn around, and they're looking for the Heralds.
There is no world where you want to fight that as Vitality. Photon can't get across to try and help you out because he's been pushed in by Irrelevant, and you're a Karthus, a Tristana, and a Leona at this stage. You don't have a tanky frontline to match against the level 6 Marcoon has, and you see it perfectly there. SK destroy them in the fight and get everything that they want.
Fantastic teamwork and communication here from SK. And of course, jumping on the 3 members of Vitality caught inside the little choke, it makes it so much easier.
I mean, it's 4 versus 3. I mean, Photon, this is not on Photon. Photon cannot get here. He was pushed in. So I don't know why Vitality are trying to fight. We said, this is the team that wants to scale. You're still giving Rift Herald, you're just adding more gold into the pocket of SK as well.
And it's a little bit reminiscent of that top lane inner turret dive from game 1, where several members of Vitality start the engagement, but Perks just wasn't there. It wasn't close enough to get involved. So ultimately, Vitality come away worse for wear. They're down 1,000 gold. The Rift Herald is in the back pocket of Marcoon, potentially able to set up a plate gank and accelerate that gold lead further. But Perks does pick up a couple plates there in that middle lane. So we'll be able to keep Vitality within touching distance. But I think, again and again, we're seeing Vitality just not exactly playing on the same page and not exactly making the right decisions.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the fact that Bo had to show on bot side to try and help out Kaiser and Neon really did come back to bite them, because it gave that early success to the top side, which then now leads into that early success in the skirmish as well for SK around Rift Herald. And I think the fact that Perks has been trying to get control over mid and then link with Bo was a nice idea for Rift Herald, but once it goes south, just forget about it, move away. But this overcommitment from Vitality now is going to come back to bite them. And this isn't even the case of, oh, we've given that resources now to the Draven. Exakick still has an opportunity to cash out. He can still add his lot to the gold lead that's popping up for SK.
So SK now looking to set up another attempt. Marcoon's level 8, the flash and the ultimate available to him. Photon's underneath his tower. And we need to see how well SK can look to advance their gold lead as well as play the mid game. This is not a situation that we've seen them in many times in the past, and on the verge of knocking Vitality out, on the verge of making it to playoffs. Certus will connect with the Charm, and SK on the verge of doing something they haven't done in years, making it to playoffs and finals weekend.
I mean, great job here from SK, though, to get this vision on the top side. They're going to be able to spot out exactly what's happening and where the pathing is, so they can go for plays like this for...
Yeah, Photon's going to use the all-out, knocks Irrelevant underneath his tower, but there's not enough damage to Dagda. It fizzled as we both held our breath, waiting to see what would happen. Shelly's dropped in that middle lane, will balance out those plates picked up. And exactly a same situation as far as the mid lane towers are concerned.
I do think, though, you probably could have used that bot side to try and get this Draven a little bit more ahead. Like, at the end of the day, yes, Irrelevant will have some good scaling, but your main source of damage in this mid game is going to be the Draven. So you really need to get some opportunity for SK to visit this bottom side. Now, with Dragon up, maybe you can get a kill here for Exakick, get him to cash in. But, I mean, you've lost control of the mid lane because the Herald timing on that play was actually slightly off. And now Vitality are in.
They are indeed. So is Marcoon. Throws out the ultimate, and that's already Bo taken down. We'll be able to channel that Requiem, but there's such high health bars. It doesn't matter. SK pull the trigger, SK jump onto Vitality, and SK will pick up the next dragon.
Yeah, that 5-0 is looking mighty like a 2-0 right now for SK, because this has been mistakes from Vitality throughout the early stages that SK are capitalizing on. 3 kills now in the mid lane. You've got the cash in for Exakick as well, and I mean, why are you face checking this? Again, you don't have anyone that's particularly tanky. Kaiser needs to prop this W to actually get any sort of shield there. And Kaiser immediately goes down to exit kick. You're running the Glacial Augment as well, which means you're not actually getting the extra resistances from Aftershock. Like, you just don't have the tanky stats to deal with what SK have right now.
So at 13 minutes, with a 4,000 gold lead and 2 dragons, that feels to me like a significant enough of an advantage that this team composition can now play that mid game on the front foot, push this lead further. But the thing is for me is if they are unable to convert that lead into a significant control of Summoner's Rift, the scaling and the time is always going to be a ticking time bomb.
And this is why I love the fact we've got this early dragon prioritization from SK. 2 dragons already in 13 minutes. You're going to be looking at, 12 or 22 minutes into the game that you'll have this 4th dragon up and available as long as SK are able to keep this pace. And that's exactly when you're going to be hitting second items for Draven. You're going to have this Shadow Flame completed for Certus in the mid lane as well. That's exactly the timing you want to play around. And SK, as long as they don't let that foot off the pedal, they should be good.
Well, stepping forward there as Exekick chucks out the spinning axes, the observers, highlighting how much vision SK have inside of Vitality's jungle. This is what is allowing them to push both the mid lane as well as that bottom lane. Members of SK look to secure the first tower of the game, and all of a sudden Irrelevant is under some pressure down bottom. Kaiser is level 6, got access to that solar flare. I don't know if they're going to consider throwing everything at Irrelevance.
I mean, how can you? I mean, Irrelevance just playing so close underneath their tower. There's little that you can really do to answer for this. So I just don't know what Vitality are trying to achieve. It feels like they're just letting objectives go on the map in the hope they can cross-map it, but there's just nothing there for them to actually go for.
No, and the 2 times they have tried to set a play up around the Rift Herald and around the Dragon, it was SK that punished. It was SK that had a stronger response. And that is exactly in line with how SK have won their last few games. They have responded and replied to what every single opponent has thrown at them, including being in deficits and still finding wins.
And it kind of feels like that curse of playoffs is still there for Vitality, right? Perkz doesn't manage to make it in Summer. You look towards Neon in Summer with Misfits, immediately loses both those best of 5s and gets dropped out. Kaiser the same with Mad Lions. Like, this team has not had success when it comes to the best ofs, and we're starting to see it once more.
Yeah, and of course, all of a sudden, SK in a significant lead. Exekick has been sitting on that Mythic for a while, interrupted Neon's back several times. Irrelevant's got no mana left with that final leap strike. Flash forward from Irrelevant, will throw down the smite, continues to burn out and lay waste after lay waste. Flash still available for Irrelevant. Needs to dodge the Skittles. Will be forced to flash this time round, but with the E from Perkz, there's not enough damage. The Red Grip should just about finish it. No! What? There's not enough damage! There's not!
Wait, the burn! The
damage! He survives! He survives! 8 hit points for Irrelevant!
That was so well played by Irrelevant. The fancy footwork keeps him alive, and now Vitality will get this tower on bot side. You can see you've got members of SK sitting in the wings, but won't be able to get in to make the play, but nicely done by Irrelevant to get away from that.
I mean, he survives with his life. Bo's ultimates still haven't found a kill. 0-2-0 on that Karthus, whereas Certus with the Ahri 3-0-1, frankly, was just gifted many of those kills. Had an even laning phase with Perkz, and for SK, they've been very happy to receive the kills. Exekick sitting on 120 stacks on that Draven. We're a minute until the next dragon spawns, and you can already see SK starting to push this mid lane forward. Exekick's going to push the bottom lane, and I want to see how much vision they can set up, because Irrelevant as well as Certus have got teleports available.
I mean, the fact you've got all this vision set up around this bottom side makes it very easy for SK to start to move in here. The Dragon should be easily going towards them. Marcoon just trying to play keep away from the rest of the team, and even with the vision in, or the wave in mid lane as well, it's so easy for SK now to take that mid-tier 2 if they really want to. Everyone on Vitality's gone to the top side.
And exactly like we've seen from Vitality many times in the past, prioritizing sort of the towers or the lanes over the neutral objectives. They will take that top lane tower as SK reply in the mid. And Dagda with 30 seconds until the Dragon spawns. Both teams, you feel, will be stepping forward, but not before. Photon gets chunked out just a little. Marcoon will throw down the Herald, and we've got a 5v5 on the cards.
Vitality really want to try and find this fight. They've reset, SK haven't.
Oh, Dance gets burned down for now, forced to dance to safety. Now, the slow wall won't tag anybody yet. The laser chips away at DOS, maybe forced to flash, and he does so. Certus over the wall, can use the charm. Irrelevant is still pushing the top lane. Cross map available for SK.
Nice timing window from Vitality. SK had stayed on the map for so long that they hadn't got time to buy. Exekid could have had a second item completed, but now Vitality get to keep SK at bay, and they should be able to get this dragon.
Do they overchase? Do they overchase? Vitality splits up. 3 members looking for Exekid. He's used the cleanse already. Flash is available, and that's Kaiser interrupted as the stand aside is used. Now Photon putting some chip damage onto Marcoon, and it's a fight inside the blue buff, but it's Kaiser taken out by Exekid. Perks forced to cleanse away, running for his life as the cease and desist sends Vitality packing. SK Gaming are in absolute control.
You called it, Quick Shot. The over chase from Vitality. They just needed the dragon. They just needed to back away. But the greed in their eyes comes back to bite them, and SK will get a third dragon.
Another game where you can see instances of either chaotic decision making or splitting up, and Vitality just get punished for going too deep.
If they had immediately turned over towards this dragon, it would have been fine. But because they don't, Bo gets caught out through great teamwork between the mid-jungle and SK, and Irrelevant then with that TP cuts off the retreat for Vitality. Everything on Vitality is scattered, it's messy, and SK use that to their advantage.
Secure their third dragon. They see it, they build that gold lead to 7,000. And look at the faces of SK, and itemization, damage, absolutely everything is in their favor. We're not even 20 minutes into the game, and SK have generated such an advantageous position. But it does get harder from here. You have to go deeper into Vitality's territory, and now SK have to demonstrate that discipline and that control we've seen from them when they've had to come back from early game deficits.
And the thing is, Vitality are the #1 seed. This is supposed to be the favor coming in, but this is where you got to give the shout out to SK. This is a bunch of rookies that have come in and only improved week on week. They finished in third. We're right up until that last day battling for that first place spot, but right now, they are looking to make sure that they can move on into playoffs and showing why they deserve to be recognized here.
Dagda, you know I'm the old man on the broadcast. I think the last time SK were in the top 4 of the LEC was maybe in Cologne days, or...
Summer 2015 was the last time they were top 4.
Summer of 2015. SK Gaming on the verge of making it to playoffs weekend, which starts next Friday. Getting themselves in the position to challenge again, put themselves right at the top of the table, and I think surprising a lot of fans and viewers at home, who I think may have been leaning a little bit towards Vitality as the favorite. But we've heard from so many teams, from so many players, that SK are legit, and they are consistently a threat in all of their scrims.
I'm just sad I had to make enemies with people in the crowd to be right. It's tough sometimes, you know?
Well, it is tough, but it's tough being right, and Bo gets chunked down. Certus is facing off 3 members. The rest of SK can look for a dive. Neon gonna group up as well, and Kasante, Photon, teleport available to him. He's pushing bottom. Irrelevant pushing mid lane, and this tower is the focus. Whirling Death chips away. Bo is gonna stand aside, force the flash forward, trying to look for DOS. Requiem's available to him, starts to channel it up. It's a fight to multiple fronts as SK Gaming find themselves one onto Neon in the top lane, turn their attention to Kaiser, and DOS survives as well. This Requiem has done nothing for Vitality, as all of a sudden Photon will be taken down as well.
I just want one front-to-back team fight for Vitality, but we're never gonna get it. They're trying to defend a tier 1 in top lane, and that gives SK the Baron. This is a disaster from Vitality.
A masterclass from SK Gaming that has started from Marcoon's gank in the top lane, and then punishing every decision Vitality has made.
And I love that we're getting a chance for Irrelevant to shine. This guy has been doing so much work throughout the regular split to try and become that big carry on this team when it comes to the top side. When he's able to bring out things like the Jax, it looks like it's back to his meta when we're looking at things like the Scion. And this flank here is perfect from him. Vitality are already forced to try and take a fight because Irrelevant is in the perfect place at the perfect time with a double counter-strike to cut off any opportunity Vitality had of trying to turn that one around.
And I keep, again, going back to the draft, asking those questions. The Elise in Game 1, the Karthus in Game 2, the challenging ways of starting fights and coordinating, it's just more difficult to execute. So for Vitality, not only is it harder from the get-go, they're also not demonstrating or convincing me they're 100% on the same page. The mid lane inhibitors already secured. Baron buff, 13,000 gold. The Dagda, SK on the brink of making it to playoffs, the brink of rejoining the top 4 in Europe for the first time in 8 years. And they might want to finish it on this push. They've got Baron Apart minions pushing onto the Nexus turret. And there goes Certus, throws up the Orb of Deception, the Whirling Death 2. No Requiem for Bo. Not going to be able to get into the fray, and the minions now going to be able to push forward onto the turrets. Vitality, how do you start the fight? Where do you go forward? Certus keeps throwing out those Qs off the Qs, and the minions are being cleared.
The Zenith play goes wide, so they have to try and wait again. Now you get the channel going forward from Marcoon.
Marcoon goes all the way forward. Bo is knocked up, knocked down, and killed. And Certus is the focus from Vitality, but the re-engage once more from Irrelevant. They're able to do it. This is it for SK. They've been able to take down Vitality. They turn their attention to the Nexus turrets, and it is a 2 versus 4. It's not enough. There's nothing left. SK Gaming have taken down Vitality and made it to playoffs.
The rookies, the new players on SK have big smiles on their faces because that was a fantastic performance from this team. A team that has less than 4 years of experience in the LEC across every single player has managed to take down some of the longest standing players the LEC has.
For me, it's consistency from SK. What I think I've seen from their games is a stability and the same level of approach across so many levels that has allowed them to take down many opponents. Today, in this game though, that's the best early game I've seen in a long time.
But it's also that they've turned over a new leaf. It's no longer about, hey, we're just going to hard force bot over. This was them playing through top, Irrelevant taking over, making sure he got this Jax pick, getting to see that he doesn't always have to play that weak side, and what they can do with those leads around Rift Herald skirmishes, looking for far more success in those early stages, particularly in the second game.
So many of these players' individual stories. I think Exakick, the big one that we've been talking about for several weeks. I want to turn your attention to Marcoon very briefly. He had some spicy words to say about XL, as XL failed to make it to playoffs, and here Marcoon stands with this roster, with this squad that were discounted, underestimated, and they've excelled all expectations.
I mean, the fact that this early stage was so damn good for them does give me a lot of hope for as they move on towards that playoff stage. Even the fact that they've been able to fight back so consistently from those deficits as well with these later scaling team fights. This is a team now that is a lot that you have to go up against and see if you can prove your worth.
It is a statement to all the fans and viewers at home. I'm not going to ask all the fans and viewers at home to nominate your player of the series at LEC on Twitter. Marcoon, Certus, or Exakick. Who do you think deserves it? Exceptional games here from this young roster. They make it to playoffs. They will be competing next weekend. And Vitality are now done for the winter split once again, failing to make it to playoffs. 3 in a row here for Vitality. We talked about you in the game. Not able to stand up when we get to best offs.
Yeah, this is the big problem though. Again, Kaiser, you look at Perks, I mean, you look at Neon as well. These are all guys that you think should be able to show up massively, but again, the playoffs is their curse.
They really don't. That does it from Dagda and I. We're going to stand up and talk to a player who did deliver today. Heading over to Trouble and Marcoon.
Thank you so much, Quick Shot.
Deze kopen.
We have a huge audience for you, Marcoon. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm just going to start by saying, just rookies, Marcoon jumping from Excel to SK. How far can this roster go? Making playoffs that easy. Warm-up game yesterday 2-0. Warm-up game today 2-0. How are you feeling making playoffs again?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty terrific. I mean, I'm just happy, especially in this last game, that we showed that we can also play early games and not just scale with Zeri every game and then win team fights. But yeah, I'm really happy with how we played this series.
Perfect. Now, I talked to Sertus a little bit earlier, and he told me, you know what, it was really cool to have a warm-up series yesterday. How did that impact how you guys played today?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really nice that we were able to warm up yesterday, and we also fixed a few issues already from yesterday. So I was just happy. And I don't want to disrespect Heretics. Like, I think they were a tough opponent, and they actually made us really sweat for it. So I don't want to disrespect, but yeah, it felt nice that we could warm up, so to say, yeah.
Very nice. And now jumping into this game, of course, Karthus is not something that we see necessarily a lot in this meta. Did that catch you off guard?
No, we've played a lot of scrims against Vitality, and he's picked it multiple times. I mean, I didn't think he would pick it just like this, because I don't think it was the best case for a Karthus, but yeah, it wasn't a big surprise.
Okay, cool. And when it comes to Bo, we usually see a lot of talk around him. He's very aggressive. He plays a lot around the map. He likes to gank early. I mean, the first game was an absolute bloodbath on the top side. How can you keep up with tracking Bo?
I mean, the first game we didn't, right? He got a lot of good ganks off. But for me, I think Bo is just a very good jungler, very solid. But I think with the amount of hype he got when he came in, I don't think he is like this insane jungler that was going to stomp everyone in the LEC. I think he's just very good, but not more than that.
Ooh, spicy. All right, Markoon, you're going to be playing the winner of the next game coming up right after this, Mad versus Astralis. Who do you think is going to take it?
I hope Astralis wins for my boy Finn. But I think...
So you can beat him?
I can, yeah, so I can beat him. But also I think Mad Lions is going to win. I think they played pretty solid. I think that a close series against G2 that just went a little bit unfortunate for them. But I think overall they will be the better team.
All right, thank you very much, Markoon. Congratulations on making playoffs.
Thank you.
We're going to throw it onto a very quick break, but don't go anywhere because Mad vs Astralis is right after this.
Too late to put the jam. Hey guys, stop saying this, man. It was cringing. It's too late. It was so good. Honestly, just hype yourself up. Shut the f*** up, bro.
Yo, Tristana and Cassandra, no flash.
Look. Yeah, look.
Give me. No flash.
Give me. Nice.
Look. Tristana. Alright, there
guys. Nice.
Stop it. Guys, it's not one yet.
Yeah. Focus.
I got my stacks.
Good job, guys.
SK Gaming have taken down Vitality and made it to playoffs. The rookies, the new players on SK have big smiles on their faces.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Don't want to work. I want to take the rest of my
The legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
Welcome back to the LEC ahead of a rematch between the Mad Lions and Astralis for the final spot in the winter playoffs. Now we got a big upset on the first series. I'm really looking forward to seeing if it's going to be the same story for this one, because Mad Lions are heavily favored here. Before we dive into the matchup, maybe let's focus on the mid lane, especially Nisqy, my boy, shining so much since the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I generally just feel like, you know, statistically speaking, this is a mid laner. Well, obviously he's getting a lot of resources from Malyoya, but he's topping all the charts in terms of gold difference, in terms of CS difference, and in terms of that experience. So yeah, lots of eyes on Nisqy, but obviously as well, didn't have the hottest time against G2. We saw some mistakes as well, but he's definitely the favored mid laner going up against Ayor today.
Yeah, and I feel like what's really nice compared to last split as well with Mad Lions, he's kind of taken up more of a carry role as well. Not just also getting the resources, but specifically getting a lot of these hard carry champions like even the Nisbir right here. He's running the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, because one of the things that I really liked paying attention to in the beginning was the fact that he's not the mid laner that roams the most any longer. Nope. He's one of the mid laner that likes to spend time in lane. He's one of the mid laner that likes to take charge of his own destiny as well and the carry potential that comes with it.
And that's what he's been talking about in every interview he had. He talked about how he's been receiving positional coach, helping in on the mid lane, but also it was new year, new Nisqy, and it comes with a new playstyle and insane stats as we see here.
Yeah, you can see it once again. Gold difference, damage percentage, kill participation, and of course just the kills in general. Like, this man is styling at the moment, and he's got a team behind him who's setting him up for it.
Yeah, it's kind of insane to be leading first in every single stat.
That's not the only one he's leading, and we just don't have a big enough full screen.
Yeah.
Oh, but we do have a
there you go. There's also a lower third.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an issue on the mid lane maybe today on the side of Astralis. And we have seen this series last week went 2-1 in favor of Mad with heavy action on the bot lane especially.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure in the beginning for both bot laners here, both from the side of, you know, Astralis, Koppe, and Junghoon has been stepping up. Even in the game that they lost yesterday, Junghoon's Lux was really solid, but also from the side of Kasi and Hylissang, they had a phenomenal reckless season, and last time the two teams played against each other, they are not afraid to bring out wacky picks. We saw Ophelia Stresh paired up against the Twitch Casio.
Yeah, and not only is it the wacky picks, but I feel like generally they've kind of stretched their legs, especially yesterday we got to see that, right? Even though, yes, it was a bit of a messy performance from the side of BDS, you still have to credit Astralis and generally the creativity that they came into the game with, specifically towards the end of the series, to actually pick up some wins, and of course, particularly 1-1-3's pretty aggressive pathing with the rest of the team.
I mean, creativity on the side of Astralis, but also massive respect for the calm that they displayed on stage and the fact that they play without pressure. I mean, we talked about this, right? The pressure is on the Mad Lions today. They're expected to win. On the side of Astralis, I talked to Dayor yesterday, they just play free without pressure, and it's been working so well for them.
Yeah, you were saying we already had one upset today. Astralis' run the entire time through has been upset on upset on upset. And you know, if they want to continue that thread, today is a great day to continue it as well. And I think just going off there as well, he's a guy that's getting a lot of flag, but he's stepping up every single time to find out what can I do to at least let the teammates around me play like a team as well. And I think that's where we need to give him credit as well.
They are one series away from reaching playoffs for the first time of Astralis' organization. Do you think they can do it, Shamara?
Honestly, if we get the Mad Lions that we saw up against G2, maybe, because I feel like Mad Lions overstepping so many times. We saw Astralis punish the BDS side. So I feel like, to me, Astralis could very much actually step on a Mad Lions that are kind of taking too much of a bite out of their meal every time they look for a play.
I gotta agree with Jamada. If the Astralis we saw yesterday shows up in terms of not only just their meta read, but also how they choose to play with their jungler, I think it can be a very competitive series. But I think we still need to keep in mind of the fact that Yuri is one of the best junglers in the league, Nisqy is one of the best mid laners, your competition is stacked, but they made it close last time, and they most certainly have the capabilities to do it again.
Can they follow what SK has been doing today in the LEC so far? We will see in just a few minutes. But yesterday, 1-1-3 was crucial in Astralis' victory over BDS. So Ender, talk us through how he navigated in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you guys talking about who's going to show up for the team. It looked like Malrong showed up for Astralis in yesterday's game number 3 because 1-1-3 was all over the early game. Let's walk it through because first things first is right off the bat, he sees enemy junglers starting out on Raptors, which makes him feel very comfortable going for an early top lane gank. He's going to be on the Sejuani here, just clearing out his topside camps, of course, spamming away the ganks. Important to note also that Finn isn't really hitting this wave early on, is allowing Adam to get a quick little push going going towards him, nothing too extreme, but this ward was spotted out, and that's not really going to dissuade 113 from looking for the gank, because look what he does. He's got the sweeper in hand, is going to be able to clear that one out, and then feints that he's walking down towards the blue buff. At the same time, the red side clear from the Wukong has finished too, and he's actually going to immediately read there could be something funky going down on the top side of the map. But at this point, the lane is kind of doomed for Adam. He's got too many minions. He either has to back up right now and give up a whole lot, or he is going to risk losing to a gank. He's going to assume maybe the Sejuani is on the blue buff, but 113 holds out long enough that he's able to find this great window to look for the gank and get the kill just before the Wukong can show up. Again, Wukong just now in river, but he is going to be able to punish the early recall attempt and get one kill to finish it off. So you assume, okay, everything's all right. It's all fine. We're going to stick around in top lane and try to get this push out, right? That's exactly what they did with the Wukong to try and push out the wave, but unfortunately, it doesn't quite work. See, off of the reset from the Sejuani, you'd expect Sedge to maybe run down towards her bot side camps because all of those are up and available, and this causes a critical error from Adam, who's trying to push in one extra wave. He has the option right about here before he throws the undertow. You see all these minions here underneath turret range, they're going to get one shot by the turret, and then the focus fire of the red side minions would push it back. Adam would have a little bit more protection while his jungler is going down to the blue buff, but he throws this undertow, which means he kind of has to stick around and full clear this wave. 113, who also gets spotted out by the Scryer's Bloom here, knows the exact positioning of the Wukong, knows he's going to be going towards this blue buff, and he has yet another window in which he can look to gank Adam and shut him down. 113 was all over the early game in this series, and I think if Astralis are going to stand a chance, he has to find something very similar versus Mad Lions today. Now let's get into the final best of 3 of the winter season with Kadril and Dracos.
Thank you very much, Christiana Frierson. That is 113. You just saw his masterclass of a game 3 from yesterday in that early game. Excellent, excellent breakdown. We'll talk about it more today because I think if he can put up the same level of performance, Astralis high hopes. They already watched one upset happen in the previous series as SK not only won but dominated Team Vitality. This has been a very...
It's been a wild few
weeks.
This
has been the least predictable split of all time.
Yeah, I think it's like the fall of teams like Fnatic and XL, the rise of teams like even BDS, who fell out yesterday, but they still showed a really good regular season. Now it's on Astralis. If Astralis upsets here, hypothetically, let's say they beat Mad Lions, we're looking at SK versus Astralis next week, top 4. Winner gets 3rd place, right? And when you're looking long-term championship points for the summer finals and getting to that top 6, that's huge. You know, 60, 70, 80, whatever championship points you can accrue, the longer the year goes on, the better. So if they can keep that consistency up, these teams, and keep surprising, then they could be pushing our top 6 in those finals.
Something I did not expect we would be saying at this point in the season, but here we go. One final spot in the best 5 bracket on the line. Mad Lions versus Astralis.
Right, let's get into the draft then. Mad Lions on the blue side, Astralis on the red. Best of 3 elimination match. We'll see what Mad Lions want to prioritize here. I think the way the LEC's been shaping up, it's been a lot about bot jungle. Teams have taken different directions in that regard. I think when Astralis have playmakers like Jarvan and Sejuani, they look a lot more on the ball. Whereas teams like, I mean, we saw last series, Bo plays things like Karthus, carry junglers, tank junglers can be one thing. Elyoya has been having high prior on that Sejuani as well. Is that something Astralis wants to ban away? Because I think looking at these stats here, actually Mad Lions going to ban it. Elyoya has 8 games of Sejuani already this split.
An impressive number thus far. A lot of bot lane focus coming out. And in general, you're completely right. I think just the meta across the board, no matter which team is playing, feels so bot jungle focused. The big difference is how they're going to draft a holistic composition because Mad Lions went for scaling, went for safe, I would say, maybe not super interactive compositions against G2, and they were obliterated in each and every mid game. It was only 2, to be fair. Now we'll have to see how Astralis want to match up. If they want to play another high-pressure game, Jonghoon and 113, huge contributing factors in their success and their upset yesterday. Need to be set up for success in draft once again. For now, Maokai traded for, I don't know, what's next on the jungle tier list?
Well, you're looking at things like Vi and Wukong on the next kind of list. If they want to pick up a jungler here, Lucian Nami is available if Astralis want to pick that up, and they will do so insta-lock, looking to match on 3 here. What they're telling me here is that they have a couple of junglers that they can choose from, probably 3, and they're happy to look for counterpick on a solo lane if Mad Lions decides to go in that direction. But Mad Lions look very prepared, instantly locking in Varus and Nautilus. I think they expected the draft to go this direction. So now how does Astralis respond? Do they go for a mage for Dior? Do they go for something like the Rise? Sylas is banned away. Some kind of playmaker for him to start roaming around the map. Or do they just match jungle? That's the easy way out here. And then go to 4-5s. Jungle bot picked up as we expected. Such powerhouse roles currently in the league. And there it is, Vi, to make sure they can lock down the Varus. Going into 4-5s, I expect Astralis to look for some kind of blind pick top here. Cassante, Gnar for Finn. Take away some of the champions from Chasey, perhaps like the Renekton or the Fiora along those lines. And then look for counterpick mid. But they're taking some mages away from Niski for now. But I think Niski's been such a standout player for Mad Lions.
Niski has been an absolute monster across the entire season. You saw the stats. I'm sure we'll show them again in this best of 3. But individually just putting up not record-breaking numbers, but incredible numbers, top of the table numbers. One thing I do want to call out already is that the one win that Astralis were able to get in their last best of 3 versus Mad Lions was due in no small part to the Lucian Nami. So glad to see that come back again. I think the adaptation from Mad Lions in that game, they did have an Ashe Draven, which I expected to do very well, but Hylissang on engaged champions, always going to be something that I think is going to suit Mad Lions very well, and it seems like they've already adapted from their series against G2 a lot more aggressive engaged options to get fights kicked off.
Yeah, Hylissang's always been the engaged support player in Europe. This is his first Nautilus game of the splits, would you be surprised? He's only got 1 Leona game, and barring that, it's just range support. So here he is on the Nautilus. There's the Kassadin ban, in case Mad Lions do want to go the direction of a Victor or an Azir. They want to make sure they're not playing up against the Kassadin with double AP mid-jungle. But here I think someone like Cassante or Gnar could work really well for Finn. The Azir blinds could work as well, but you don't really want to play Azir with Vi. Things like the Talia work better, things like Rise work better as well. So Astralis, if they do go for mid here, are telling me they're looking for a carry top. We have seen Finn play things like the Scion, but I think he really shines on champions like the GP or the Kled yesterday.
Well, and I think that at this point in the draft, you don't have a traditional big frontline or backline hyper carry. Lucian can serve that role if he's wildly far ahead, but Ahri, Lucian, much more mid-game champions than they are late-game champions, so drafting a Scion at this point in the draft feels like a bit of a risk for the side of Astralis.
I feel like Talia here is insane for Mad Lions. Look at the amount of dashes on Astralis. Lucian, Vi, Ahri, I think you're stopping so much of their engage if they want to go in that direction. Jace, we'll see which role that goes into. Can work really well in mid as well if Niski wants to pilot it. It's got really good poke, and it will be a mid Jace, so they're going to go for double AD solo laners, make sure the Maokai is the only AP. Very poke heavy. Varus, Jace, Maokai. If you're walking into river there, half your HP is gone in the blink of an eye. Counterpick to Gnar. What does Finn want to go for? Traditional counterpicks, things like Camille. But yeah, Finn's no stranger to digging deep.
And we saw the Varus Jace combo in the hands of G2. Caps, of course, on the Jace. It was Hansam on the Varus. And if you can get to the mid game with any kind of gold lead, this range advantage will be incredibly devastating for so many short-range heroes. The GP coming out here, I like it, one, because we've seen Finn dominate on the pick, but also with immobile champions like the Varus and the Jace, although the movement speed steroid will help from the acceleration gate. Maybe there's an angle, even if there's a bit of a range difference between the comps here, to force an engage using the Cannon Barrage.
You're absolutely right. I think Astralis' whole comp is space. You know, you think of a Nami ult flying through the team fight, a GP ult on top of that, a Culling. This pushes Mad Lions back, so poking becomes a little bit harder. They're going to have to respect the amount of engage and space that Astralis can create in these objective fights, but Mad Lions have a very good poke-heavy comp. So hard engage versus poke, how do they play it? Mad Lions want to take their time. They want to chunk them out. They want to waste around 30 seconds to a minute around these objectives, whereas Astralis really just want to pull the trigger, send all the spells out, and they can use these spells to secure objectives, right? If the dragon's half HP, you can throw out a Nami ult and a GP ult, they back up, you get the objective, you run out. You don't have to always commit on hard engage comps, you can scare them away. So we'll see how Astralis decides to play it.
Those are, of course, just the compositional identities, but have to see if anyone can break this game open, find large early game advantages, and kind of change the story of how both these compositions are supposed to focus. Bot lane and jungle, always the story in this meta. Let's see if the mid laners, maybe the top laners, can show up this time around. It is a do or die best of 3. And after the series earlier today, and after Astralis' series yesterday, it feels like anything is possible. Keep our eyes on both sides to see who is showing up today. That is all that matters. So we get ready for our final best of 3, Mad Lions versus Astralis.
Right, this is it. The last best of 3 before we move on to the next stage. Top 4, best of 5s.
And if you've been keeping up, 113 changed the emote this week, and I feel like it's been doing him some favors. A different Ari heart emo.
It's like a mantra. He wants to make sure he finds the one that gets him those wins. I feel like I do the same in solo queue. If I go on a lose streak, I just change my icon, you know?
Oh,
See
yeah.
if it freshens things up a bit. Maybe it's the icon that's giving me bad teammates. Maybe I'm not the problem.
It's not the algorithm. It's not the game.
It's not my skill level. It's the icon.
Yeah, it's that, what, 540 IP icon.
Yep.
There it is.
Find it from 1, get a win streak on it, and then you reminisce to the days when you peaked. You're like, what was the icon I used when I got my highest elo? I'll use that one again.
Yeah.
But it never works.
Well, right now, individually for 113, the icon or the emote that's given him the best performance is this one. It is that Ari Heart. Yesterday, game 3. This is a single game. This is absolutely cherry-picked stats, but we have seen what the peak of 113 looks like, and it was in game 3 yesterday versus BDS. And Elyoya, while he did struggle against G2, is still a jungle powerhouse, and if you are an Astralis fan, this is the level of performance you need to see from 113 today. But already, aggressive trading on the bottom side, and see when junglers want to rear their heads down in the bottom lane.
Jungle, 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 that's what it's all about. We're talking about 113. Elyoya will also look for some kind of plays. I mean, he's going to do the exact same clear as 113 here. They're going to do 3 camps on red side, and I expect them to move towards bot. Looking at how aggressive Hylissang is playing this.
Another hook connecting. This is big, very powerful level 1 from the side of Matt. The fact that they've landed 2 hooks before even ticking over to level 2 is a big edge, as some of those early levels can make it so much easier. Lucian and Nami have the power to be big threats early on, but usually until level 3, it can be a bit of a struggle.
I love these 2 wards that Astralis have placed here to make sure they can cover off any pathing that Elyoya takes into the river. I'll keep my eyes on them though, because I think they might expire, especially that bot side one when he comes down. See if they can get that information. Luckily for them, 113 is around on the Grom, so it did expire right there in the tri-bush, so they've just lost a little bit of vision as to where Elyoya is. He's going to walk into the blue side jungle, can call Hylissang straight away if he wants to fight 113. What's the plan? Is it going to be a wraparound? Putting a sapling in the bush to cover off 113. He'll spot him out on the blue now. Ping's coming down from both junglers.
No smite for Elyoya, but 113 doesn't know that. Hits him with the heart. It's a friendly guy playing with no stakes here. Sapling connecting. Elyoya feeling confident in this, just trying to make sure if the blue buff's going to hit anybody, it is 113. Hylissang on the way up means they're forced to disengage. It's going to take a lot of time for them to clear out this blue, but with the bot prio they've put together, Mad Lions should steal this buff away.
Yeah, I love it from Mad Lions. I don't think they expected to get that much push in this matchup, but I think Hylissang got some really good trades, used the Ignite, used the heal aggressively onto Yonghoon, got his flash, and that allowed them to get the push to allow Elyoya to then take away this blue buff. I don't think they'll get anything else from this. Bit of vision, and then he'll move back towards his top side, but Crab spawning soon. Does he stick around? And I think the beauty of sticking around here is the fact that you've got Niski just hovering around. I won't even use the minimap here. I'll take that away. God.
Zoomed in.
Yeah, zooming in constantly. It's Niski who's basically being the human ward here, just trying to spot out where 113 is, protect Elyoya's camps. That's the important thing, because ideally 113 would have loved to take away blue himself.
Yep. And again, small advantages can add up pretty quickly. Elyoya as well, we know Demonic Embrace, incredibly frustrating to play against a Maokai once he's gotten that single item. Early lane phase, not too explosive quite yet. Bot lane, the biggest discrepancy we're seeing, alongside top lane, where, at least in the early lane, Finn doesn't really have the wave clear or the damage to go toe-to-toe with Chasey.
Lane's pretty stable for Mad. Allows Elyoya to do this. Again, just going to walk into the jungle. He's going to stop the base here, Hilly. Kabe's going to actually dash forwards into him. Hilly, he's alone.
Playing with full confidence here. Kabe's seen that move. You play enough years against Hylissang, sometimes you have to call the bluff.
Yeah. I think the meme in pro play back in the days was you had to call an Uber to go to base if Hilly was around, because he would chase you to the end of the earth. And make sure he dies to stop you from getting out there. Kobe missed the cannon, unfortunately. Should be able to get the rest of the wave in. But like you said, chasing isolation, doing well up against Finn here. Expect him to TP back soon.
I think the difficult thing for Kabe now is, the good news is he has biscuits, so he can get more mana back. But if he can't force this wave in, or if they can't get a greater trade in their favor, then Hylissang overall still made a winning play. Stop the recall, stop them from buying or spending their money. They currently have a 2 longsword advantage, but you can see Astralis gonna call their jungler for a bit of backup, potentially debate as to whether or not 113 should just head straight to the Gromp respawn, but he's gonna stick around for a little while. Maybe hoping that Hylissang will once again...
He's baiting at Yonghoon, I think. He's trying to recall in their face to make them walk up, and they're taking the bait here.
Can't help themselves, they want to cancel the bait, is so back! So bad.
But the back did get stopped too.
Yeah.
So now, Karzi's lost his flash. 113 had to commit his too. He used his own flash to make sure the knock would land. Not enough chain CC though, they can't follow up with the bubble, the stun duration, or the knock duration isn't long enough. And so that'll be that. They still need to base here, Astralis, and I think Mad have a lot of pressure on the spot side. Chasey
looking for a solo kill. Finn's got enough healing to go in. Jumps right on top of him. House is going to go a little wide. That statue not going to connect.
Cheeky sidestep from Finn. That would have hurt. Slowed. And he's just come off the back of a TP. When you're a top laner and the enemy top laner is TP'd back, you want to use all your health to try to trade as aggressively as possible, because when you TP back, you're full, right? You're going to regen. So it's just a net positive there for Chasey. Winning in isolation, Mad Lions have mid push, they have bot push, they're going to take away this dragon. Astralis don't really have much to play around in this early game.
It's just been such a difficult early game for Astralis. Kave hasn't even recalled yet, so there's just nothing that they can do here. He's about out of mana and he's under his tower. He will finally get a recall off, but while they were able to burn a flash for Carzzy, if they don't follow up in the next few minutes and capitalize on that summoner spell advantage, Astralis have not gotten a lot done in this early game, where Zelyoya helping keep that bot prior alive, stealing away the blue, now taking a dragon. So yes, they are small advantages, but right now Mad are playing significantly better in the early game.
Yeah, I think the window that Astralis can look through here is they're playing Vi, Gangplank, Ahri. These are very level 6 ultimate heavy champions, you know. If Niski gets locked up by a Vi ult and Ahri can gap close with a GP ult, that's a kill. So I think that's where they'll be looking next. The early game in the first few levels has not gone in their favor. The lanes are getting pushed in, but once they get access to those spells, they can start to force, and they really need to, because this is a very mid-game centric comp. Your late game insurance is the Gangplank, yes, but they need to start looking for plays somewhere.
It's also some pretty squishy compositions overall. There's potential for Jace to one-shot people as we get late in the game. There's potential for GP to one-shot people. Outside of Elyoya, Hylissang, and 113, a lot of squishy targets. So getting any kind of lead can snowball out of hand so incredibly quickly.
Yep.
Jonghoon, of course, opting for Guardian in this lane. Could have gone for something like Airy, as Electrocute Nami has been nothing but a thing of the past, but instead just opting for safety, trying to make sure that Kave can stay healthy in some of those difficult early levels.
Yeah. Hilly sweeps the lane there. Oftentimes when you're a bot laner and you see the enemy support sweep the lane brushes, you always expect the enemy jungler to be there. So I wonder if Astralis are a bit scared on this bot side. Chasey's looking for a little bit of information as to where 113 is. He's going to base around mid. Not sure how close he is to level 6. Needs to get that reset off, and I expect him to head towards bot side. But with Herald spawning in 10 seconds, it's a hard call to make. They really want to look for a Herald fight if they can get this Vi to level 6. They don't want to give that over for free to Mad with this top push.
It's difficult. He's close at this point in the game, but not close enough. They could have it for the next available fight. We'll need to finish at least one camp, and falling a little bit behind in experience compared to Elyoya, who can just walk in here with ultimate.
Yeah.
Threaten. Hylissang hits a hook.
At least really close to 6. One more minion and he's going to level up. Dior knows that there's going to be a play down here. Ready to cover. 113 needs to get level 6 as well. Both teams are probably communicating for plays here. There's the level 6 on Vi. So now they can match at least.
Quick little dabbing penguin from Niski. He's feeling pretty good about taking out that control ward. The other side. Good news for Astralis. They're able to get that Vi level 6 before anyone can capitalize. Now Hylissang getting aggressive. That's level 6 coming in. Carzzy immediately going to fall, but a clean cleanse comes out from Kave to take him to safety. Minion dematerializer. They're desperately trying to get the push. Dayor now stepping forward. Is going to need to dash out to safety. Get away from this one. 113 going to step in. And a nice dash back from Dayor just to make sure that only one of them gets hit up by the snare. But with the ultimate down, a lot of the playmaking from Dayor is off the table.
A lot of ultimates used. Hilly used the Ignite, the ult, the Carzzy used ult as well. And they only got Cleanse out of Kobe. Chasey might look for an ult here.
Wallop goes in.
Not going to commit. Hilly. No flash, of course. They have the Nami tidal wave too.
Afraid. A lot of burst damage coming in. Coling now going in. A minion blocks a little bit of damage. The GP cannon barrage on the backside. They're looking to take down Hylissang. Heal has already been proc. Kabi now stepping forward, and first blood for the bot lane of Astralis.
Winning lane now, isn't it? Astralis have something to play through. 113 is hovering around this as well. So Hilly just over-committing on the level 6, maybe expecting more damage out of Carzzy to force more summoners out of Kobe, but they traded 3 spells for a cleanse, and so when he's out of position like that, Astralis aren't really afraid of anything. They know it's all on cooldown. They can step forwards and punish it. Now pings towards this Herald. Elyoya's just dropped bot. Hilly's on the way up, and looks like Astralis are lane swapping, so maybe they want to contest this, but they'll be a bit late to this play. Maybe 113 can stall it. I don't think he can. A little bit of vision will help, but yeah, Jonghoon's still in base. This should just be gone.
Yeah, no blast cone in the area either, so if 113 goes in, he is not getting out. Hit up by the sapling, they'll have a bit of vision there. Easy objective take from the side of Mad Lions. Should mean the gold will be in their favor, but big bot lane play from Mad Lions kind of turned against them here as they get a little over-aggressive.
They split up as well. Where's Hilly going and where's Carzzy going? Carzzy's just calling this off, saying, I can't commit to this, and Hilly's just taking the long way around in the face of Astralis. There's the GP ult behind, which just zones away Carzzy. Yes, he can get in range for heal, but Kobe still has that flash, gets the kill, and that's the power of Astralis' comp.
Hook going through. Kabe in the area is just going to disengage. Karzi has ultimate. They don't want to risk it. They don't have all the information they need to get aggressive here, but still about a 1K gold lead in favor of the Mad Lions. Part of that 3 local gold. 113 definitely overstaying, and now they've got more than enough damage to just pop him. Now a hook. The follow-up. That route is so long. There's no more clans. It's easy. Mad Lions. Bot lane was a disaster, but this top lane fight is everything they could possibly want. Clean tank from Hylissang. A triple kill for the tree and the jungle. Mad Lions taking over.
All the kills went to the right target there for Mad Lions. Their mid-game Maokai getting towards that demonic embrace, getting the only AP damage on your team ahead is going to be so important in terms of itemization. They're going to herald this top tower. The whole thing's going to go down. And it's Astralis who opted into this lane swap. Mad Lions matched it, but the problem is Finn was in bot lane. Chasey actually stayed on this top side. It's a 4v3. Tara will take a beating, will live on 1 plate. Maybe they can look for a Yoya though.
Pretty low. Big shutdown. Dayor, the instant charm follow-up. That's going to be 1 dead tree. Big tab the shutdown in the back pocket of the Ahri. But an instant demonic, as you called out, alongside Boots too. Next fight is going to be difficult for Astralis if they cannot take Elyoya out of the equation.
Bit of a response. I mean, the only problem that Astralis have, hang on a second, Chasey just jumping forward is just going to chunk out Finn. Don't think there's too much of a kill pressure here. The problem for Astralis there is Matt didn't use any flashes for that. They just kind of saw 113 walk into them in a 3 versus 4 and took the fight. And the lockdown is just too much for him to sustain through. Maokai W, Nars in the bush as well. Kobe has to just run for his life. He gets hit by the roots next to Yonghoon. And yeah, I think actually a bit of a mistake there by Kobe. I think he was out of range, but he backstepped back into the ult. Ends up in a triple kill for Elyoya. Mad Lions, Astralis respond with a kill, and I think they just got 2 plates on that top tower. Still going to be down 1 to 2,000 gold.
Could be a big fist fight here on the top side. Elyoya now going in. They can maybe look for a bit of disengagement. Dayor, again, the chain CC from Mad Lions is flawless. Elyoya and Hylissang playing these fights beautifully, and now someone has to sacrifice themselves. Kabe has the cleanse, so he's going to do it. Niski walking in. Can do a lot of damage. Elyoya now caught out under the tower. Big cannon barrage. The cannon barrage turn, and now Elyoya is taken out.
Beautiful.
Excellent wave from Jonghoon.
Really nice bait there from Astralis' bot lane. I don't think Elyoya thought Yonghoon had flash still after all those plays on the top side. They will end up getting this tower. Looks like Mad Lions are the ones making the plays, and Astralis are coming away with scraps to barely keep in this game. But now just over 2,000 gold lead. GP ult helping out in terms of zoning away the carries of Mad from helping out their jungler there.
Yep.
But like you said, it's all off the back of this jungle support. Maokai, Nautilus, so much lockdown. The power of the melee supports in the early stages means you can just keep on forcing these plays. Dayor had the flash in this instance, but didn't have the ultimate, but the chain CC is too much.
Yep. The point and click, just guaranteeing the hook can land. Punting him back into the waiting arms of the ally, and then again, the follow-up here with the ultimate.
Yeah, cleanse, protect Yonghoon, wait for the W, and then flash on the tower. GP ult behind them, no way out.
And you can see clean mechanical moments here coming in from Astralis, but the decision-making a little bit suspect. We were singing 113's praises. Yesterday he was a monster across the map, but still has to play with respect, still has to be careful. You know, the Ahri heart giveth and the Ahri heart taketh away. And right now it's taken a lot as he's 1.5k behind individually. Of course, this early game isn't all on his shoulders. It's been a struggle for Finn in the lane phase, and his first items start to come through. Might get a little bit easier, but Dayor.
Ooh, they only have 1 minion.
Not gonna need it. He will most likely walk into the spooky little Martian in the brush, but at this moment it's not going to happen as Astralis again looking to collapse. 113 on the flank. If he can isolate Karji, that's going to be big. Jonghoon, where's the follow-up though? 113 in the midst of everybody. They're just trying to burn through his health bar. Now the Maokai ult, they're looking to turn it. 113 barely making it out to safety. It looks like Hylissang should fall here, but the flash out keeping him alive. No, Finn burning him, I think, with a trial by fire to finish that kill off.
Astralis needs a base and catch this top wave. Make sure they don't lose a top tier 2. They're going to get the mid push as well. Nice flank from 113. I'm not sure he found his way there. Dayor had to use the ultimate. Niski looking for the kill. No flash.
Punish.
Should have shot
lose
the
sight
Q.
here. That's going to be massive. 113 now needs to follow up. Niski, is he going to be able to grab this kill? Yes, just barely able to finish it. 113 should be able to get the kill back in response, but Niski playing on the edge of tower range there does finally get knocked down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kabe goes down, but Chasey on an absolute tear. He doesn't even need Meganar. He's miniing his way through, and Jonghoon knows he's dead. He's going to emote spam and accept his fate. Double kill for Chasey in the mid lane.
The map is just exploding, isn't it? Astralis get a good pick initially onto Hilly, but then all of a sudden we look bot and their bot lane's dying in mid, so we'll have to see what happened on the replay there. Probably Chasey just collapsed down and Kobe was a bit too far forwards hitting the tower, I expect. Well played from Niski to secure that kill. If he missed the hammer form Q, he wouldn't have been able to trade 1-for-1 and would have ended up dying. Invested the flash for it, but Mad Lions just winning out on these skirmishes.
Yeah, again, just continuously getting these small trade-ups.
So here it is. Chasey's on the way down. Kobe looks for the all-in onto Karzi. Manages to get the kill. Takes 2 tower shots. Elyoya's here. Chasey's just going to jump over the wall, finish off the kill. Kobe has flash, I think, but there's no point in using it. And then Yonghoon, yeah, he knows he's dead. Spams a little bit of emotes. There's no real way out for him. But they pick up the kill. So that ends up in a 1-for-2. The bot lane play was a 1-for-1. Astralis fighting back as much as they can. Their champions are really mid-game focused, so they need to look for these skirmishes. Need to start fighting fire with fire.
Definitely do. Chasey, though, very big at this point in the game. 1 item and a decent amount of armor. Makes it pretty hard for Kabe and Jonghoon to fight him. See what the play is going to be. Mad Lion setting up for the second Herald of the game. Hylissang mistiming the hook a bit, but we can't fault him too much.
I think, right? Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I think it's all bot lane, isn't it, Astralis? It's always been bot lane. The whole split has been bot lane. Get Kobe ahead, see what he can do in the later stages of the game, and see if he can carry Astralis across the finish line. You can see in the stats, despite Astralis, I think, having a negative win rate, Kobe's up there in terms of kill participation, making sure he's there with the team, gold difference, funnel Kobe, get him ahead, and sometimes it works, and sometimes, you know, even when he has 8-9 kills on Xayah, they fall apart.
He and Jonghoon, the dynamic duo, keeping this team moving forward. And while Hylissang and Karzi don't have the most fantastic scoreline, and Karzi was caught out there in the mid lane, Hylissang and Elyoya have been taking over, have been coming up big in these fights, and Chasey, I think, a bit uncontested in the early game. That is, of course, the nature of the matchup. There's not a lot that the GP can do early on if Chasey's good at playing this one out. But as we get later, we need to see Astralis get value out of this pick for Finn past just the cannon barrage, because Chasey rolling up into mid lane and getting 2 kills is just the start of the impact this Gnar can have on a side lane.
Yeah, it's just going to be a beefy boy, and he can. I think the beauty of Gnar and the reason it's just so flexible in pro play is it can split push, it can team fight. Fantastic. Checks both boxes. That's a good top laner right there. And it's good blind pick in most cases. So he's going to get the spot tier 1. Looks like Finn is just grouping up towards mid, knowing that that tower is dead. Dayor's trying to respond on this top tower. Has a little bit less damage and has a smaller wave, so he won't be able to pick it up yet, and Niski should be able to respond to it. And Astralis just constantly focusing on mid lane. Never really looking too much towards the sides. They want to make sure the Lucian Nami has the push, and they can be first to move around the map.
Yeah, and of course it is difficult for them to play too much to sides right now. Individually, Gnar, 40 CS discrepancy. Jace also doing very well. Behind in CS, but overall still ahead, about 300 in gold. Ahri, without using the ultimate, doesn't really have all that all-in threat.
Yeah. So, do you want to hear a fun fact about Astralis?
Sure.
They're currently 6 wins and 9 losses. On red side, they're 2 wins and 6 losses, but on blue side, they're 4 and 3. So even if they were to lose this game, I think blue side's where they find comfort. In all the best of 3s, every win they've picked up is in blue side as well. Feels like maybe it's an easier way for them to draft solo lanes, perhaps. We'll have to see in game 2, as I expect they'll choose it, but only 2k gold down just yet. Red side's been their crutch throughout this split, but looking to contest this mid wave. Mad Lion's putting the Herald down.
Getting ready for the full-on 5v5. Herald might not charge, though, if Mad Lions aren't willing to fight for this.
Look at Dayor.
Chasey getting closer and closer to Mega. Dayor on the side, but Mad Lions can collapse on this flank.
They know he's
that he's there. Easy for them to check. Kabe getting a bit of poke. Dayor just has to back up here. Mad Lions getting shepherded into the bottom jungle, but there's not really a play to be made. Big hook going in onto 113. Immediately they're forcing it out. A barrel going to land on the Hylissang. They should be able to burn through before the fight even kicks off. A beautiful bubby from Yonghoon keeps this fight going, but 113 taken out. Chasey's still doing so much damage. Kabe over the wall. Kabe managing to find the angle. Chasey going to get cut down as well. Niski moving into the backside. Niski desperate to finish this kill. Niski grabbing 1. Dayor leaping forward with the charm. The damage coming through, but Elyoya brought into the back line. Dayor hand delivering kills to the Mad Lions. It's a heartbreaker. Finn and Dayor still standing, but Niski and Elyoya are ready for the fight.
Can he snipe him? He's going to stand behind the creeps here, Dayor. Does Niski go for it? Oh, nice dodge. It's a 3 for 3. Absolute bloodbath in the river. It was a really good fight initially for Astralis. It was Kobe who just salvaged the entire thing. But Niski makes sure that Mad Lions can draw even. They'll get the dragon as well, so they'll put themselves on soul point. I'm gonna be excited to look at that fight again, because I think Finn's positioning was great too. Now Dayor is TP'd back on this bot side. Maybe they're looking for a couple of kills before Mad Lions can get out with this objective. Niski no flash. The charm's gonna go wide.
Dayor fishing with the charm. Finn is so low. The movement speed gonna come through.
Niski
procs the barrels. Astralis now on the retreat, but that is 3 Drakes for the Mad Lions. Yes, it is only a 2k gold lead, but Astralis cannot afford to keep losing fights.
Yeah, okay, so looks like a Finn here from the start, because look at his positioning in that bush. Mad Lions are in a choke, and I think he realizes the second Hilly hooks in, they have to commit, so he pops the barrel combo, then drops the GP ult. That zones Karzi away. Now watch Dayor will come to the side here and finish off Hilly. And then eyes on Kobe on that top side. Dashes forwards, gets onto Karzi, flashes over Elyoya and Chasey, waits for his dash to come back up, and then goes back over the wall to finish off the Gnar, but they're so low HP. Niski rejoins the fight after zoning Dayora away and forcing him over the Dragon Pit. Flash from Dayora was good to try and get away, but Elyoya is going to follow on the W, smites to kill the Nami, and then Niski pushes Dayora back, who dodges out on that shock blast. 3 for 3.
Difficult fight. Again, clutch moments from Kabe. Not quite having the damage to burn through Hillsang as quickly as they would like. Of course, don't forget, tomorrow is our first best of 5. G2 versus Koi at the top of the bracket. They're both already locked top 3, but we'll find out who is top 2 after that match. For now, though, still trying in this best of 3 to find out our last team to make it to the top 4. That's a lot of numbers, so if you struggle to keep up, don't worry. There'll be a bracket breakdown at some point.
Winner tomorrow goes to the finals, basically.
Yep.
And the winner here will face SK. Soul points for Mad Lions. Infinity Edge really close to completion for Kobe. Look at the gold difference on the AD carry. 2.1 lead for the Lucian. That's their win condition. Astralis know it. I think they're trying to buy time. You can see they're giving a lot of respect here to Mad Lions, allowing them to control mid lane because they're waiting for that third item on the Lucian. And when they get it, they'll start to fight back a little bit more. There's the poke, the Jace, the Varus, the Gnar saplings, the Maokai saplings.
We said it in draft, Astralis have a lot of tools to start fights, but they need to start fights because otherwise they're going to get poked out. Finn trying to start something here in the jungle, but I think it might be his own funeral. A flash out to safety, and the Maokai AP damage is going to finish him. This Maokai's killing everybody on the backside while the fight breaking out in the center of your screen is not going in favor of Astralis. It is an absolute slaughter.
Jungle support is down, and all of a sudden Mad Lions are looking at a Baron. Finn has the teleport. Kobe, half HP, no culling, no flash. It's going to be hard for him to get into this pit. Dayor just used the ult as well. Do they try to contest this on the 3v4? Face checking the Maokai saplings is going to do so much damage. Leandry's Demonic Embrace. Are you kidding? I'm not sure they can contest this. Finn maybe can steal it with a Miracle Barrel.
Big barrels. Trying to set up. Karthus going to have to auto those. They have to be perfect. It's not going to happen.
Big blunder from Astralis, disrespecting. I think they used the Gangplank ultimate to clear the mid wave just before the play happened. They were trying to hold on here. They were stalling for the Lucian item, and you'll see it. As they push in mid here, Mad Lions, the poke hits Yonghoon. Now Gangplank ult is used on the wave in mid to defend the tower. All Astralis want to do here is hold, but Finn kind of sucks them into a fight by getting caught here. He could flash out. I do believe it's up, but instead he just pops the stopwatch. And then 113 commits, but like you said, the damage on the backside, just poking off Yonghoon. The roots just tagging the end of the Nami, and jungler's dead, free Baron.
Yeah, and if Finn did not have removed Skirby there, that would have been a double for Elyoya, kind of incidentally, just on accident from the ult hitting 2 people. This is one very, very strong Maokai. And that is kind of the threat. If this champion is behind, doesn't get as many items, it is just that engage bot. But with Elyoya so far ahead and so many squishy members on the side of Astralis, alongside so much poke, it's going to be hard. Hilly flashing over the wall, landing the hook immediately, trying to turn that one around, but taking out the GP, not a bad trade for Mad Lions overall.
He just flashed over the wall and hooked Finn and ulted him. I mean, if you had stopwatch there, it would make a bit more sense, but in the end, it's a 1-for-1. Probably worth it. You've just killed their top laner and a lot of their wave clear. TP back here from Niski. The siege will begin. Mid-tier 2 is the focused. Kobe might have to use the cunning here to hold it if they want to.
This is the struggle. Like you highlighted with Finn down, most of their reliable wave clear is gone. The culling does come out. 113 just posturing like he's going to engage, threatening, but that poke is massive. And again, a single sapling into their back line now means Jonghoon is dead.
The saplings are doing so much damage. Just landing constantly onto the back line. It's so hard for Astralis to walk up even. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. They need to base now, get the wards, get the health bars back up, and find a way to contest this soul. It's going to be so hard though. Elyoya is just going to... Let's just keep the camera here. One sapling in that bush. He's going to throw another one in another bush, and another bush, and they're just going to not be able to walk in anywhere. And they're just going to deal so much damage that the Nami Ws will have to come out to sustain.
Remember, they nerfed
it's just a minefield.
They nerfed the item. Doesn't matter. When you're this far ahead, nerfs irrelevant.
And look at the pinks as well.
And I think we have to give credit, Caedrel, because we talked about it. On one item, Astralis had so much room to make these big plays, but Mad Lions matched them blow for blow. And now with this kind of lead with Baron, that poke, that extra range that we talked about, makes most of this game so easy for Mad to play out. They've been playing it so cleanly as well. And for Astralis, you can't be sloppy against this composition. If you're sloppy, you get hit by a J-Shock blast of Varus. Varus isn't even going poke.
Yeah.
They're so lucky he's not lethality. This game would be infinitely harder to play.
Yeah.
But objectives would go down slower, so...
Yeah, bit of it one-hit damage is not too bad to have for the comp, I suppose, but you're absolutely right. I mean, they're just playing dodgeball, and even if they dodge half the skill shots, they get hit by the collateral anyway, right? I mean, it's not like they're aiming for you half the time, but if it hits, then it hits. And yeah, Ocean Soul, Finn's going to respond with a top tower. Might get a top tier 2 as well, so not bad cross map coming in here. Astralis' next win condition is the Elder. Just hold on to the Elder.
Nice predict by Yonghoon. And again, the damage from the sapling's annoying. For this point, only getting hit by one, not too bad. So overall, Baron, they leverage that pressure. They secure a few tier 2 towers as well as the Ocean Soul. I'd say a solid Baron at this stage of the game. Not able to break open any of the inhibitors, but when you've got Ocean Soul, again, against a composition that's a lot about mid-game, a lot about bursting down 1 or 2 targets, pretty damn good to have.
Yeah. Every soul's just goddamn good to have, really, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, but like, when you're basically going to get DPS checked by the Ahri every time she charms you, Ocean Soul feels extra nice.
True, it does indeed. But the only disadvantage of having the soul, of course, is Elder spawns, and you know what kind of damage that can do. That can turn the entire tide of a game. But I don't think Mad Lions will allow that to happen. 2 minutes on the clock for Baron. They're just going to set up exactly what they did on that bot side towards the top side, put the saplings in, put the wards down, wait for Astralis to walk up, inevitably having to contest the Nash, and then they'll just look for turns, I expect. So it's on Astralis to find an avenue in. Could be on a force on a mid-wave here.
Kabe, not afraid to be the frontliner. Hylissang again locked up, goes back into the wall. They should be able to burn through, but it's Elyoya on the flank. Kabe locked up. Cleanse now coming out. The Colin doing good damage. Massive barrels. Finn's got 3 items, and he's getting frisky. Big damage going forward there. Chasey, they have to respect the Manganar. Karzi on the backside alongside Niski, throwing out skill shots left and right. Kabe playing on the edge. Jonghoon surely has to fall here. Young, no, has to make it out. Flash out to safety. Chasey desperate to get anything back. Statue's gonna go a bit wide. Bubble not gonna connect. Shock blast to finish the job. The range coming through, and the Ocean Soul just ticking, healing up the members of the Mad Lions. Kabe going out to safety. Barely able to get away from that one.
Gale Force just making it so he doesn't have to flash there. Astralis have a lot of damage. If the barrels can land and the culling is getting across, even Hylissang is getting melted straight through. Elyoya had to flash away, and he has no resistances whatsoever, basically, right? He's sitting on 100 armor, 118 armor. If a crit lands and the Lucian can get a small combo off, the Maokai's dead, shut down over, and then they have the threat of taking over the river, of course, because when the Maokai's down, then you don't have that threat of the minefield in the river. 113 is looking for any remaining members of Mad Lions to slow them down on the map. 45 seconds on the spawn. Nash, Elyoya had to use the flash, Karzi had to use the flash. We'll see if Astralis can find a similar angle.
Yeah, finding the right angle feels like what it's all about. You can see though, Astralis getting scarier and scarier. Again, we highlighted it in the middle of that last fight. 3 items for Finn, 3.5 for Kabe. They've got the damage to make it through the Mad Lions lineup. They just have to get in range. They have to get close, and they cannot afford to get caught out by Elyoya. It's going to be harder to lock him down now. Yes, he's still a very squishy tree, all things considered, but having that stopwatch can be a massive difference maker in the fights to come.
TP's coming in. Yeah, that Hourglass. See how he uses it. I think that just stops a lot of the Vi engage, doesn't it? We saw 113 use the Vi ult onto Hylissang last fight. He even hooked out of it, so the engage was a little bit scuffed. It's just the burst from the Gangplank that kind of turned the fight in their favor. So Dayor, let's keep our eye on Dayor. His positioning is in this top brush. Maybe he can look for a flank. He's got pings on that top side. If he can find a combo onto Elyoya, that'll help. But Elyoya puts the sapling on that top brush. He knows that the Ahri is on this top side somewhere. Mad Lion just keeping his mid-waves in, just keeping the shock blasts down, keeping Astralis close to their base. It's just a matter of time before they turn and burn this Baron or look for an engage of their own.
Dayor trying to find the angle. Fully committed on the flank here, but has to be careful. Elyoya might be able to 100 to 0 him. It's going to get interrupted. Oh, they're taking their time. They just walk in and they fish for the kill. Dayor dashing out to safety for now.
Yeah, he has no TP though and no ult, so that should be it. Mad Lions should go towards Baron now and start it up. They know the Ahri has no TP, half HP, and no ultimate. But Karzi needs to clear out this mid-wave still, so they've got a tiny bit of time to work with. Dayor's not even a base. Kobe knows he has to force this play.
Sees the opportunity here again. Hylissang just the center of attention every single time a fight breaks out, and the only one standing in close enough range to be hit here. Niski, Elyoya, Karzi going to start to burn through this one. This is the advantage of the on-hit bar, shredding through this objective.
Who's going to tank them?
113 has to. They cannot walk into these saplings. Kabe, again, just has to walk away here. So much zone control from the side of Mad Lions. Finn, good damage from the barrels, hitting onto Niski, taking about half his HP, but doesn't have time to set up another combo. Hook goes a little bit wide. 113 off to the side, throws up the heart, as well as the punch to make it out to safety. JC, though,
good flash ult him.
In pursuit. Not going to push for anything else. Again, Mad Lions playing a slow, controlled game here, finding these small advantages, using them to get these big objectives. Baron, Ocean Soul, Elder a minute away. Mad Lions in absolute control.
They are indeed, and like you said, Elder 1 minute away. They're going to use that Baron to put even more pressure on the map. Astralis is getting harder and harder to find ways into this river, and you can see the frustration, hands on heads, just questioning how they can do it. Dayor was looking for a TP, I'm not quite sure where, but ended up getting cancelled, and he lost so many resources before the fight started that gave Mad Lions the edge in starting the objective. 40 seconds on Elder. Mid push into bot side river. Astralis trying to get here before they arrive. Maybe they can set up before the saplings can get placed down. But no, there are only two here. Finn's just base. He might have to TP in if they want to force this now.
Push, they don't have man advantage. This is Psycho to even contest this, but they're going to try to do it anyway. For now, 1-1-3 still standing strong. Hellsang, has he gone too deep? Kabi locked up. Kabi should surely fall. Dashes. Gale Force is out to safety. Karzi now on a killing spree. Yonghu taken out by the shock blast. Mad Lions looking for a victory lap down the mid lane as Chasey goes back in for the engage. A clean combo from the Gnar in the mid lane means one last member of Astralis standing. Mad Lions with a triple for Niski. A monster in the mid lane as well, moving in and looking to break open the nexus of Astralis.
It's just Kobe standing, and he's got no one there to help him. He's got no damage left, no summoners, no ult. 5-man strong here, Mad Lions, Ocean, Soul, and Baron. It's going to be game one over to them.
Kabe, there's nothing left. He's going to dance. He's going to do everything he can to show us that footwork, but there is just too much damage. Those saplings will not be hit by the tower. And that's going to be game one for Mad Lions, controlled from start to finish. Some scrappy fights, certainly, but they were in the driver's seat for minute one.
It was getting really hard there for Astralis, and I think the pressure got them a little bit where they had to force something, but they walked up there into the river without Finn, without the gangplank ult, without any flashes, and Hylissang just hex flashed on top of them and started the engage, so a little bit rushed, you have to imagine, but even then, it's just impossible. It's just such a mountain to climb to come back in that game. But yeah, bouncing back here, like I said, Astralis 4-3 on blue side, their winning side that they probably will choose going into this game too, see what they can cook up in draft, get a nice cocktail going. And I mean, we've seen Casio Twitch, you know, what else they got in store? You know, you've got one best of one left before you're knocked out. May as well try.
They took a game last time around. I have no doubt that they can do it again, but Mad Lions playing for keeps, and I think Elyoya especially looking like a monster. Seems unhappy about that G2 loss. And Hylissang engaging, as Hylissang does, going crazy. Some good, some bad, but overall, I think Elyoya and Niski just powerhouses in the fight. The top side of Mad Lions, you know, we were ready to talk mostly about bot side, about how bot side was going to be everything, especially in a matchup versus Astralis, but the top side of Mad Lions were incredible this game.
They were. Niski is just, he's so consistent this split, isn't he? I can remember one game against Vitality where he was playing Victor against Perkz Azir, where he struggled a little bit. Barring that, nothing short of fantastic really in the mid lane for Mad Lions. He's first in almost every stat that game. Almost flawless on the Jace too. Just a little bit of hiccups on the bot side. Max probably giving the bot lane a little bit of a scolding, saying, you know, let's not take those early fights. Stop being so aggressive in these trades. Don't die to the 2v2s. And once they gained control of jungle bot, just felt over from there. Mad Lions transition to top. Game was done.
I like your headcanon for Max speeches. But that's enough from us. Let's head over to Laura on the desk and see what they thought about that game. Wow, words are hard.
They are today.
Words hard. English is hard. But Mad Lions made this game look easy on them as they take the first one in this best of 3. A lot of back and forth, though, but if we focus on the early game at first, I want to talk about the top lane and how Yoya and Chasey set the pace in the early game.
Yeah, I generally just feel like from Elyoya's side, and Mad Lions specifically, they were allocating a lot of resources to the top side, and they were the one who was going through first. You can even see it here with Chasey not answering the split push from Finn, but deciding to stay around, and that really set them up to just get this triple kill from Elyoya.
And this really hurts, because if the brush wasn't being camped there, like Dayor had the idea to already move up river and gank top lane, so in 15 seconds, it's 4v3 in favor of Astralis, but that is not the way it worked because Mad Lions were there to jump on.
And what that really did there was just propelled the game forward, both from Chasey's point of view and also Elyoya's point of view. When they had the kind of composition they did, where they could play around so much with their range from the Maokai saplings, from the Varus Q, albeit he didn't go lethality, and the Jace, it just created a zone every time there was an objective where it was really difficult. So huge prop to Elyoya, you can see it there as well. Kill participation up there.
And because of the triple kill, like, there was a point in the game where this man had a demonic embrace and lucidity boots, and the enemy jungle had a Kindle gem, null magic mantle, and tier 1 boots, and like maybe a potion. I don't know. It was bad.
It was looking doomed.
It was looking doomed, yeah, indeed. But we talked about Yoya and how he set up the top lane, but I think I'm wondering if we haven't been sleeping a bit too much on Chasey and how he's been the silent force on the side of Mad Lions.
Yeah, because, you know, we were talking about the matchup as well with Finn coming into the day as well. I think Chasey on the Gnar, you know, he was super solid. He was getting a lot of resources from the teams, and And it really showed as well, even in situations like this, where Kobe, who had a great series this game, finally goes forward. Well, Chasey's there to just really answer it. I think the big thing for me in this game where Mad Lions specifically beat Astralis was from their map movements, because every time Astralis got something ahead of them, someone from Mad Lions were there to answer it. If it was Chasey, if it was Yoya, either way, they all had a great game here.
I think it's super important when you have priority, especially as like a top laner, you're in a side lane. When you get that pushed wave, you're moving down to help the rest of your team, clearing through enemy jungle. It's not just take a reset or overextend blind pushing into a side lane. He is converting his lane pressure into the rest of the team.
And it's not something we really see so often in this meta either, because usually we see the bot laners get the charge, but here with Chasey getting the lead finally, top laners have a hard time really getting their lead into a team lead. But I thought Chasey did a phenomenal job here, because every time there was a fight, well, he's a Nah, he can go for the team fight, or every time he needed to shift from another lane to another, well, he was there with a great movement.
Yeah, and the Mad Lions really can play through every lane and every force they have here. And I think we should look maybe at the objective control, and especially the Drake fight that Jamara can talk us through.
Hello, everyone. I am here to break down specifically the third dragon and everything that unfolded here, because it was a very interesting sequence of plays, which eventually did lead to Mad Lions picking up the third dragon of the game. If we get the clip started and we kind of just immediately look from Astralis' perspective, they're not actually in the river first right now. It's Dayor behind and Mad Lions currently with a little bit of mid lane priority and effectively just waiting for Astralis to try and check into them. Clip. You can play out, and you can see Mad, they kind of sniff something out, they get the blue ward down, his position is revealed, and Astralis kind of get a bit of a move forward. If we pause right here just before the fight actually kicks off, Mad Lions are a little bit hesitant to actually extend forward because they've got tools to worry about off of the back of things like the Gangplank Ultimate, Nami Wave, etc. But Hylissang kind of still takes things into his own hands. He still goes forward for this hook here. And if we let the clip play out a little bit, you'll see that no one's actually man-marking Dayor for a really long time. Hylissang ends up getting picked off by Dayor, eventually retaking position. And as we pause, we've got Chasey here taking down one of the frontliners, and the Maokai R ended up brewing both bot laners here for Astralis, both Kobe and Jonghoon, and Chasey sees this as an opportunity to move forward. Unfortunately, if we let the clip roll out, Chasey doesn't have flash to lock down Kobe, so he gets forward, takes out Kazi, and if we pause again, Mad Lions don't really have the best setup from the jump because they have to go through so many tools of Astralis, but it doesn't fortunately end up mattering too much if we let the play roll once more, because they've got the damage coming back from Niski, who was man-marking. They all forced him all the way out of this team fight, and even though he gets charmed up, you can see Elyoya still has the flash from the remainder of the fight to move forward and take down a couple more members from Astralis. And off the back of this sequence of plays, even though you see Niski go for the kill, doesn't quite take down Dayor, they pick up this third dragon. And Mad Lions, they don't necessarily have the best setup from the get-go, but Astralis didn't necessarily do a good job either of shutting down some of the poke and the engage tools available to Mad Lions. So Mad Lions very happily take that fight, and that third dragon was crucial to getting them to Ocean Soul at the end of the game. So I wanted to break that one down because it was very interesting, and Astralis unfortunately didn't end up winning that team fight. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you so much, Jamara. And I think it says a lot about the whole Mad Lions approach around objectives as a whole.
Yeah, I really agree. So, like, I think we talked a little bit about it, but from the draft that they had, right, with the amount of long range you get, that also means if you're the first one to get on the objective, right, they're going to have to face check Maokai, they're going to have to face check Jace, they're going to have to face check the Varus, and you can't do that. So you can also just see it from the objectives from the Drakes. When Mad Lions was the team who was first, they were getting it.
It's also really hard, unless Astralis have like a big advantage, sort of walk in and take space. Because like, where's your front line? Who's actually doing that? Even if you don't have front line, you don't have great tools to actually procure vision. So when it comes to like these setups around sieges or around objectives, like it's very hard for Astralis to be there first, but it's also really hard to engage, because I think if Vi just sort of sends herself in with a cannon barrage, like there's good enough disengage, right? The CC lockdown of Maokai, Varus, Nautilus, it's really tough. So Astralis' best hope in an even game point was that Mad Lions would sort of overcommit and dive in initially, which actually happened a couple of times. Hylissang, I think, jumped the gun. He's still like traded even.
It's a very nice way of saying it, bro.
There was some light inting.
Controlled inting. It's
yeah,
fine.
exactly. But like even in that fight around Drake that Jamada broke down, like I think they could have played it a little bit slower, waited for the poke to come in, but Hillsang just saw an angle and he took it, and it wasn't a great fight for that.
Yeah, I still think like Mad Lions, they wasn't fully clean in terms of what they could have done, but either way, they look very dominant in the
We'll
game.
see if there's some opportunities for Australis to bounce back here as they will play on blue side and try and avoid elimination and maybe force game 3. We will be right back right after the break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I won! I did it! I won the LEC! Finally, after all of these years! If it wasn't for my Malzahar in Game 5, I wouldn't be here! But I am! And I won! So screw you to all the haters!
Chasey, leave the custom game or back to Korea? Back to Korea.
Now they've got more than enough damage to just pop him. Now a hook, the follow-up, that route is so long, there's no more claims, it's easy! Mad Lions!
You guys win, you win. Nami.
I'm going now.
Good job, guys.
Gacha. Nice.
No flash. It's a sushi for dinner. 1v2 bot. Good job.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To work, I wanna take the rest of my life.
Welcome back to the LEC, where I just ate 2 slices of pizza, and I am ready to cast the best League of Legends of my entire career. And I am certainly hoping that Mad Lions and Astralis can deliver. Astralis, now on blue side, their home, as Cadro highlighted, where they have a positive win rate, where they have the luxury of early picking champions or first picking.
Yep.
Now we need to see if they can leverage that to take down the Mad Lions, who were pretty scary in game 1. Didn't do anything too crazy. Didn't take any really big risks overall, I would say. Just played a pretty clean game of League of Legends.
Yeah, you might think it's a little bit of a draft diff in a way, just in terms of like when win conditions and how slim they were for Astralis. The windows they had to find had to be on the dot, but yeah, I mean, the way Mad Lions played was just very heavy poke, not taking anything away from how Elyoyo and Hylissang specifically played the early game, just moving around the map and getting those picks. But this is it. Astralis, lose this game and you're out, so everything on the table. And on blue side, like I said, this is their comfort side, this is their home, this is exactly where they're finding most of their wins. And we'll get into the draft in just a second. I think the Maokai was a crucial thing they need to take away. Okay, it's banned straight away.
There it is.
And I think looking for a Sejuani first pick here for 113 is a no-brainer.
Would be strong. Also sets up for some strong synergy if Dayor wants to play something melee in the mid lane, similar for Finn in the top side of the map. And Mad Lions taking a bit more time debating their options. They are going to ban the Sejuani away, seeing the same pattern that you have, that, 113 looking pretty confident on that pick.
He is indeed. So Ashe taken away from Hylissang. Want to take away that pressure bot. Lucian Nami is still up if that's something that Mad Lions want to target here. Wukong, Vi, the next on the list for junglers. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Jarvan come out from 113 as well.
Run back on the Karzi Draven.
Yeah, maybe we could see a Kobe Varus, Karzi Draven. A lot of directions it could go here. So Elise is going to get banned. I didn't touch on her because I didn't think it would be something that would be banned against 113. He hasn't played it just yet, but maybe they're scared of the dive potential, the early game power he can have. Looks like Astralis is going to lean towards that Lucian Nami lane again. I mean, I think Kobe and Yonghun had a pretty good game despite all things considered. Does Mad Lions take away the Nami and play a Draven lane is my question.
That would be a big question, because one of the big things that kept going well for the Mad Lions in the previous game was Hylissang. While Hylissang's scoreline wasn't great, he was consistently forcing out so many ultimates in every single fight, and effectively making a lot of the engage options for Astralis useless because he was the only available target for them to hit. So I like Hylissang on engage. I don't care if he has a bad scoreline. I feel like it's always just an easier way to play the game.
Yeah, so they might just run something like Varus jungle here, Nautilus on 3. Something like Wukong could work. If they want to look for just raw team fights, if they want to look for a bit more early game, something like Vi might be a bit better. See what they opt into. So early game it is. They're going to go for Nautilus on 3, I expect. Nami here for Yonghun. And yeah, I mean, Wukong is just something that I think 113 should pick up, but he hasn't played that this split either. So is he going to go for Trundle or Jarvan? I mean, Jarvan against Varus is good. You just need follow-up. Really, really need follow-up. I think in that last game on Vi, he had some decent engages, but it just lacked a lot of follow-up.
Yep.
Dayor Sylas, classic. And I'm going to make sure they slam that in quickly. See if Niski wants to go for the Jace here, have some kind of good mid matchup. Maybe something like the Azir perhaps to push it in.
Debating his options last time around, when we saw Dayor pick up the Sylas, Niski went straight for the Rise.
He's hovering TF and Vex and looking over at Dayor, and Dayor's looking back at him, and they're both having a little bit of a giggle. I think he's teasing him with the champions that he knows he wants to play, and he's been finding success on. Do they just go for Nautilus here? Does Niski have the confidence to drop 4-5? Yeah, he does.
I think he does.
So much experience on that player. He's happy to go into the next pick ban, the next phase of the pick ban, and I think it's a very similar situation to game 1, but here Mad Lions can target jungle, Astralis can target mid.
Yeah, see what the option is going to be. Does he want to go back for Jace? Rise also an option. What does Astralis really want to take away here?
Cassio. I think Cassio is something you need to be careful of here. If you're playing Lucian, Nami, Sylas, Niski would happily pick up a Cassiopeia here on 4. Azir is going to be the first one, but I'd be a bit scared of that one. Rise is another one that can work really well.
Yeah.
Talia can be fantastic as well.
You're big on the Talia. You're loving the Talia right now.
I think it's just such a powerful pick. The Eastern regions are playing Talia often with Vi, and I feel like the follow-up is insane. And it's specifically against Lucian, Nami, Sylas, Akali, whatever it is. It just creates so much space. So I think Mad Lions have done the right thing here in picking Nautilus, because I think there's so many champions Niski can play here.
It does make a lot of sense, and now trying to limit some of the options for Finn on the top side of the map, of course. While Mad Lions will get the luxury of last pick and counter picking at least one role, they'll have to blind pick something. But I'm wondering now, Mad Lions not opting to burn 2 jungle bans, just focused on the Wukong. What is 113 actually going to play here?
I think it might be Trundle, because they have Nautilus, they have Vi. I think Trundle only really works if they have a melee support. If you're playing Trundle against Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami, it's a nightmare, even if they have Sejuani. So I think Trundle would be my go-to here for Astralis. I think Gnar could also work as a blind pick. It's not something Mad Lions can play because they're up against the Sylas, and blinding Gnar here would be a bit detrimental to the draft, I think, because they already have shown mid, right? It doesn't really make sense to just pick away Gnar, especially against Sylas.
And that is an advantage of Astralis locking in the Sylas so early on, as it comes preemptively.
So Zoe does well into the Sylas. It used to be, I don't want to say counter, but it won the lane, pushed in the lane, won trades, and Sylas would struggle.
And got buffed. Reduces magic resistance by a significant amount. Now there's no one else to take advantage of that on the team, but Zoe a little bit stronger on this patch.
Interesting. So maybe Mad Lions here just testing it out. It's probably something that worked in scrims. They don't want to leave it till next weekend. Yeah, they like poke.
They really like poke.
I hope he goes poke Varus here now, at least.
Okay, now we're going to have the Gwen here, so mitigating some of that long-range poke, making sure that you can keep it at least a melee option for a little while.
If we're talking like pure comfort here, 113 would pick Viego. You know, that's like his bread and butter. I think it was one of his most played champions last year as well.
Oh, I kind of like the Trundle. The little pillars. Yeah,
But
the
yeah,
pillars
Trundle,
are good. Into Zoe especially,
Yeah,
you know,
makes sense.
telegraph return point. Feels nice.
Makes the most sense into Lotus as well. So with that Jack span and with Gwen picked up, what does Chasey pick into this? Does he pick something like the Fiora? Renekton could work
Gwen
as well?
feels like a preemptive deny for the Cassante, so trying to at least usher him away from that. Renekton in the past been something you go for, but I don't really love that matchup.
Fiora, yeah, something like that is spicy. Okay, I like it. So Mad Lions, not a lot of poke now when you've got something like Fiora. You're playing side lanes, and they've got hard engage on support. So Mad Lions have a little bit of everything. You know, you've got carries that want to poke if he goes poke Varus. You've got a Vi and Nautilus that want to go in, and you've got a Fiora that kind of wants to side lane. So they're going to have to play this game pretty well, looking at their win conditions. Astralis are going to run at you, and they're not going to stop until you're dead. So I think they're just going to be committing forwards onto Mad Lions. Lucian dashing forward, Sylas looking for the Nautilus ult flanking, Trundle making sure they can hit the front line, and Gwen will look for TPs behind, you expect.
I think both these comps are pretty hard to play, and Mad Lions especially. Last game they had a very nice composition where once they got a lead, the path to success was pretty clear. You have a lot of poke, you have this very fed AP Maokai. This game, if you fall behind, it can fall apart so quickly. You need Fiora to be strong on a side lane. You don't have the same team fighting power coming in from your top lane. You don't have the same massive AoE engage coming in from your jungler. Definitely Mad Lions putting a bit more pressure on themselves to execute well. They did pull it off in game 1. In terms of early to mid game, but are going to need to do it again here because the late game insurance isn't nearly as strong this time around.
Top lane is going to be so crucial in who can get ahead on side lane. I think the Fiora will outscale eventually, but if Gwen is ahead in this mid to late game against champions like Nautilus and Vi, she's going to tear straight through them, especially with a Sylas by her side. Gwen and Sylas will be the divers. And yeah, solo lanes galore here. They can use Niski's mid push to play around both those side lanes, so I think slightly Mad Lions favored in the first few minutes.
Is it time? Astralis already down a game. This is their elimination match. Mad Lions already up 1-0. We'll have to see. Can they do it? Can Astralis bring it back? It's time for game 2.
And I believe we're going to get into the game in just a second. Bear with us. We're loading in.
We're waiting.
Give it a minute.
I thought I could start the game because I have the button.
Yeah.
I've been informed I can't. I don't. The button doesn't work.
It's
apparently.
gone. Is it still here? Nope, there's a pause. So we've got a little bit of a pause going on. The game's just started. I'll give you to the crowd.
Every time
Fnatic.
a player pauses, Fnatic gets their wings. Is that how the quote goes?
Well, at least Fnatic made it to playoffs then, didn't they? Theoretically.
In spirit.
In spirit.
They're here with us now.
They're here with us now.
What the heck? Fnatic pause hack? 200 CS? What?
You know the chit chat's just flying, isn't it? Yeah, we'll keep you updated as to what happened. I can see that all of them were just standing in base and the game was paused, so someone must have had some kind of loading in issue. Maybe someone bought the wrong items. Let's have a look. Did someone buy the right? No, they didn't. Okay.
All right. Thank you for the technical breakdown there. They're all standing in the base. It's like, yeah, the game is literally paused, bro. I don't know where else are they going to stand.
A couple of years ago, you know, there was a bug on Karthus where you could like get out of the base gate level 1 in the first 2 seconds, and you could like run to their jungle. It was so funny. That was like one of the funniest things ever.
There it is. I can't read French, but I'm going to hope that that says something wholesome. Or that someone in the production room can read French just in case it doesn't. There's got to be a meta somewhere where you just Right, never mind. I'm not going to encourage that.
No, don't
behavior.
encourage it. I was going to say you're opening the can of worms here.
We
That
only
might already
hold
be
some
closed.
things on sides here.
Yeah.
The LEC during our Kit Kat game pause, have a break, have a Kit Kat.
See, this is one of those times where I wish I was in the game on the client because I can see them all looking over at each other every now and then.
It's that intern on the treadmill. He's just not going fast enough to power the stage. We're sorry. We're replacing him with a,
the one from
stronger,
between two
fitter
irons.
intern. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, no wonder the games keep fresh. You need to get him to start pedaling faster.
The lights on us are turning on, which is usually a sign that you might get to see our faces soon. But yeah, in the meantime, we can talk a little bit more. A reminder, big stakes. Obviously, this is a fight to make it into the top 4. Already, we have one name that we maybe weren't ready for. Certainly weren't ready for at the start of the season and have been continually impressed by, and that is SK. Astralis showing us so much yesterday in a big upset. And now looking to do it again.
Cadril start the game.
Start the
This
game.
can't be a chant now. This is can't. Okay, give me a sec. Let me start the game, guys. Let me press my little button under this PC.
Was this a giant ploy for Twitch Prime subscribers?
1 sec, I'm just pressing a button, Dracos. And we're ready to get into game 2!
And yes, here we are back on the Rift. The all-powerful, all-knowing Mark Cadril Lamont has finally deemed it necessary to start the game. Ooh, this is the classic. Remember, tiny sliver vision. Can we get the vision?
They don't have hook. They don't have hook. They don't have hook.
The
bubble, though. It's a 5v5 level.
Take a 5v5. Look at the bubble. Look at the bubble. It's a massive lagoon. That is a career-defining bubble right there. Don't keep it going. We're taking first blood. Oh, they're going to keep killing everybody. Chasing, procking vitals left and right. Can they go back? Bubble again.
Oh,
only one. There's two. Getting another kill. This is disaster for the side of Astralis. The bubble, we thought it could be enough, but Matt's bubble was better.
It was just a bubble gap, wasn't it? They managed to single out one target with it, and the hook came back up. Younghoon, bubble onto 4, montage making, flash before the eyes, and then all of a sudden, they lost the fight.
If he was a full AP Nami, I just would have ripped off Cat and Flowers.
Let's just analyze this deeply
bubble
here.
finds them all.
Look at this bubble. How do they not win? The Trundle's there as well. Hit them. Yeah, they do. But then they flash out, and then they turn with the hook. Oh, he took a pillar level 1. I thought 113 could go for a Q start there, level 1. You know, Trundle auto, Q auto.
They were not ready for the full-on 5v5.
Yeah, wow.
They were definitely thinking that they were going to be... The picked have become the... The pickers have become the picked.
Yeah. Which depicted the 2 kills.
English is hard. How did we...
Hook.
Oh, going forward. Slow,
Bubble.
getting procced. Clean bubble. Again. Astralis not hitting a lot of these kills. Younghoon hitting a lot of these bubbles, though.
Hitting a lot of these hooks as well.
There you go.
Apart from that first one. It was a blind one. So we'll let him off for that one. But yeah, disaster in the early game for Astralis.
I would
Not
say
what
so,
you want in
yeah.
an elimination game. Killer with the Vi, killer with the Varus. Bot's going to get pushed in now a little bit. Assists. Gold wasn't spent yet, so it's not the end of the world. You see a kill on to Elyoya. Doesn't have an item. Same story for Karzi. 113's done his bot side camps. Niski no flash. Younghoon no flash. That's the places they can look to punish here either side.
Really want to capitalize on those summoner spell discrepancies. Maybe look to get something done here. And it is a bit concerning that once again Elyoya is off to a strong start, because the previous game he got what I'd like to call turbo fed, and that damage per minute is fake news because it was poke Maokai, but it is still impressive nonetheless. And he's looking to follow up here. Nice backstep from Finn, holding on the dash there. Still a positive trade at the end of the day for the Mad top laner. Finn going to be frustrated about that one, but walks away with his life, walks away with his sums. Elyoya goes again.
Does he see him in that bush? Did he sneak in? I think the ping just came out, so he must have spotted him.
Can we get the vision? Vision? Observers?
Yeah, well, he's obviously in the bush because he can't see them. But did he see him before?
Oh yeah, that's true.
He doesn't have a ward
The
either.
observers are like, what?
How long does Elyoya want to stay
do we
here
have
for?
to listen to him? They're probably asking.
Finn's like, surely he's based by now, right? Surely he's in base.
doesn't
I can
know.
walk up now and look for a creep. And he's like, surely I'm fine, right? Nope.
Oh, the dash still gets caught out there in the end, and it's a quick kill on the top side.
Oh, Finn's just shaking his head. He's like, how long was he in that bush for? There's no way he stuck around for that long.
It's like in Ocean's 11 where they sneak that box into the safe, but there's a guy in the box. Elyoya's the guy in the box.
Like the Trojan horse.
Yes.
Oh my god. Deep.
This is brutal.
It's actually was in the bush this time.
I'm sorry, we were so ready for a really serious cast, and then they 5v5'd at level 1, and I have lost all of the will to treat this
we're gonna
with
focus
seriousness. But it is an elimination match, and this is a disastrous start for Astralis. This sucks. Your back is against the wall. This is about the worst start you could have.
So did he see him? Oh, he saw him. But then he thought, like, surely he's based by now. Can we get this sped up? Yeah. I mean, look how long this is. Really? Like, is he... Junglers, man. It must be personal up here. Like, he spent at least a minute up here while... I mean, 113 is finishing his full clear. And I think Finn just wants 1 minion. And they have the base damage to just kill him on the level 3s. He didn't lose that much because the wave's pushing into him now. And I think he TP'd back up. Chasey's laughing because he realizes, like, Elyoya has just spent a minute and a half in my lane. Won a legend.
Yeah, normally when I spend a minute in a lane, it's because I want to steal XP, but I'm there for a gank. But respect to Elyoya for making it work. He's now 1-3, just walking forward. Trundle wins these. You do not get to play bonk with Trundle. We learned that in the Zanzara era.
Hook. Hilly. He's posturing for it. Not going to go for it, though. So. I don't know. I can never tell with Hilly. He just looks like he wants the hook when he's walking up like that, but sometimes he just holds it.
That is what makes Hilly kind of a terrifying player to play against. You never know.
Look at him.
He's always looking for a hook. He's going to find it in this instance. Good damage. Kobbe now trying to get a bit of a trade back, but Carsey's still walking forward. Bubble connects onto Hylissang, desperate to find that kill. Flashing out to safety. Carsey still trading back. Younghoon throwing in autos left and right. 1-1-3 on the way down. Elyoya's already here, but maybe, just maybe, they can win the 3v3.
Oh, the Q.
Big arrow.
Dashed away from. So good cover here by Elyoya. Yeah, but like the early game it's been a bit of a horror here for Astralis. We'll see if they can recover it. Top's behind, jungle's a little bit behind. Bot is struggling, but it's not the end of the world. Hilly's staying around here. No flash on Kobbe. Maybe he's looking to flash auto attack him on this next push out. They'll see 113 on that pink. Does 113 suspect that they're making this play happen?
He can spot it with the pillar. He's lingering.
They're gone.
Respect to Mad Lions for just completing their bases there.
Yeah, it takes a lot of takes a lot of, you know, mental fortitude to just
walks
base
forward and pillars you. 2 people are dying.
Yeah, 100%.
Can't say for which teams, but at least 2 people would die.
100%. You don't want to take risks like that when you've got such a stable early game. You know, you get 2 kills level 1. You get a kill top. Is it really worth taking risks on bot side when you're already ahead? Start sacking these neutrals, get out of base quick, start setting up for Herald in the next minute and a half.
And this has the potential to be a massive, massive game for Chasey on the top side of the map. He has been set up for so much success. In the previous game, he won a lot in isolation, just Gnar versus GP, but now getting camped, getting backup from the rest of the team, and they're looking to put Finn into the ground. So difficult now for the Gwen. 1-3, showing on top side, but down a little bit in experience, down 1 camp, it looks like. Of course, Elyoya also soaked some experience on the top side.
I think he was looking to maybe proxy or just find a way out there. Likely gonna base. No TPs for either top laner. Too much action has happened after that gank. Dayor's going to take the Nautilus ult. I think he's going to use that for this Herald fight in the next minute. Younghoon's here to try to secure some kind of mid-push. I was thinking Dayor was going to ult onto Niski there to try and force out a flash, but it's going to end up saving it. And is this the situation here where Astralis say, you know what, the lanes are losing. Let's try to break the lane phase, try to fight the Herald, try to start a fight in this river. Would be a bit risky because they don't have any control yet. But if they group up and force their way in, they can find something. Good poke from Niski.
I mean, the Trundle is still a monster in the early game. Base stats alone, he is only level 4, so it's definitely not where he would like to be, but Press the Attack Trundle can do a lot of work in early skirmishes. The Pillar as well. Good news for Astralis is if they can not fall too much further behind and they can keep it close to touching distance as we get later and later into the game, I do like a lot of what their composition can do, especially if Finn looks to play maybe less towards the side lane with something like Nashor's Tooth and more for the team fight with the kind of, you know, the Death Cap full AP build.
Mad Lion's gonna get this bot crab, gonna start up the dragon. Does Astralis respond? Looks like the answer is no, but Herald's up, and it looks like Finn's gonna try to drop a ward on it. And then do they move up towards that objective when they hear this dragon die? No, Finn's just gonna start it. So they're saying, let's start Herald. I don't think Mad Lions are gonna let them get away with that. Niski's contesting mid-push, trying to figure out where Dayor's going. I think they know that something's up here. Here comes Hilly and Elyoya. Younghoon's a little bit split off. Support's only level 4, but Carsey's here level 6. Kobbe just pushed out bot. It's a 5v4 for the next 30 seconds. They need to reset this ideally here, Astralis, and buy some time for the ready carry.
That Scryer's Bloom is so clutch in terms of giving them information. Ult about to expire, so they just throw it down onto Hylissang. They do not reset the Herald. Basically just a big leash for Mad right now.
Yeah, it's
and
gone.
Mad, again, the diligence Mad are showing in this series, so fantastic to watch. Very clearly not looking to give anything up to the side of Astralis.
It's just the level difference, isn't it? Elyoya is level 6, 113 is only level 5. The Vial turn is just too powerful. And yeah, they have a little bit extra gold as well from those early plays too. So Kobe being late on top of all of that makes it so they can't really contest it. They can't cross map, and Mad Lions just own both sides of the river right now. The Fiora's winning up against the Gwen. The Varus can get bot push. I think Mad Lions are being really responsible with the lead they were given.
Yeah. And when we look at Mad Lions historically, a lot of times it was sometimes really explosive early games into sloppy mid games into late game team fights. And this Mad Lions seems to be looking up to clean up that early and mid game. Show us more than maybe Mad Lions in the past. As Hylissang still lives to cancel bases and is still willing to die for it. Hylissang will barely walk away. Finn now trying to back to safety. 1-1-3 on the way in. Good damage now coming in. Parry goes out. Finn gonna get cut down before the fight can go anywhere. Ulti coming in is huge. The Fiora healing up everybody. 1-1-3 still committing for this. Desperate to get it back. Dayor on the way. Has the flash.
Oh, he has no damage. He's on a Balmy Cinder. He's got no Sheen. Not going towards Sunderer. And this is a play that Astralis opted into. When we get the replay of that, I would love to see the ward on Elyoya, because he just ran on vision straight towards top. 1-1-3 said he will match it, and they decided to go for this 2v2. And they ended up losing it. I don't think they can out-damage a Vi Fiora, level 7, level 8, when you have a Balmy Cinder and Gwen is struggling. Yes, they have the Ignite, but the chain CC is too much. The W from Fiora negates a lot of damage. They can't really burst through a singular target, so we'll see it here again. Elyoya moves up towards the top side on a ward. They see exactly what Mad Lions' play is. The question mark pings come out. They say Astralis here in comms, right, let's try the 2v2. Maybe we can turn the game here. And then they stood no chance whatsoever in the 2v2. Finn baits it, yes, but he gets hit by the Q, I think. And then he gets hit by the chain CC, and he can't really offer much.
Yep. He just gets deleted before the fight even starts. Trundle ult is effectively useless there, because it gives 1-1-3 a bunch of resistances that he doesn't use because no one is hitting him. And Finn isn't hitting anybody either. So while Trundle ult can be an absolute game changer, in that context it was completely useless.
Yeah, not enough damage, unfortunately, there for the Astralis top jungle. The one person who has been sitting pretty happy is Dayor. He's got his Mythic already. We'll see if he can use it here. Violed, Everfrost. A lot of CC on this Sylas if they want to take a fight.
He going in now, just trying to find his way into the backline. Dayor getting this fight started, but this is not what they want to be doing. It is a feeding frenzy. Mad Lions living up to their name.
It is.
They are angry, and they are eating everybody.
I mean, I can see why Dayor went in, but they're at such a numbers disadvantage that he's going to go in and no one's going to really join him. He was quite strong in that initial engage. But yeah, Cobb is not there. Younghoon's not level 6 yet. Hilly is. It's just a bit of a disaster around the entire map here for Mad. They're probably going to pop Herald mid here, try to get as many plates for Niski as possible. And Top's winning in isolation. Karsi's just really far ahead of this Lucian right now. Will probably have his shield though on base. Probably kill him here, actually.
Hook goes in, big damage coming out, pushing him out of the way. Just a little bit of... Oh, 1-1-3 still holding on. Keeping that life bar full.
Niski's Q went wide. I think it got pulled. He got pulled out of it somehow.
He got pushed out by Elyoya Q,
I think it was the Vi Q that knocked him out of the Zoe Q, unfortunately, for Mad. That would have been a quick kill. Slight misplay, not the end of the world. Is Hilly gonna hook again? No way, right?
He is.
But I don't know if they win this though. That's the problem.
That was a bad... That was... What the... What? Karsi's gonna solo kill on the side, but I don't think Karsi wins this either. What is going on? Wait, no, maybe he does win. Karsi...
Chaos ensues on Summoner's Rift.
Thank you. What?
As Hylissang rings the bell and everyone decides that they're bloodthirsty.
You're a great play-by-play caster. Thank you, Mark. That was the weirdest sequence of play I've cast in a long time. And we cast that SK game yesterday, and that I thought was the weirdest game I've cast.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was... I would love to see the replay of that, because you have a Zoe who has no Q.
I don't know if I need to see this.
So he hooks in, Zoe just Qs him for like, what, 10% HP? Hilly thinks that's a kill. Classic Hilly. Karsi's killing Yonhoon for some reason. And then in this 1v2 where he's guaranteed dead, he somehow just decides to flash over the Sylas Q and get the kill. And he's in their jungle, fighting the mid-jungle of Astralis. This is... Let's keep this going, Kartik. Having a bit of fun.
Having a bit of fun. And they have room to have a bit of fun because they are still wildly far ahead. Now, it was a 4K lead after that sequence of play. It's only 3K, but still very much in their favor. Top lane is essentially unplayable for Finn, and bot lane, well, last game was very much Astralis' favor. This time around, Mad Lions are not only stable, they are pulling pretty far ahead themselves. Yeah, on the way down here, a lot of kill pressure, very early Black Cleaver.
Yep. Buffed on this patch, of course, will be pretty powerful. Finn not getting too bad of a trade there onto Chasey. If he can get towards that level 11 and get a solo kill in this lane, that'll turn the tides of his top matchup.
Has the Ignite, has a lot of tools to mitigate the healing coming in from Chasey on the all-in.
So Mad Lion's going to start up this dragon. think they win the 4v4 so incredibly hard right now, but maybe Astralis want to contest. Flash up for 1-1-3 soon. Niski's trying to lay down a bit of poke. Bubble lands and looks like they're out of there. Don't want to take that fight. Just kind of watching them take the dragon away. Finn maybe can look for this top crab. Try to deny something from the Mad Lions.
Hex Gate's now active. It is going to be that Hextech Soul. Mad Lions feeling like a very similar recipes for success as we saw in the previous game. Not necessarily needing to overforce here, although there was a little bit more questionable plays in the mid lane. Kabe throwing down the culling here.
Nice. Lands, I think, almost all of the bullets there. 1-1-3, and they are trying to threaten some kind of bot dive, but Carzzy has heal, he has shield bow, and Elyoya's hovering to cover this dive, so not much of a play will come of it. 3k gold deficit right now, but they've got some control of the map. Bot side, they've flushed out a lot of these pink wards. Engage in bot.
Kabe going to be in trouble here, dashing, doing everything he can. Gale forcing out to safety, and for now he is still standing. Yonghun will get taken out, but Kabe won't be able to walk away with his life.
Oh, Vi Nautilus, what's the counterplay? One's charging at you, ready to knock you up, and there's a dung 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 chasing you no matter how far you go, so double knock-up lands. Kabe has to flash, and Yonghun is the one that ends up losing his life. Just point and click CC, easy lockdown. A little bit of chunk here from Niski. Will land the Q, will he? Yes, he will. Chasey's here to look for some kind of dive.
Taking away some of these item actives, still pushing for this one. Ignite now ticking, 1-1-3 waiting over the wall. Niski not quite able to land that last Battle Star.
Well played, but I think on the next wave he can maybe look for this mid-tier 1. Dayor's TP's coming up really soon. Maybe he gets there before the wave crashes. Chasey's moving back up towards his top side. Finn, is this the all-in? He has level 11 to level 10. This is it, I think, for Finn. Just go all in.
Stepping in, gonna miss the first one. Chasey, clean play. Finn's not hitting anything. He needs those needles to connect. He's waiting. He's holding on to the last stack. Going in, but here comes Elyoya. In the meantime, Finn getting absolutely outplayed in the 1v1. It is so clean from Chasey.
Almost pulled it off towards the final tick of the ultimate with the Ignite, but yeah, Elyoya comes in to seal the deal. The healing proc was through from the Vitals from Chasey too. Didn't actually hug the wall there enough, Finn, to stop the last one from coming in. 1-1-3 is going to start up Herald. Dayor's going to TP bot. We've got plays all over the map here. Can he look for Carzzy? No flash, but he's alone again. Can Kabe join him?
They need to get something. Stolen Varus ultimate. There is no way Carzzy should be able to make it out of this one, but Nautilus there to body block, stopping most of the follow-up. Yonghun on the backside. Carzzy should just get taken out here. Niski waiting over the wall. The bubble's not going to connect on anybody. Carzzy now backstepping, staying alive as long as he can. A shutdown. Massive money into the back pocket of Dayor and Astralis.
Some kills. 4-1 now on this Sylas. We'll see what he can buy in base. 1k gold lead over Niski, looking for that Shadow Flame. And he'll be sitting pretty at 2 items here, I think, the Sylas here in base. Yes, he will.
Bought the Dark Seal.
Yeah, he's going Magi's this game. Full send here for Astralis. If they lose, they are out. Mad Lions will move to the next round against SK if they pick up this win. Look at the replay here. I think this will be off the TP, yeah. So what Hylissang does here is he tries to body block the Varus ult that's taken away. And I think he does a good job of doing so, but it doesn't really stop the chains of corruption from spreading. So he ends up getting rooted regardless. Niski's trying to peel over the wall, but he misses the Q, not enough damage. And then Carzzy ends up losing his life. 2 shutdowns over to the Yor. Fight in top here. Finn is as good as
dead. That would be it. Finn gone. Yeah. And the time that replay was winding down, another clean kill on the top side. Not really a lot for Finn to do. Level 11 matching, but that last opportunity on the top side where he was not able to win the 1v1, it only gets harder from here as there's so much pressure coming in from the Gwen. Niski now getting chased down. Kabe has to be careful. Sleepy Trouble could spell his end. Niski still getting a little aggressive as Chasey going to follow this Herald in on the top side, and Mad Lions just continue to build up their gold lead, build up their control over the map.
Oof. Can they dive this Trundle? I think they're thinking about it, but he has ultimate. Would be a little bit risky.
They're just trying to force the ulti out, maybe bait.
Dayor's here. Level 12 on this Sylas.
This could be big. Oh, yeah, it's not that strong. I like the flash forward from 1-1-3. Immediately going to pop the ultimate just to try to stay as tanky as long as possible. Chasey, they're not going to be able to burn through him, but they can burn through Elyoya. Dayor now on the hunt, looking for one more. He does so much damage. This is a big Sylas. Elyoya going to make it out. Chasey going to give his life. Keep his jungler standing.
Go on, Dayor. 5 kills on the Sylas, picking up all these shutdowns. Wherever he goes, they can maybe pressure the map. And I think he's just going to drop all minions and roam around at this point here, the Sylas. The only win condition they have is Dayor.
He's the jungler now?
He's the jungler, he's the mid laner, he's the top laner, he's the AD carry. He can do it all.
Everyone's getting their chance.
2 stacks though.
Dark Seal, good purchase.
See how many more he can pick up, but he has a lot of good ultimates to work with. Varus, Nautilus, Vi can engage onto that single target.
And the struggle here is that Kabe has stayed relatively even in terms of gold, in terms of itemization. But Finn is going to struggle. They are really hoping that they just can keep Chasey contained to that side lane.
Yeah.
Finn needs a lot more time before he's going to be relevant in this game.
I like on the player cams of Astralis, Yonghun there was just laughing, just sat up in his chair, had a bit of a giggle. I think they're they know that the game is in a very tough state, but I think they're just going to play to one win condition, like I said, of Dior and Silas. See if they can make it work. Nothing to lose. Just hang on a second, Dior.
Mad Lions are not a fan of that win condition. They're immediately going to throw down every piece of CC they have. They put him to sleep. They tuck him in. They take him out of the equation. Massive shutdown. Hope starts to dwindle for the side of Astralis, but they are making a play back in the mid lane.
And they tell him a good night story with the little sleepy trouble bubble. They're going to get the dragon as well. Mid-tier 1 falls. Going to go for a top tier 2 here, maybe Astralis, but I think they can base and cover this in time. We'll see if they do so. Looks like they're a little bit late to it. Small wave. 1-1-3 is around. No Herald to work with either. Maybe they just full commit. It's a lot of gold, but yeah, 3 caster creeps. No chance they're going to get this down.
1-1-3 now trying to back off. Chasey very scary, but doesn't have a ton of CC here. Taking a tower aggro though. The stun comes through. That bubble did not work out well for them. Finn now trying to finish this one off, and Finn manages to get the kill. Massive the damage from the Gwen. Already starting to look strong.
Maybe they can get it.
Yo-Yo, are they going to stick around? They are full committing.
Wow, Astralis are just full send.
Niski on the bottom side is not going to do any damage to a tower. They're just going to look to slaughter him. Kami doesn't have any mana, but I don't think he needs it. Flashing in, auto attack shut down. Astralis holding on to hope.
It's only a 1k gold deficit. What? Yes, they're down a lot of dragons, but this Sylas is so strong. The Lucian's 1.3k gold up. All these skirmishes have been going in favor of the top jungle of Mad Lions. But the mid and bot of Astralis are now ahead.
And I was really ready to talk about Mad and say, hey, after they got smacked around by G2, this is the kind of performance that they needed to have. Clean game 1 into clean game 2. But it has not been clean. Astralis have not been making it easy on them. And you can see here, just getting a little overconfident.
So what Astralis are doing here is they realize they're behind, and they're committing numbers to plays, 4 or 5 numbers to every play they commit to, knowing that they'll have more numbers than Mad Lions. And if it fails, it'll be a disaster, because the rest of the map will fall apart. But if it succeeds, then they can get objectives, match the cross maps, and get some kills if Mad Lions overcommit. And they overcommit. They should have just given this tower. They gave over an extra shutdown on Elyoya. And really good macro to just run straight top after mid when you hear the dragon's dead. And it's on Mad Lions there to have, you know, the awareness to all base, cover top, respect Astralis despite them being behind, realize they're overcommitting with numbers, push them back, regain map control. But no, they don't, and Astralis finds some plays. So now it's Kobe and Dior versus the world.
Absolutely is, because moments ago, Kobe was about 200 gold behind, maybe 300 gold behind, but they're just going to try to start this up.
But the ward, it's not spotted by... No, there's a pink on top of the ward, I think. There's a control ward on top of the actual vision ward. So they see the Baron here, Mad Lions. Hilly must have placed that.
Sleepy Trundle. Niski gonna zone them off. Mad Lions, so they just try to force this fight here. It's a bit risky.
Yeah, that's such a good placement of double ward on top of each other there from Hilly. That ward has a pink on top of it. So they thought they were off vision, but they weren't. So Mad Lions knew exactly what was going on. They knew the sneak could happen. Ah, good play from Hilly there. Good warding.
Game-saving ward, potentially.
Yeah, now they want to engage mid.
Ready to go over the wall. Ulti stolen away. 1-1-3 looking to get things started immediately. Going to the backside. Focusing on Elyoya. Maybe not the target. That is not what you needed. Already the Fiora ult now popped. Flashing out to safety. I think he was looking for somebody else there. Niski now going in, has a stolen flash. Following up immediately, not hesitating. Again, the sleep coming through. Another will fall. Mad Lions just like that. Back in control.
Dior went way too deep. Where's the follow-up? The Nami ult wasn't even used. I'm not sure if it was off cooldown, but he's just committing 1 versus 5 at that point. I could hear the Mad Lions players through these soundproof headsets screaming Sylas. Niski.
Oh, having fun
nice
with
block
it.
by Finn.
Good from Finn. Baron still getting chunked away at. Still has more stacks here, but should just be Baron to the side of Mad Lions. That's going to make that Fiora even more terrifying in the side lane. And while there were glimmers of hope for Astralis, once again, Mad finding themselves at a pretty substantial lead.
Almost died there. Probably took a combo from Kobe. I saw him buffed up by the E, so manages to get out with his life, has the barrier up as well. So now with this Baron, Mad Lions should start to regain control of this this map. Astralis have had their fun, but now Mad Lions want to run away with this, play as a team, make sure they don't overcommit. But here, Dior, why is he going in 1 versus 5, basically? There's no Nami ult, there's no team, there's a Trundle next to you, yes, but there's nothing to do that. And then the chase comes through. Mad pushed them back. They find a kill here onto 1-1-3, and that sets up the Baron.
Easy pick. Easy follow of Baron. Niski still playing on the edge there, just trying to make sure that Mad have no hope of potentially stealing that one away. And this is where the Zoe starts to get very devastating, is on the siege. Can just poke so consistently. So hard for Astralis to do anything unless they're ready to full engage under this Mad Lions lineup.
Yep. Chasey looking for the solo lanes of Astralis.
And despite everything Astralis have done to fight back, we're in the same exact situation we were in the previous game where Mad, once again, 3 Drakes into Baron, with Soul spawning in the duration of their Baron.
Double TP.
Astralis learning from game 1, now looking to force this fight on the retreat. Carzzy potentially in trouble here. They have to wait for his ult to fade away. Hylissang bubbled over the wall. But 113 is so low.
Dayor.
Sleepy, who's going to body block? No one can afford to. Dayor take it out. He had to build full damage for any hope in the fight. And it means that he's easy picking Kave. Now doing what he can to try and win this one, but it's Elyoyo right into the 80 carry. Body block coming in from 113 to mitigate what they can, but Carzzy does not go down. Carzzy finding a double, looking to make it a triple. Everything falling apart. And Mad Lions finding all the advantages that they could hope for. Younghoon, the last one standing, going to dance around this tower. But that is just about it.
Can they end Mad Lions? 20 seconds on the respawn for Dayor and 113. I think they're going to get an inhibitor at best and then move towards the Dragon, pick up the Soul, and look for one final fight to push them to the best of 5s next weekend. Or are they? They're going to keep going here. 10 seconds on the spawns. Can Mad Lions look to end? It's going to be a bit close on the spawn of Sylas. Let's see how fast they get to these towers. I think it's done. They have so much tower damage. It's crazy. They're just melting through. Nexus is left.
Dayor is up. If they just hit the Nexus, the game will fall away. Mad Lions eyes on the prize. They take the Nexus. They take the game. They take the series. They will move up to top 4 in the LEC.
Just like that, one team fight around mid. Just past the 20-minute mark with the Baron. Allows them to close it out. 20-second respawns gets them from tier 2 to Nexus, just like that. Boom. Mad Lions looking clean. Did look a little bit shaky in the mid-game. Lost a couple towers, gave a couple shutdowns over, but then they regained their composure, made sure the Baron was on a threat, and then found their picks.
The more Mad change, the more they stay the same. But of course, they were so far ahead. Took some risks. Still, at the end of the day, we're able to find that win, a 2-0 over Astralis. Two very similar games where Astralis had little glimmers of hope, found small edges, but it always felt like Mad Lions were trading up.
I think Astralis can be pretty happy with the split overall. I think there's a lot to take away, but in terms of looking towards the spring, I think their bot lane is such a standout.
And remember, this is their best finish ever, and they did make top 6, which in our old format would have been playoffs.
Yeah.
Would have been the next step, would have been into best of 5s. And that's surviving past the first round of elimination, surviving 2 top 8. This is more than a lot of people expected, and kind of a reminder of the potential of the players on this lineup. And I'm especially talking about Kave when I talk about that, because I think we got used to looking at him as Mr. Consistent, and I think we need to be ready to reevaluate him in the splits to come as Mr. Explosive, as Mr. Carry.
Yep.
Even if could not find it in him today, still hope for that lineup. The Mad Lions, the victors, moving up to face off against SK. And again, at the start of the year, I would have said this is an easy prediction. It is not an easy prediction anymore.
It isn't. It's a tough one. But it's Mad Lions' day, and they can prepare for those best of 5s. And I mean, you can say the memes of last year, you know, qualify for Worlds and win a single best of 5, yada, yada, yada. But ever since Niski's come up with this lineup after that disaster of a spring last year, he's just reinvigorated this whole roster.
Niski's a monster. Yeah. We saw it more in Game 1 than we saw it in Game 2, but Niski is playing like a man possessed. And I think for Mad Lions fans, you're looking up just to see how far they can go. Of course, player of the series at LEC on Twitter, Chasey Elyoyo or Carzzy are your options.
No Niski.
Yeah, Game 1, yeah, it's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard. Because Game 1 was really good, but then Game 2 was like maybe less.
I think Elyoyo. Elyoyo played really well this game. And last game.
Chasey also, though. Got camped more in Game 2, though.
Yeah, I think Chasey, the thing is with top lane, it's so hard to stand out. Unless, the only way you can stand out as top lane is if you have like a massive 4-man Gnarled. Yeah.
But if you're taking out both games.
In isolation, Chasey was doing pretty well, though.
He was.
It was a fun series. I think everyone expected Mad Lions to be the favorites coming into it, and they looked like the favorites from the gameplay, of course.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I think now it's just eyes on SK. How are they going to perform against Mad Lions?
It's a big question we have on our minds. In the meantime, let's hear from Mac after that commanding win for Mad Lions.
Strikers and Mac, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on the win. Now, you guys are coming from an 0-2 into a 2-0. What has changed in between?
I don't think that much changed. I think the 0-2 to G2 was just a really frustrating loss for us. And maybe it took us down like a little bit of a peg because, you know, it's easy to get ahead of yourself, you know. We had like a really kind of commanding regular season win over them. So I think it was maybe in hindsight a good loss for the team.
Oh, it was like a good mental loss, kind of?
Maybe. I think it highlighted a lot of our flaws, right?
Okay, and when it comes to that, do you think that maybe some players in your team need to see the loss directly reflected in a loss for them to like take it a step forward and try to work on that?
Yeah. I mean, our players have been pretty outspoken about the fact that our scrims are not exactly peaceful and orderly. And I think some of the bad habits that we picked up in scrims kind of showed up on stage. And so that's honestly probably a good thing for the development of the team.
Absolutely. And are you, as a coach, happy with today's performance and what you saw?
Game 1, I'm pretty happy. Game 2 was a bit more sloppy than I would have liked, for sure. So, you know, I don't think the players are going to be super happy about it either, frankly, although they were having fun. Like, after the first game, we were a bit frustrated because we were going back and forth a bit. We made some silly plays. Like, we went in kind of too fast, too furious a couple times. And between the games, we just kind of said, like, guys, like, let's have fun with it. Like, this is us. This is kind of who we are, you know? Maybe we should just accept it, that we're kind of, sometimes we're gonna jump in like monkeys and, you know, take a deep breath, smile, and go next play.
Absolutely. And from your perspective, what do you think could have been cleaned up a little bit more in that game 2?
I think we should have snowballed a bit harder through top. You know, I think we have Zoe who can move into top and just make Gwen's game kind of unplayable. So I think there's that. And then there's also like giving like 5 shutdowns to Silas, which could have not happened.
Yeah, that played a little bit of a role. And thank you so much for setting my next question, because my next question was about Zoe and Niski in general. He has so many, I think 7 or 8 unique picks right now with Zoe. His role in the team seems so much different than last year, where from Roman, it's like very mid-centric. How has his development been these 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've always been a mid-jungle kind of 2v2-centric team. It was just different last year, but I think Yoya and Niski are, like, in many ways kind of the backbone or the engine of the team, or whatever analogy you want to use to describe it, you know? But I think Niski, I mean, so much credit. He deserves so much credit, because I think he's a wonderful example that, like, you know, last year he was, I think, a lot more, like, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but he was a lot less well-rounded as a player, right? And I think he put so much work in to overcome that, and he's a wonderful example in that regard.
Well, that was a lovely speech about Niski. And honestly, I don't want to ask you any other question, because Niski is waiting over to PGL, and that was a fantastic ending to the interview. Mac, thank you very much. Congrats on winning again. And we'll toss it over to PGL with Lore, where Niski has joined them.
Hey, welcome to the LEC postgame lobby, where I'm joined by Mara and Niski. Congrats. Bravo.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us. Mac was just talking about you and your improvements, and how there's a lot of credit due to you and your improvements from last year to this year. I know this is something that you mentioned when we had the first interview at the beginning of the year. So how proud are you of your achievements and how well you've been doing so far in Niski?
I mean, I'm proud of myself, but I don't think I need to stop. Like, the job is not done yet at all. For me, being top 4 is like a normal achievement. That's where I saw us at the beginning of the split, and that's where we are right now. And I think next week is where I really have to show that in best of 5s, when it really matters, then I will pop off. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to that.
Yeah, I think you and the Mad Lions have a revenge to take on best of 5s when you think about last year. But Jamala, we entered today thinking that Vitality would be favored and Mad Lions would be favored as well. At least one team that was favored made it out, and in a clean way, if we think of the Mad Lions.
For the most part, I feel like you kind of just did a Astralis off. I think the way that you were probably expecting in your first series, I kind of wanted to pick on what you said in terms of, like, your very humble answer in terms of still kind of getting better. Top 4 is kind of the floor, what we expect. I feel like you as a player have been given a lot more freedom in what you've been playing this year compared to last year. Do you feel like that has also kind of helped your team as a whole kind of play more flexibly in terms of how they want to sort of approach a lot of different teams there?
Yeah, I mean, I think last year I still had the freedom to kind of play what I wanted, but I think the practice was not, at least my practice environment, I was not the best at it, and I wasn't showing how good I was on the champions that I really wanted to play. And that's also why we didn't play like the Azirs, the Victors, and like the control mages on stage, because it just wasn't working in scrims. And I feel like this year I tried really hard to make it work in scrims, and that's also why I'm allowed to play it on stage. So I think that's the big difference, yeah.
What changed in the approach, though? Because you've been playing for years, and I mean, it's easy to get stuck into bad habits, per se, or habits of playing that you have. How did you refine the approach, and maybe someone else helped you do that?
I mean, last year Pad helped me a lot, first of all, and it was kind of going pretty well towards the end, but I think I struggled a lot in the beginning of the split to play the control mages and all that. And I think this year, I mean, for me, I had like a click in my head, kind of, or in my state, because last year I could have been somewhere else. Like off season was not very good, and like people thought I was not like that good. So I was like, I mean, if people don't think I'm this good, then that means I'm doing something wrong. And then this year, I just decided that I'm just kind of going all in. And I just try 100% every single day. And that I just rely on myself and not kind of look around me what's going on, and I just do my best. And I think for now it's been going well, and yeah, I hope it continues.
No regrets, going all in, which is interesting given the beginning of the last game that I want to look at right now, Niski, and I want you to talk us through communication here, because it was beautiful, don't you think, guys?
I mean, okay, here, so we thought they could be topside, so we wanted to fight them 5v5, and then I think Shazy said, go in that bush, and then I was like, okay, we're going, and then we saw Gwen, and I started E. I was like, I have a bubble, and then I hit it, and then we just went there, and then I think 4 people got bubbled by Nami, but we're like, if we just go forward, we win. So yeah, we just took the all-in fight.
What spurred the idea to go top? Was it the kind of volatile matchup between Gwen and Fiora? You felt like they would try and take bush control in the level 1?
I mean, we thought they would try something. They didn't. They were in the another bush. So we're a bit surprised, but yeah, at the end, it worked out.
It's interesting because backstage we were having a discussion about EU Fiora and EU Fiora player, and then Chasey hits us with this one. How has it been working with him? Because I know that he's very unique in terms of Korean imports. So tell me a bit more about Chasey.
I mean, Chasey is a very nice person, like very respectful. I think he's kind of like most imports where like he's shy, doesn't really talk much in the beginning, but then once he gets to know everyone and he's kind of feeling like home, then he just is himself. And that's, right now, he even like flames me, for example, if I play the classic, basically. Whereas before he wouldn't do that, for example. So yeah, I think he found his ground, and I think he's been doing really good, especially on his pocket picks, which Fiora is one of them. So yeah, I'm glad that I have a top that can play kind of everything that's needed.
Yeah, very versatile. That's what I was saying on the desk, Jamada. The fact that we've been used to talking about the bot lanes from the Mad Lions, mid lane as well, Yoya. But then there's the unsung hero in a way in the likes of Chasey. That's been the silent force for the lineup, it seems, but that shouldn't be underestimated.
No, absolutely not. And I know from first-hand experience, you guys love your draw from LPL play as well. And I feel like you guys sometimes probably sort of siphon that into Chasey in a way, let him play some of these more aggressive picks. And yeah, I think for you guys, having that flexibility for Chasey, and like you said, very EU-West, right? Gets here a bit shy, but then he's immediately flaming everyone and feeling quite comfortable to play. Do you feel like that comfortability for him has also kind of opened him up to also be played for as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think he feels really, how do I say, like trusted. When he picks like the Fioras or like whatever, if he wants to play Yon or something, he can do it. We'll always trust him on it. And I think that's very important in a team environment where if someone wants to play a champion, we should just trust him on it. And as of for now, it's what's been happening, and it's been going really good,
Let's focus a bit more on the bracket as a whole and the day that we had today, as SK taking down Vitality, Jamada, was for me the big surprise of today. And when you think about it, it's a bit sad in the sense that Vitality missed out on playoffs last year. They missed out on playoffs this year again. But why are you laughing?
No, because for me, it's just funny that like everyone thought Vit would win today.
Of course.
But like for me, I didn't see like a scenario where they would win, because for me, I really think SK is playing really clean.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think Vit looked very shaky last week. And SK just looks clean, you know? I mean, they look kind of shaky versus Heretics, let's say, in the early games, but I think today they were playing really good. Even when they were behind game 1, they knew how to kind of come back, and I feel like Vit was just kind of lost all over the map.
I agree on this, and I think that, Jamada, for me, Niski has a point in the sense that Vitality collapsed gradually over the past 2 best-of-3 series, and today was the perfect example of this.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to see this almost undevelopment, the reversal for Vitality. Yeah, it's a very strange crescendo. I'm not particularly sure what spurred it. Is there anything in your head that's really kind of looked off in Vitality's play generally? Like, do you feel like it's Bo not necessarily being as aggressive and synced up with the rest of the team like he was in the early weeks?
I mean, I think Bo for sure, I think, was their strong points, and Photon in the early weeks. I think Perks had some pop-off games, for example, against us during the season, and I think their ball game was done better than what they're showing now. But I also think game 1 they were very ahead and they could have closed the game, and then game 2 I think their draft was just unplayable. So I don't know what happened there, but yeah, I mean, they tried something, didn't work, and sucks for them, I guess.
Yeah, sucks for them. I mean, we'll see them in spring anyway, and we know that it's the type of lineup that's going to take it some time maybe to build in terms of communication and players being aligned with language barrier that they can have. We will see them back in spring, but let's focus on the rest of winter right now, as you will play against SK next week on Friday, actually. So you were telling me that they were a much better team than what people usually think. So preview of this matchup and how you expect it to go.
I mean, I think SK plays good, but I don't feel like they have that pop-off moment in their players yet, at least. I think in best of fives, it's very important that you're clutch and that you don't crumble under pressure. They have a lot of rookies, and I think for our team, we have a lot of veterans, so I think if we play good League of Legends, we should beat them. I don't see a reason why we would lose to them all over the board. Only thing I would think of is maybe their bot. I think Exakick have been doing really good, and yeah, that's probably the lane we should be careful of,
Jamara, experienced players versus fearless, less experienced players.
Yeah,
what would you say?
I suppose so, right? And even though SK in that less experienced house have just taken down the very experienced players and people like Perks, I feel like you've kind of rounded out quite well. I feel like, yeah, SK, sure, they've done the dance now with Vitaly. It's still going to be an uphill battle for them into Mad Lions. And I was going to actually ask, hey, what do you feel like you need to keep like wraps on with SK? But you said the bottom lane. Do you feel like it's just the bottom lane, or do you still feel like they can actually play through multiple lanes?
I mean, I think Certus and Marcoon have been doing good as well. As I do, I think Irrelevant on his champs looks really good. But I still think that today, even though they played good, I think in game one, they struggled a lot. I think Vit just threw the game, and maybe if Vit won that game, they would have been out of playoffs. But they came back in game two and kind of stomped them. So I don't know where to place them. I mean, I know they do. In practice, they're usually good, so we'll see what happens. But on stage, I believe we'll just be better than them,
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that can happen between when you have 1 week of practice. And for you guys at home, do not forget that the next week starts earlier for playoffs. SK Mad Lions will be played on Friday, but that's a story for another week. Before we go, I want to talk about the match that we have tomorrow. G2, you lost against them last week, so maybe there's stuff to say about this rematch of the finals once again against Koi. Who do you expect is going to have the upper hand here?
I feel like G2 is going to win. I mean, I think they're pretty good. I mean, I think in duos they played really good. And yeah, I think G2 will take it, but I believe that it will be very close. I don't think it's going to be a stomp. I think Koi have been looking very good as well. But I think G2 will just throw off with some like random picks or whatnot, and they will do their thing and win.
Malrang versus Yike is the matchup that I have my eyes on here.
That is 100% where I'm looking as well. I feel like, to me, it's going to be a lot on G2 to just basically man-mark Malrang and not let him play the crazy level 3 gank into level 3 gank into level 3 gank and just never farm for the first 5 minutes. And I feel like as well, the other thing has to be said, bottom side, right? Yeah, Hans and Mickey have been having an absolutely insane split so far. So I feel like Koi definitely have a lot to look out to sort of make sure they're not letting themselves get run over in, but they've been a lot more proactive, I think, in the group stage in comparison to their regular season. So I think if they keep that up and they try and throw G2 off with that consistent proactivity, they should be okay.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that Koi ball lane is also really, really good. Like, I think they stomped Vitality ball lane to the ground. Like, I've never seen that before. And I think it will be really fun to see how junglers would play around that ball lane, because Yike usually likes to invade and play for his camps and all that. But I think into Koi, if he doesn't go bot, and Malrang will just ignore his camps and go bot. So I think he'll have to switch how he plays and adapt to the situation and see how he does against Malrang.
And this will make for a banger first playoff series as a best of 5, because that's what the last match of group stage we had today as Mad Lions take the win. And that's all for us here now. Tomorrow we'll kick off the LEC Winter Split playoffs with G2 versus Koi, as we said. Upper bracket match for this one. I'm really hyped about this. We're gonna take the PGL selfie now before we go. And before I forget, do you want to take it or should I? I don't want to let Linsky do it.
No.
Okay, I'll
do it. It will be a disaster.
It
will be okay.
All right. Thank you, Merci Niski. Thank you, Jonada. And thank you all of you guys at home. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for the beginning of playoffs. Bye-bye.
Esports.
Too late to apologize. Hey guys, stop saying this, man. It was cringe. It's too late. It was so good. Honestly, just hype yourself up. Shut the up, bro.
But look at the bot side. You're getting completely pushed away. We're going in as Kaiser. Kaiser! trying to survive, but Bo finds the fourth of the game. Flashes, Photon's looking for the parlay. The long-range engage from Marcoon.
Thus, can you do something stupid for the mic check? Bro, I just spilled Red Bull on my pants. Let's go! Really? He did something.
Needs to dodge the Skittles. Will be forced to flash this time round, but with the E from Perks, there's not enough damage. The Red Grip should just about finish it. No! What? There's not enough damage! There's not! But the damage! He survives! He survives!
Yo, Tristana and Cassandra, no flash.
Look.
Yeah,
Look. Give me.
No flash.
Give me. Nice.
Look. Tristana. Alright,
Good job, guys. Nice.
A bit.
Guys, what's up? One up. Yeah. Focus. I got my stacks. Good job, guys.
SK Gaming have taken down Vitality and made it to playoffs.
Chasey, leave the custom game or back to Korea? Back to Korea.
Now they've got more than enough damage to just pop him. Now a hook, the follow-up, that route is so long, there's no more clans, it's easy! Mad Lions!
You guys win, you win. Nami.
I'm going now.
Good job, guys.
Gacha. Nice.
No flash. It's a sushi for dinner.
The 113 is so low.
Dayor.
Sleepy, who's gonna body block? No one can afford to. Dayor taken out, he had to build full damage for any hope in the fight, and it means that he's easy picking Kave. Now doing what he can to try and win this one, but it's Elyoyo right into the 80 carry. Body block coming in for 113 to mitigate what they can, but Carzzy does not go down. Carzzy finding enough time on the prize. They take the Nexus, they take the game, they take the series, they will move up to top 4 in the LEC.
Just like that, one team fight around mid. Mad Lions looking clean.
Want to work. I wanna take the rest of my